Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's March the 17th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. First off, happy St. Patty's Day, everyone. Make sure you get into some green, whether it's clothing, cannabis, or green beer. Just get into some green. I know I will be once the show is over. Just so you know, Cindy is off today. She is on her way to Toronto, so I'm going alone. Well, Cindy heads to Toronto. Today in the news, we're going to be heading to France, South Africa, Australia, as well as the U.S. We're going to be finding out about dissolvable cannabis, new medical cannabis laws, which is always good when it happens in a new country. And I'm starting off today with a story that I thought, what? You know, I hear police talk about this, and we realize that they make a mistake because they see a syringe with RSO, and they think that people are injecting cannabis. But we're going to start off with the story on just that, injectable cannabis. Here we go. A startup is selling injectable cannabis, and the FDA isn't happy. I'm going like, what? Injectable cannabis? Yeah, the Food and Drug Administration warned a California cannabis company on Monday that its injectable hemp, CBD, could be posing serious harm to public health, telling the company that its product is violating federal law. Pico 4 sells purified version of CBD, a non-intoxicating compound produced by cannabis that is designed to be injected into the bloodstream through an intravenous infusion. The Sacramento company has testimonials on the website that says that CBD 4, it's a room number 4 anyway, so that's what I'm calling for it anyways. Therapy can help treat chronic pain, Crohn's disease, as well as arthritis. Well, it is an IV, so maybe it is CBD IV. Who knows? The FDA, however, warned that Pico IV is a Monday letter that it is breaking the law by marketing CBD as a dietary supplement, even though it is explicitly designed to not be ingested and instead be injected. Yeah, how do you call something dietary if you're injecting it, not eating it? The agency also said the product is especially concerning because injectable drugs can pose risks of serious harm to users. And the FDA said injecting anything directly into a person's bloodstream can lead to serious and life-threatening conditions. Now, Pico IV CEO Joe Young said in an emailed statement to SF Gate, with the San Francisco Gate, that public safety is our top priority, and that the company's product undergoes a process designed to ensure sterility and safety. He says that we are confident in the safety profile of our product, and we are working diligently to provide the FDA with the necessary information to resolve the concerns, according to it in Young's statement. Now, Pico IV's website states that it offers the world's first, that's right, world's first injectable CBD product. The product is produced from American-grown hemp plants, a legal category for some cannabis plants, and is completely sterile and safe for intravenous use. It is not available for regular retail sale. Only physicians, providers, and IV therapy clinics can purchase vials of the injectable CBD, according to the company's website. Now, toxicologists have long been concerned about cannabis products because they do not face rigorous federal safety standards. Now, cannabis products are also at high risk of being contaminated, they say, with high metals and pesticides. Now, Pico IV says on its website that all of its products are tested by third-party labs for purity, and that's the end of the story. There you go. Wow. I don't know, folks. Just never heard of injectable cannabis before, and to some, I'm sure it's a scary situation. Injectable cannabis. Just don't know where that's going to be end up going. But yeah, not into that, I'll tell you. Had to do injectable medications for 3 years. Well, actually, I've been doing injectable medications for almost 20 years, to tell you the truth. But as far as IVs and stuff related to medications. But all right, on to the next story. Here we go. Headline says cannabis terpenes offer new hope for chronic pain and fibro. I'm just going to say fibro. And this comes to me from Neuroscience. And here we go. It's at neurosciencenews.com, it says. So close that off. Now, in summary, they say the new research identified cannabis-derived terpenes compounds that give plants their distinctive aroma, as effective treatments for fibro and post-surgical pain. In preclinical mouse models, terpenes such as geranol and linalool significantly reduce chronic pain, providing promising alternatives to opioid medications, avoiding THC psychoactive side effects, to say. The terpenes appear to act through the adenosine A2A receptor, indicating a potential sedative mechanism. These findings open the door to develop novel, non-opioid therapeutic options for chronic and post-operative pain management. Now, they say key facts include effective terpenes. Geranol and lilaline were the most effective terpenes in relieving fibro and post-surgical pain. Opioid alternative, they say terpenes could provide safer alternatives to opioids without psychoactive side effects, and mechanism of action says that terpenes relieve pain by targeting this A2 receptor. Now, terpenes from cannabis seed plants may be viable medication for fibro, is what this report says in the pharmacologist report. So let's see what it says here. Won't cover it all. It looks like a lengthy story. So they say the paper builds on previous research led by Comprehensive Center for Pain and Addiction member John Stryrek, a PhD, that showed the pain relieving properties of terpenes in models of inflammation and chemotherapy induced neuropathic pain. Now, I have Crohn's disease, so got some interest here. They say that our research is showing that terpenes are not a good option for reducing acute pain resulting from an injury, such as stubbing your toe or touching a hot stove. However, we are seeing significant reductions in pain when terpenes are used for chronic or pathological pain, says Strymek, who is a professor in the University of America College of Medicine's Tucon's Department of Pharmacology. Let's see. They say that the study was the first to investigate the impact of terpenes in preclinical models of fibro and post-operative pain, and expand the scope of potential pain-relieving treatments using terpenes. Now, the terpenes, which are the compounds found in that makes the aroma and the taste of the cannabis plant, offer an alternative path to pain relief without getting stoned. from the THC, because there's, not everybody wants to get stoned, and not everybody needs to consume THC. So this is, an alternative. Now, stricter, and the research team tested four terpenes found in moderate to high levels in cannabis, which is the geranyl, linolene, beta carpholine, and alpha humulene. They found that each of the terpenes resulted in high levels of pain relief in mouse models of postoperative pain and fibro. Now, geranyl provided the most significant level of pain relief, followed by linolene, beta caro. See, they don't make these words easy to say, do they? And the alpha humulene. Now, with fibro, there isn't much understanding of what the pain state is, and there are not a lot of great options for treating it, according to Stretcher. Our findings show that terpenes may be viable treatment options for fibro, which could potentially have a large impact to make difference on an undertreated population. I know quite a few people who have fibro. Now, fibro, it's a chronic musculoskeletal disorder that affects up to 5% of the world's population, according to research published in Healthcare in 2023. Now, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Office on Women's Health estimates about 4 million U.S. adults have fibro, which affects women more than men. Now, post-surgical pain straddles the line between acute pain and chronic pain. It is usually short in duration, but it also involves physiological changes such as increased inflammation and sensation of the body's main pain system that contribute to it. Now, they go on to say that opioids do a good job controlling post-surgical pain, but they can cause constipation that can increase the chance of post-surgical complications such as adhesions. And they say that we are also looking for better options, and this study suggests that terpenes could be a novel therapeutic for post-operative pain. And globally, they say approximately 310 million major surgeries are performed each year, according to 2020 research published in the International Journal of Surgery. And they say the research that is being done by the doctor's lab on terpenes and their potential to help those who suffer from chronic pain demonstrates the importance of basic research. And they go on to say that there are hundreds of unique chemicals that plants make, including the cannabis plant, that are undiscovered, says Todd Vanderha. He's got a PhD, director of Comprehensive Center for Pain and Addiction at the University of Health Services in Tucson. So he says that nature is incredible at making unique chemical structures, and many of these chemicals are unknowns when it comes to their abilities to aid in human health diseases and disorders. And to finish things off, it says a great current example is medication semaglutide, sold under the brand name Ozempic, which has a chemical structure that was isolated not from a plant, but from an animal that is prevalent in the Southwest, the Gila monster. Whoa, it must be like a lizard or something. And they say these discoveries from natural products to research, such as what's going on here, can result in very useful medications. So there you go. You just never know. But people have been talking about the benefits of cannabis for years and years and years, decades, and they always talk about the THC, but terpenes are very important. There's no doubt about that. They're all part of it, and when you start isolating certain things, you lose things. Like transports. You got lots of tires on a transport, but if you start taking a tire off here or a tire off there, then that transport's not going to go down the road as good as it was with all the tires on it. Just like a cannabis plant may not be as effective without all of its components being there. All righty. Time to head to France. Here we go. This story comes to me from the International Cannabis Business Conference. It says France expected to take key step towards authorizing medical cannabis. Just what we need. Another country that's going to allow medical cannabis. Policymakers in France are reportedly expected to make a meaningful step towards authorizing cannabis production and dispersal of medical use beyond the current limited medical cannabis pilot trial. Now, according to our information, the two decrees governing the specifications of cannabis-based medicinal products for medical use and the safety of their production are in the process of being notified to the European Commission. And they say this notification via the TRS procedure constitutes an essential regulatory step before the integration of medical cannabis into common law, according to local coverage. They say following this notification, a 3-month standstill period begins, allowing the Commission and other member states to examine the text and issue observations. In the absence of any major objections, medical cannabis regulations in France could therefore be validated by Europe after this period. The decrees will then have to be signed by the executive to come into force. Now, as of 2022, the European Union Drugs Agency estimated that France had the greatest cannabis consumption rate of any of its members nations, and with a reported 10.6% of France's population having consumed cannabis at least once within the last year. Now, health authorities in France announced late last year that the nation's medical cannabis trial experiment will be extended until July the 31st. And they said the announcement was welcome news to the reported 1,800 suffering patients estimated to be currently participating in the trial. Now, the French medical cannabis experiment received initial approval from the federal Senate back in 2019. However, the launch of the trial was delayed until the spring of 2021 due to various reasons. And initially slated for 2 years, France's medical cannabis experiment was eventually granted a 1-year extension and was set to end in 2024 before receiving the latest extension, pushing the estimated end of the trial to the summer of 2025. And that would help cover, because of this 3 months and time that has to go through the EU. Now, according to a recent newsletter sent out by international cannabis economist Bo Whitney of Whitney's Economics, France is home of the largest total addressable cannabis market in the European Union with a value of $11.3 billion. It says dollars. It doesn't have a year sign there that I'm seeing. Now, a previous study by an economic advisory board within the nation's Prime Minister's office determined that the French government spends roughly 570 million euros annually on cannabis prohibition enforcement. The study recommended that France adapt adult use cannabis legalization and launch regulated recreational industry. So they figure it was going to create about 80,000 new jobs, and taxes annually bring in about 2.8 billion. That's a B, people, billion euros. So lots of money obviously there, and that usually ends up being the reason a lot of places do end up legalizing cannabis, because of the money. So it's always nice when you can hear of a place that does it for some other reason other than just for the money, like, maybe for the benefits of the people who they represent. Might be a good reason why. All righty, on to my next story. Here we go. Got a thing in the way there. We'll get that out of there. From Marijuana Moment, it says psychedelics have a positive influence on meditation practice. A new study has shown. There we go. Among adults, regularly meditate, nearly 3.4 felt the psychedelic use had a positive impact on the quality of their meditation, according to a new study. Now, the research published last month in the journal PLOS One surveyed 863 addicts. Now, among them, 700 or 73.5% said the use of psychedelics was beneficial to their meditation practice. Now, researchers found respondents were more likely to report positive effects of psychedelics if they used the substances more regularly, actively set intentions around their psychedelic use, had agreeable personalities, and had previously consumed DMT specifically, among other factors. They said the results suggest that most meditators found psychedelics use to have a positive influence on their meditation practice. Now, the authors wrote, noting that both meditation and psychedelic substances have attracted increasing public and scientific attention, which both potentially tied to significant therapeutic benefits. Thus, there is a growing scientific interest in potential synergies between psychedelic use and meditation practices, with some research suggesting that psychedelics may benefit meditation practice. For example, the study points to a recent experiment in which 39 meditators received psilocybin or a placebo over a 5-day mindfulness meditation retreat. With those who received the psychedelic reporting a greater sense of ego dissolution during the retreat and more positive changes in psychosocial functioning afterwards. Now, other quantitative studies looked at written accounts of people who combined psychedelics and meditation, finding that most participants perceived that stimulus use enhanced either that their meditation practice, psychedelic experience, or both. For the new study, researchers surveyed adults ranging in the age of 18 to 81, most of whom, 79%, were male. Then they used machine learning to analyze associations between participants' various traits and their response to the questions. Overall, do you believe that your psychedelic experience have influenced the quality of your regular meditation practice? That'd be one of the questions. Now, participants can answer the questions ranging from 1 to 7, corresponding with a strong negative influence and a strong positive influence. Responses with a mean of 5.9 with a standard deviation of 1.24. Let's see what else. Across all approaches, they say used to assess feature importance. We found that greater psychedelic use, which is frequency of psychedelic use, lifetime by 12 months, was the variable most likely to be associated with the perception that psychedelics benefit meditation practice. Setting intentions for psychedelic use was also associated with the perception that psychedelic use is beneficial to meditation practice, according to the study. It goes on to say, additionally, we found that 2 other variables, agreeableness and exposure to DMT, were associated with the perception that psychedelics were beneficial to meditation practice. It continues, along with about more weekly than psychedelic use and setting intentions. Other factors showed more minor but still significant association. They say factors such as exposure to cannabis use, high levels of openness to experience, and retreat practice had small but statistically significant positive associations with the perceived benefits of psychedelics on meditation, according to the papers. So there you go. Psychedelics and meditation can be a benefit, working together, right? Make things for better for everybody, which is always good news. All right, people. I see I am halfway through my stories. Time for me to take a break. Time to medicate. I haven't done that during the show. Got my vape pen right here. And we'll be right back. shortly. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega, Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, I'm back from a medication session. I'll get that out. And you're live with Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. And talking about news, I got 4 more stories to go over with everybody. And this first story here is coming to us from South Africa and the International Cannabis Business Conference. It says, South Africa Department of Health bans cannabis edibles. Why would you ban cannabis edibles? South Africa is on a short list of countries that have adopted national adult use cannabis legalization measures. The African nation is joined by Uruguay, Canada, Malta, Luxembourg, and Germany. The Department of Health in South Africa recently announced a complete ban on cannabis edibles. Cannabis edibles are popular with medical cannabis patients. Yeah, they are. And recreational consumers for various reasons, not the least of which is that they are a smokeless form of consumption. Exactly. And it says here, they say in a report, in a shocking move, the Department of Health has quietly banned the production and selling of cannabis and hemp-derived foodstuff in South Africa, according to local coverage. This unexpected turn of events contradicts the government's decriminalization of cannabis by the Constitutional Court in recent years. Now, in the State of Nation address in February, President Cyril Ramaphosa says the government aims for South Africa to spearhead the commercial production of hemp and cannabis. The outlet also reported this. Now, they say that South Africa's president signed a limited adult use cannabis legalization measure into law back in May of 2024. And it says here that President Cyril Ramaphosa has signed into law the Cannabis for Private Purposes Act. And the CFPPA regulates the cultivation, possession, and use of cannabis by adults in a private setting, according to a statement that was released at the time. It goes on to say the consequent regulatory reform enabled by the CFPPA will, amongst others, entirely remove cannabis from the Drugs and Drug Trafficking Act. This will further enable amendment of the schedules to the Medicines and Related Substances Act and provide for targeted regulatory reform of the Plant Breeders' Rights and the Plant Improvement Act, as well as other pieces of legislation that require amendment to allow for industrialization of the cannabis sector. The press release also stated at that time. Now, back in 2018, South Africa's Constitutional Court issued a landmark ruling that deemed cannabis prohibition as it pertained to adult individuals to be unconstitutional. And the decision stemmed from a lower court decision in Western Cape in March of 2017, which determined that a ban on cannabis use by adults at home was unconstitutional. And the 2018 decision in South Africa left many unknowns, including how much cannabis a person could cultivate and possess in a private setting. The court largely punted many policy decisions to lawmakers who then proceeded to drag their feet on for years. So it doesn't really say why. Why would you ban edibles? Like, I know here in Canada, the edibles weren't available right off the bat, but they were phased in. They weren't banned. They used to allow everybody to get up to gear, get things going, so on and so forth. But it just doesn't make sense. Like they say, they are a non-smokable version of people to take their medicine or consume their cannabis. And, is it all because they are worried about consumption by minors? I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. It didn't say. So, maybe we'll find out in another broadcast. All righty, here we go. On to the next story. And this one comes to us from greenstate.com. It says arbitrary criminal cannabis charges stain weed reform. And I'm going to agree arbitrary because as this story goes on, you'll find out. Legalization efforts spur many heated conversations, many in which often focused on cannabis DUI detection. Law enforcement hasn't standardized or widely accepted any method of detecting high drivers. Even a blood test wouldn't show the time of you getting inebriated. It's still hard to know whether someone who had consumed 30 minutes or 6 hours before being pulled over. This nuance, combined with the piecemeal way cannabis is legal in the U.S., means that cannabis DUI detection and protocol varies between departments. And, it says that the Orange County Sheriff, the deputies detected stoned driving using the methods developed to identify drunk drivers on the road. Now, Sergeant, and I believe most of the places do as well. They're not alone there. Sergeant Frank Gonzalez, a public information officer for the Orange County Sheriff's Department, told Green State, the same cues for alcohol impaired driving are used for cannabis impaired driving, speeding, lane straddling, unsafe lane changes, vigilance issues, no headlights on during darkness, so on and so forth. Now, the Minneapolis officers use in-field sobriety tests, according to media relations coordinator Aaron Rose. Now, Aaron explained, if someone is suspected of DWI for cannabis and there is specific articulable evidence documented, any officer can do a standard DUI field sobriety test and submit a request for blood warrant approved by a judge. The standard blood testing will take place in a hospital setting. That way it's not done at a police station, I guess. A blood test can accurately detect cannabis in the system, but may not tell when it was consumed. That last bit is significant when being charged for driving on cannabis. Recently, a study confirmed this, showing that cannabis stays stored in a regular consumer's fat cells. In the research, participants tested positive for cannabis, but weren't legally impaired. It's in their system. Many also argue that it is an invasion of privacy to draw blood, and it remains within someone's rights to turn down a blood test. Now, police in certain Minnesota jurisdictions spent the last year engaging in a pilot program for 2 roadside saliva intoxication tests that also detected opioids and methamphetamines. That'd be our standard test that we have here in Canada. The devices could only be used with the consent of the detained, and results were not permissible in court. This program ended at the beginning of the year, and the state is now preparing the results into a report. It says that after officers suspect that someone is driving under the influence of cannabis, it's time to prove their suspicions. This is when things get into a bit arbitrary. Back in Orange County, deputies are using alcohol DUI tests, like tracking eye gaze for abnormalities, balance tests like the one-leg stand, and the classic finger to nose. Whether someone needs the test depends on the deputy. After a deputy completes their investigation and considers the totality of the circumstances, the deputy will form an opinion as to whether the driver is under the influence or can or cannot operate a vehicle safely, according to Sergeant Gonzalez. This includes evidence gathered during the vehicle in motion, personal contact, and pre-arrest screening, which is the same for alcohol impaired driving. It says it turns out most officers are in the predicament when it comes to cannabis on the road. No method is widely accepted by law enforcement to detect driving while high. Additionally, there isn't a set point of abbreviation impairment, like 0.08% blood alcohol content with alcohol. 33 states, and I'm going to say and Canada, have adopted a 5 nanogram limit of THC in blood to detect a DUI impaired with effects-based evidence. Effects-based evidence is like what Gonzalez described, but 18 states make it far more complicated to some and arbitrary. Many states have per se cannabis DUI laws that indicate a person is under the influence based solely on chemical test results. When it comes to cannabis, a blood test or a saliva test can render positive results when a person is not even impaired. That is the nature of how the body metabolizes cannabis. This possesses issues for law enforcement seeking DUI detection methods. The National Highway Safety Administration deemed these limits arbitrary and unsupported by science. This is the government. So in 2016, there are 18 states with per se cannabis DUI laws, where even if a person has shown no signs of impaired driving, a positive drug test could land them with charges. as we know, Glenn here, 30 days, 31 days without consuming cannabis, and he still tested positive. Now, states that have a per se limit for THC, Colorado, Illinois, Iowa, Montana, Nevada, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Washington, West Virginia. I see there's some combination, some different, few different numbers in there. States with a zero tolerance per se limit of THC: Arizona, Delaware, Georgia, Idaho, Indiana, Michigan, Oklahoma, Utah, Rhode Island, South Dakota. In these states, having the allotted amount of THC in the system is grounds for DUI, whether a person shows signs of impairment or not. Like, research indicates per se limits are poor and inconsistent when measuring the magnitude of impairment against THC concentrations in blood samples. Cannabis stays in the blood far longer than it makes a person feel high. The same goes for urine concentrations. Saliva tests boast a more accurate timeline, but pull false positives more frequently, which makes them less solid in court. There is no guaranteed correct way to keep stoned drivers off the road, but many believe that per se limits among the least effective options. Observing erratic driving and looking for signs of inebriation may be necessary to ethically prosecute high drivers. This would make per se laws out of the question. No matter what the future of cannabis DUI looks like, the best rule of thumb for cannabis on the road is never drive high. And there you go. Yeah, that 0.5, that 5 nanograms, it's been arbitrary all the way along. I know Canada adopted it because it was what was going on down in the U.S. at the time, Colorado, when our government officials went for, do some investigating, see how things are there in order to give them a bit of an idea of what they should do here in Canada. So I don't know of any scientific test that shows the 5 nanograms in your blood as being someone's totally impaired. So, all righty, there we go. On to our next story. And this one comes to me from cannabis.net. Headline says, what are cannabis dissolvables? Are these products trendy or are they worth trying? I've tried some. And I'll just leave it there. Tried. Here we go. For cannabis enthusiasts who enjoyed experimenting with consumption in an array of forms, or even for medical cannabis patients who simply want to look for the most convenient way to medicate, we're spoiled with choices these days. Yeah, we didn't have many choices 20 years, I can tell you that. Well, you had to make your own. From vaping to smoking, edibles and beverages, tinctures, topicals, pills, and suppositories, there is a way to medicate for everyone. But recently, a new way to consume cannabis has had some people talking. Cannabis dissolvables. You might have heard about them as dissolvable cannabis powder or THC powder. And they say that these revolutionary powders are manufactured with cannabinoids designed to be mixed into your food or drink. Upon consumption, you can enjoy the effects of cannabis within minutes. But they work just like edibles, then don't they? No, they don't. Dissolvable cannabis powders are known for their fast-acting relief. Yes, they are. Which means that you can expect to feel the impact of cannabinoids within minutes of consuming it in your food and drink. That's because cannabis powders are water dissolvable or soluble, allowing almost immediate absorption of cannabinoids into your bloodstream. On the other hand, edibles can sometimes take up to 90 minutes to take effect. Now, why should you try these powders? It says there are several reasons why you should get dissolvables or try this thing. They are odorless and flavorless options in the market. Cannabis dissolvable powders that are neutrally flavored make it a breeze to add to your favorite drinks and food without worrying about altering its flavor. Gone are the days when you're surprised by the often undesirable flavors of supplement powders. Now, with flavorless cannabis powders, you can easily medicate while still enjoying the taste of your favorite food and drinks. I I I did find it did make a change in my beverages, and that's why I said I did try them, but I haven't gone to those back to those dissolvable powders. Smoothies, baked goods, juices, coffee, and oatmeal are just some examples of common items you can easily add THC powders to. That said, you can also find flavored options in the market if that's what you prefer. Now, I didn't try it in my oatmeal or baked goods or smoothies. I just tried it in some juice, is all I did. They say the benefits here are say high bioavailability. Cannabis powders are formulated to be absorbed efficiently. This way, your body can metabolize and absorb all or most of the cannabinoids in your product. In the product, thanks to enhanced absorption, you can maximize the benefits of the cannabinoids. Alternate dosing. For consumers who prioritize precise dosing in cannabis, powders are superior when it comes to this. Getting an accurate dose is so easy since packets are already pre-measured. Meanwhile, powders can also easily be measured using a spoon. This offers a total control over how much you're ingesting, which is particularly important for medical users who require consistent dosing for symptom relief. They say discretion. When you add cannabis powders to your food or beverages, they don't have that notorious smell that cannabis smoke is known for because they are either odorless or have a neutral odor. There's no need to worry about taking it out or mixing it into a drink will alert people around you. So there you go. Take it to the ball game, take it to the movies, take it to a hockey game, wherever you want to go. Low and no calories. Most cannabis powders have little to no calories, so it's a healthy choice for calorie conscious individuals. Whether you're looking to make a healthier choice or simply a simple way to experiment with cannabis formulations in the kitchen, dissolvable cannabis powders are an easy way to do so. Now, what conditions can they help with? Well, they can benefit patients and particular advantage for patients of certain conditions, including nausea and vomiting. Patients who are undergoing chemotherapy or recovering from eating disorders may find that medicating with cannabis simply through food and drink is an efficient way to medicate. These conditions make it difficult to keep nutrients down due to constant urge to vomit, but that makes it even more important to eat in order to have the necessary vitamins and minerals to recover. Mixing cannabis flavors in or powders in water or juices provides a gentle alternative to medicating and keeping the food down. They say pain is fast acting to help with pain release. They say if you suffer from chronic pain and rely on cannabis for symptom relief, you can explore using cannabis powders. And this is due to the quick bioavailability to us instead of waiting that hour if you're using something that is fat dissolvable. Now I say insomnia and sleep problems. Cannabis is an excellent natural medication for treating insomnia and other sleep problems. The only thing is this product's not natural. This is essentially true if symptoms from another condition can cause difficulty falling or staying asleep. And then consuming these powders a few minutes before bedtime can help you hit two birds with one stone, find relief and get you some sleep. As far as anxiety, it helps with anxiety relief. Many cannabis drink mixes are made with CBD, which provides extra relief for anxiety. Start your day with a healthy dose of CBD, mitigated anxiety, and help you get through the day with peace of mind. And they say, in addition, many powder mixes are also formulated with other healthy ingredients. These vary from one product to another, may include electrolytes, functional ingredients, hemp, terpenes, and other cannabinoids. And in conclusion, they say dissolvable cannabis powders are innovative, but they are also accessible and inclusive, offering a convenient way to medicate. Whether you are a recreational consumer or a medical cannabis patient, the benefits of dissolvable powders are endless. And check it out, for yourself. See what you think. Just don't always take one or two people's opinions on it. Go to the store and check them out. Check them out. It didn't say how they were made, whether they were created through a yeast method of creating cannabinoids or what. They're there and in powder form. But yeah, each your own. And I would say give them a try if you want and see what you think. Alrighty, on to my last story of the day. And we're going to head down under, head into Australia. Because according to the International Business Conference, it says that cannabis legalization in Australia would generate $700 million in annual revenue. There we go. A recent estimate from Australia's parliamentary budget office projects that the enactment of adult use cannabis legalization in Australia could generate as much as $700. They say $700. It doesn't say millions in there. In annual revenue, it says the $700 million in annual revenue would come from a mix of sales tax, corporate taxes, and a 15% special tax on cannabis. Now, they say the government estimate is part of a renewed legalization effort recently announced by Australia's Green Party. They say current cannabis is legal for adult use in Uruguay, Canada, Malta, Luxembourg, Germany, South Africa. Additionally, 24 states in the U.S. have adopted recreational cannabis legalization measures, and regional adult use cannabis commons pilot trials are operating in the Netherlands and Switzerland. Medical cannabis sales in Australia have quadrupled during the last 2 years, with Australians estimated to have spent an estimated $1 billion on medical cannabis in 2024. Medical cannabis was legalized in Australia in 2016, and the report states, or the local coverage last year stated that the Pennington Institute's Cannabis in Australia report has revealed spending has skyrocketed from $230 million 2 years ago to a predicted $1 billion by the end of this year. Big jump in numbers there. The spending collaborates with usage, which jumped from just 3.9% of survey respondents in 2018 to almost 30% many of they use prescription cannabis, according to the outlet. So there you go. Australia, looking at the money. Everybody looks at the money. It always works out that way, doesn't it? But yeah, another country that's going to move things on in the medical cannabis is always good news for medical cannabis patients. And it still must apply by South Africa and the edibles and taking those away from patients. It just doesn't make sense, but who knows? Who knows? Well, everybody, that's it. I got all the stories covered. Don't forget it's St. Patty's Day. Get lots of that good green stuff into you, and get some medication. There's no doubt about that. Other than that, people, from the legacy420.com news desk, that's it for today. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks to our buds at Camelford Lifestyle Shop, legacy420.com, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and at ease.ca. Other than that, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega, Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. .net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
And here I am. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Cannabis and Coffee with me, to Marijuana. How's everybody doing this week? It's been a week, and it's not even Monday, or it is Monday. It's my Tuesday, though, right? Because I start working on a Sunday, so I get Friday, Saturdays off, and it's always a shit show. In fact, I am going to do something here because I don't like this virtual background. I don't like how it just kind of. I mean, my you all know my house is always a goddamn, shit show anyway, so you might as well just hang out with me in my own reality, right? So, good morning, and let's see what's going on today. So we were going to talk a little bit mainly about what may possibly happen in the next little bit with the Cannabis Act. If anything, the government may change. It likely, it's hard to say right at this point. Who knows what's going to happen? I have no idea. I'm not a magic ball reader, but I am always worried about what a new government, or even a new like we have a new leader, what they might possibly, new cabinet, what a new liberal government may do to the Cannabis Act too. And not so much about the recreational market as what they're doing with the medical patients. Now I'm hearing murmurings about people that I don't associate with anymore trying to get another group up and running about dignified access, which the Canadian Cannabis Therapy Coalition, Canadian Therapeutic Cannabis Partners Society, sorry, it's always been a mouthful for me, have done. But it went recreational. And not that we did, but we were able to write in with it was like a pan-Canadian group of us. They were all not registered non-for-profits that put forth a report of all of our thinkings and findings and research we had done to Health Canada and to the government. At that point in time, but that was like 6 years ago now. Now, I'm not going to mention who they are because if you've been contacted by them, you already know. They won't contact me because they already know what my stance is on dealing with these two people that don't ever want to hook up a non-for-profit. Well, one of them did, how I got thrown into it. I'm kind of sick of getting thrown into chair positions just because this has happened to me now twice. And then I look like the bad guy. when I've just been sitting on the sidelines and then asked to do something. I didn't take the Canadian Therapeutic Cannabis Partners away from anybody. No, didn't. So if you're hearing those kind of shitty rumors, they're false, and you can come talk to me. My face is right here, and I'm always sitting waiting for you to talk shit to my face. Always. Nobody comes. Anyways, back to what we were talking about prior to, because again, apparently there's this group that's trying to, push forward with medical cannabis to the government, which is great. I don't care who's doing it. I honestly don't. Whether I like you or don't like you is really irrelevant. We have to be professional on all levels, right? And if everybody's working towards the better good of our, community for medical cannabis, I don't care. Go ahead. That's awesome. I support you 110% in whatever you're trying to do. But please quit trying to reinvent the wheel that we've already done, because apparently those things didn't work. We need to find new things that do work. So again, we're going to go back to what possibly may happen if the government ever changes for all Cannabis Act. And I'm not talking about just recreational. I'm talking about medical, because we've already been left behind. No matter how high we go or how loud we scream, we don't seem to be heard. And we're the ones that have the court orders. Cannabis patients are the ones that got you the ability to smoke cannabis, retail, or any otherwise. People that have passed away, that are long gone, that fought for your rights in a court of law, Supreme Court of Canada. So again, why do medical patients always get left on the wayside? Why are we always the last in line? Why are we always the last to get ahead? I'm tired of being fucking last. And when you tell me that I'm lucky that I can get an exemption, how fucking lucky am I because I'm sick? Disabled people are already looked over 110% already. So why is it that disabled people that use cannabis for medicine are even overlooked and maybe even further down the list? I ask myself that every day. Why do people that use cannabis for, medicine don't get it paid for like any other pharmaceutical? Why do we have to jump through so many hoops? Why do we have to beg doctors for an exemption, a different kind of prescription that has to be then sent into the government to be approved? Do you send your prescription for antibiotics or insulin or anything else in a great big 11-page form to Health Canada to be approved? I don't know any other prescription out there that you have to fill out an 11-page form and send to Health Canada to be approved. Anybody got any? I'd be interested to know if anybody anywhere has had to do that. I doubt you did. Anyway, let's take a peek here and see what we've got. So I know, Danielle Smith, because of Alberta having legal or not legal, private liquor control board already, right? So what they did back in Alberta is they privatized everything for a very long time. They privatized now, your liquor stores. So anybody in Alberta can open a liquor store. So it was pretty much the same kind of deeming when it came to open cannabis stores. Now I lived in Alberta back in prior to 2014, and trying to get anything cannabis related out in anything was like pulling teeth. There are very few of us that did anything. There's a group in Calgary called Calgary 420, which actually helped start me in Southern Alberta with cannabis, Southern Alberta Cannabis Club. But it was kind of funny because the government back then was ridiculous. We were all conservative, trying to fight with Rick Cowson, trying to get MP into the MP's office. We protested a number of times. In fact, when I moved up to Coronation, I went and sat in Kevin Sorensen's office, and he expected me to show up with dreadlocks and smelling like patchouli. And when I walked in there in a business suit carrying a briefcase, he was like, "Oh, you're not what I expected." And I said, "What did you expect? Somebody that was going to come in and talk to you about cannabis regulation and what it means and what patients need." It changed his mind a little bit. But again, the Conservatives were wanting to take away our rights to grow our own medicine. They are the reason why we have these huge licensed production sites. Stephen Harper was set up on privatizing even our ability to grow our own medicine. So Conservatives are all about privatization. Again, back to Danielle Smith with the privatization of everything in Alberta. So Alberta now has, I think, let's just take a pick. They have more cannabis stores than any other province in the country. Now, I don't know if people realize that 75% of the taxation goes back to the provinces that actually have them running in their locations. And then they're supposed to kick back 25% of that to the federal government. And then a portion is supposed to go to the municipalities that are opted into having retail stores, right? So I often say, and even in like another thread here, I'm like, the Rocky Mountain Mines, I'm like, we appreciate what you do. I didn't mean like check where the cannabis taxation is to interfere in a fight about, I'm talking about taxation. They say they're putting it into law enforcement and recovery and addiction, but they're not. Because I talked to a city councilor here in Cranbrook that didn't even know about the taxation. Meanwhile, $57 million should have been filtering back to our municipality for cannabis taxation, and he didn't even know about it. So how informed are our cities about the municipal, tax kickback? The provinces are collecting the PST, the vape, because they also have a 20% vape tax, okay, in British Columbia on all vapes, not just cannabis, tobacco too, 20% vape tax. Okay, so we sit back and we want to wonder where our money is going. Where's the billions and billions of dollars? $2.8 billion. We know where the $2.8 billion were federally, because in reality, they only get 25% of that. Okay, the feds. I don't know anybody that can sit back and say, unless you've got an overpayment for CRB during COVID, had to pay their money back. That's what fed you. The reason why we've been able to do a little tax bumping down is because of the added $2.8 billion to the coffers from cannabis taxation, from legalization, which is now 6 years in the making. Anyways, we're going to go back to this little page. I got to watch my time. I've got lots. Okay, so how could a new conservative government in Canada address cannabis? Because there are people in this country that do not like it. They don't like the smell. They don't want it in their neighborhoods. They still complain, and it's a lot of them. It's kind of ridiculous, right? Okay. So, could a new conservative government address cannabis? Are you legal age? Blah, blah. Yes, I am. Okay. Could a new conservative government in Canada address cannabis industry concerns? Sooner or later, Canada will have an election. Increasing could happen sooner than later. I'm just kind of reading. Regardless of which party is at the helm, the new government will dictate the future of the cannabis industry here in Canada. Of course, maybe many in my network now discuss the conservatives' traditional stance. Cannabis and legalization isn't typically one that would excite the industry, especially as many producers. But I guess a lot of the producers are complaining about tariffs and taxation, right? Unleash the power of the free market. I get that. Find your incompetent lobbyists, go to people that actually make the arguments for reform. Okay, so I guess they're wanting to look at the conservatives for possibly, changing things for reform for the better. I understand on the less government, but we've got Carney now as the leader, right? He's a banker. He's one that's probably knows a little bit more about economy than anybody else in the world. To be fair, I'm not saying that, I'm not saying he's going to win the election either. It's a 50-50 toss. And this is not a political show, but I'm more worried about what they will do with cannabis on all levels, because it is a lot of taxation revenue, right? Now, the conservatives love money. They want to balance budgets all the time. So would they keep that in just to be able to do that and cut regulations for some of the licensed producers, which I'm not disputing that they should be. I'm not saying that the industry is not overregulated. It fucking is. I totally 100% agree that it needs to be reformed. I don't believe that there should be oh my God, I couldn't even get into some of the stuff that I don't agree with. It would be another 5-hour show. But there is way too much overregulation when it comes to retail cannabis. The amounts that we can carry. I mean, we already have proof that nobody's died from cannabis in 6 years. They wanted to put an accident on that, but they did, they failed to mention that, she was doing mushrooms and it was a day later, and all kinds of silly things that happened, in this court case, I don't even know what. And there's one in Edmonton too, but they failed to also mention that the guy had, sucked back 52 Percocets before he hit the wheel. Let's blame it on the weed. Which really is disheartening for me, because I really get sick and tired of cannabis being blamed for other things. But again, I'm also for all drug legalization and manufacturing right from the get-go. I know that just scares the crap out of every conservative around, and everybody thinks I'm super left-leaning. No, I'm not. I'm a true blue liberal. I'm right down the fucking middle. And I know that pisses a lot of my lefty friends off, but I'm not going to change who I am and what my beliefs are. I believe in equity. I believe in equality, but I also believe that in freedom. Why I fought for cannabis legalization. But my like I said, I wanted law reform. It was the difference in law reform and how we can get it off the streets away from our kids. But now I want to chew my tongue because the kids now have more access to the harder drugs because we put it at 19 and plus. So we need to do the same with everything else. And if you see how that has taken out the black market on cannabis, what's it going to do for the, and meanwhile, there might not be any hard drugs available when Don't Want Potatoes done. He's going to, put everybody in an Ecuadorian jail. Then what are you going to do? Like, seriously, there's no incarcerating this. There's no incarcerating addiction on any level. There's no incarcerating anybody there's not enough jails. There's not. Jails, time, money. And that's the truth. You can't incarcerate every drug dealer in town because there'll be 10 more coming up behind them. You need to regulate those drugs and take them out of their hands is what you need to do. You need to put them and manufacture them so you're not getting toxic stuff on the streets that are killing people. Because even nice people do drugs. I hate to say that. It's the truth though. Nice people do drugs recreationally, whatever. There are functioning heroin addicts that go to work every single day. You wouldn't even know it. But it's a difference between heroin and alcohol. Wah! Nothing. They're both an addicting substance that ruin lives. Just saying. There's no comparably, it's kind of like this girl that come into my store with a stack of Keno tickets and told me how much she hated the houseless addicted people. Stood right in front of me with a stock. Can you cash these Keno tickets in? And the funny thing is I found her on Facebook. I just can't wait to, give her an eye opener. But yeah, comes into my store. I got no problems. Here's my Keno. I hate homeless people. Addicted. Oh my God. Like, seriously? You came in and you talked to me like that? Because you saw my little cup that sits out when I'm at work to take some donations if people want to throw a nickel in. Yeah, that one. Anyways, I'm probably the last person you want to come at about houseless addiction, because addiction doesn't just live on the street. Addiction lives in your house, next door, across the alley. People that get up every single fucking day and work and function use drugs. Alcohol is a drug. I just don't know how many times I have to alliterate that. Why I do what I do. I don't care. I don't ask. I don't judge. You might be a fall down, whatever. Not my business. But if you need help and you need something that's going to help you divert buying that bottle of vodka, I'm your girl. I will help you. I will give you what you need. I've got one. I came knocking on my door because she's my neighbor, right? And she's special needs and also a recovering alcoholic. And she was here for my birthday. She was invited. I invited her to my birthday party. And she's been knocking on the door every couple of days. And I'm like, you said to her, I say, hon, this is a once a week program. So as much as I love helping you, I'm giving you also more than what I'm giving most people because like I know what her consumption levels are, right? I says, but we're gonna have to slow this down. You're gonna have to stretch this a little further. I'm sorry. I hated to have to do that. But if I keep giving her so much every couple of days, it takes away from everybody else, right? And I've had to be really strict on my rules with that because I can't overdo for one and then it takes away from others. As much as that hurts me. It really does. I hate, me, I never say no. I hate to say no to anybody ever. But I've had to put my foot down on a couple of occasions just because of that. And it's not like I don't want to. I wish I could. But like I said, if I keep doing that every day with her, that takes away from 5 other people on the weekend. And that sucks. I really hate that. But it's the truth, right? It really is. Because like I said, if you overdo for one, it takes away from 5 others. And I hate to have to do that. But it is what it is. Again, I've got more I have more people in housing that I help than that I don't, that are unhoused. In fact, it's growing immensely to the point that I need more help. Let me see here. We're going to go to the Conservative Party with Kenny Sten declarations. Other than declarations, and find out where the cannabis is on the declarations, because they have to be aware of what they might possibly do in case they do get elected. Like, I'm not saying they're not gonna, because I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm not, like I said, I don't hold a magic ball. Oh, I gotta turn my other light on. It's too dark in here. I like the sun these days. It's been very nice. This happy lamp, I love it. It just kind of makes me more motivated. Okay, I'm still waiting for it to load. Ooh, that makes it a little different in here. But I know that they've got First Nations about 112 down on the list, right after, taking out transgender people from fucking sports. So I can't see cannabis being really high up on the list of priorities. But sometimes the list of priorities are different because they want to make sure that they're getting their point across. Now let's see. Empowering the Ethics Commission. Oh God. Free vote, Supreme Court judgment appointments. Only plans on reform of the Federation. Tax release, tax codes, pension, carbon tax, income tax review, capital gains, economic development, industrial science, foreign ownership, infrastructure, financial. I don't see cannabis on the list anywhere. This is like, we're talking like 58, like I'm going down on the list because you're all like in different form. Like you got table of contacts, A, role of government, B, and then a bunch of state, which is your government accountability, C, democratic reform, D, open federalism. So I'm just kind of looking where they have fiscal, like where cannabis actually fits on it. If anywhere, trade, international, interprovincial, transportation, environment. Environment's I after H, HI on the list, and 68 environmental principles. Okay, these are illegal oil dumping. Okay, that's J is health. So we have A, and then we're all the way down, through the alphabet. J is health. J. Okay, so we should probably see maternal health 89. Pharmaceuticals 83. Wonder if that would be under that. Wellness audit, wellness. Well, there's so many places they could have stuck it. Drug and substance abuse 94. Okay, so it could be in any one of those declarations that I would have to go back and do a deep dive into first. Social policy. I'm just like going through the contents and seeing where possibly cannabis might fit in their declarations. Harassing telephone. K, social policies. K. Okay, so ABC. K, social policies. Shared parenting. Retirement savings. Harassing phone calls 107. Faith-based organizations 108. This was all before letter L, Indigenous affairs. Okay, social policies are before Indigenous affairs on the Conservatives list of things. Okay, and I know that they're not going to have any cannabis. Okay, here we go. Criminal justice, but I thought that they wanted jail, not bail. Anyway, it's not cannabis related, so we're not going to go there. Dangerous offenders sentencing. Okay, that's not it either. I celebrate Canada's diversity. O. Canada's heritage. P. Heritage principles, arts, and amateur sports. Fisheries. S. Immigration and refugees. T. National defense. V. Strong democracy, ongoing policy development. W. So in other words, adding to Project 995. Constitutional framework and policies based on the following principles: a belief in balanced fiscal responsibility, compassionate social policies that empower the less fortunate by promotion of self-reliance. By promotion of self-reliance, that's how we're going to get you off disability, because we're going to make you find a job, even if you're, like, what a bunch of fuck. Anyways, again, I got to bite my tongue, as you can tell. You can tell I'm fucking chewing it. I don't see cannabis anywhere in any of their declarations. But again, if you go into a deep dive, it could be under health. Under mental health, it could be under pharmaceuticals. So that's page 83. So we'll scroll down. Can we get to page 83? Yeah, we probably can. Page is at 32. So we're going to go to 83 and just see where it possibly might be. Oh, that's the end of it. 47. Oh, it's 83 on the list. So, okay, so I got to go back to 83. I just love how they've got this written up. It's just ridiculous. I mean, it's similar to every other policy. Consider by the counts farmers on a strike balance. Reaffirm Canadians have the freedom and right to refuse the vaccine for moral, religious, medical, or other reasons. Right there. Okay, so that's that. Conservative Party supports enhanced freedom of Canada in their choice of natural health products and complementary treatments with proper safeguards for public safety. A conservative will not support any legislation to regulate abortion. Okay, well, they say they're not going to. Principal Conservative Party is both oppose euthanasia and assisted suicide. Of course you do, because you want to let your fucking creeps fucking move on. It doesn't say anything in that. Oh, conservative support drug prevention, substance abuse programs to provide persons with addiction, long-term mental health, physical care support, social services addressing their underlying problems such as mental health and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so there's nothing about. I don't see the word C in the cannabis in there anywhere. Okay, so where else was I saying that might possibly be if it's not under pharmaceuticals? I don't know. Justice, maybe. It doesn't give me a spot where I can actually like search because it's just like it's a download. Anyways, I don't see anywhere in there where it's actually stating there's anything about cannabis in there, to be honest. But I see what they're, where they're going with it. It could be, it could be just left alone because they're, giving you more ability to, use natural medicine under regulation. So maybe they won't bother with anything at all because I don't see anything specific, like scrolling through. And I'm not giving them a pass on that. Like, I'm not. I mean, I want to see everybody's policies to begin with. I mean, I'm not a swing vote. Everybody knows where my loyalties are. But again, that's not the point. The point is I still want to look at other people's policies and other parties' policies to see where they're at when it comes to cannabis. Because I want to see reform. I absolutely do want to see some reform. But I want to see some reform positively towards access for patients, higher milligrams, patients having an ability to go to a store that they can actually speak to somebody. Now, I know we were talking on Pace the other night about the fact that they might be doing something along the lines of that, where they would putting it into separation with CBDs. And they're doing a study, I believe, about CBDs and how the reaction is to CBDs. So you wouldn't be able to purchase it, say, in a gas station, but you'd be able to purchase it at a health food store and a pharmacy and have people that would be knowledgeable about CBDs. But that's not opening and exploring the rest of the cannabis plant. CBDs is great, but you can't keep, like I said, it's like taking the carrot and peeling it all off and eating the middle. Why don't people get that? You can't peel the outside off and then eat just the middle of a carrot. There's so many compounds that are beneficial in the whole spectrum of that plant. Why we speak about Phoenix tears and RSO and why we suggest RSO, because it's got THC, CBD, CBHC, and there's so many different things. And if you rip that all apart, I'm sorry. Some people can't handle THC. I get that. So then you just have to add a little more CBD. It's called a balancing act. Higher CBD to less THC. CBN, CBH, whatever the compound that you are most needing would be the one that you'd want to have a higher ratio to. But you still need some portion of THC because THC is the activation of everything. THCA, there's also alkali, there's so much research being done. And I can't wait till finally my friend has her research done so we can actually bring her on the show and have her tell you all about it. Because it's amazing what a sprout will do. And I'm talking like greens. I'm talking eating. I'm not talking smoking. Because I know we all know that every step of the way has been barriers because of the fact that cannabis is a carcinogenic when it's smoked. Like anything else, our lungs aren't meant to smoke things, right? We're supposed to breathe air and that's it. We're not supposed to smoke cigarettes, tobacco, nothing. But again, that leaves people in a conundrum about that. Anyways, it looks like it's almost time for me to go to a commercial break. I talk too much. Got to thank our sponsors so that we can keep on going, and that's what we're going to do. So we're going to thank them, who are Legacy 420, Limestones Hydroponics, Campbellford Lifestyle Store, and of course both my producers, Al and Al. We'll be right back after a short commercial break.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega, Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, and I am back. So this is the second segment of the show, and if anybody's watching out there and wants to come on, I can send you the link to come up and discuss whatever we're discussing right now. Last week, I was lucky enough to get my counterpart, Melissa Ellingsworth, to come back on the show too, because she's still thinking she's going to walk. I talked to her this morning. I was trying to phone my trying to phone out to Nova Scotia to see if I could round up some help for her, and she said either way she's going. So, all right, Millie, let's get cracking on this, because, like I said, she needs help. I'm going to turn this other light on too. It just seems like it's awfully dark in here. And she's going to walk from Dominion, Nova Scotia to Halifax. I'm not stopping her. I'm not. I think it's great. I think it's wonderful. And I think that it's something that should be done. Raise awareness. And that's the thing. Like, we need to have some awareness, right? And I don't know. I don't even know what to say because it's just like, wow. And again, I've asked her, what do you need? So again, we need to round up some volunteers for her. We need to get her some money. And so it's Salty Your Butter on TikTok and Melissa Ellsworth on Facebook. Again, anybody wants to come up and discuss anything, panel's open. You just have to send me a PM on my Facebook and you can come on up. I'm not even sure if I'm live on my Facebook. I could be live on my Facebook. I don't know if I'm live on my Facebook. Apparently, I guess I am live on my Facebook. I am live on my Facebook. So, oh, there goes that dang light again. So again, if there's anybody who wants to come up, talk about anything, their experience, patient stories about what they've been through with Health Canada or anything else, trying to get a licensing or looking to get a licensing, need help with a licensing, you know, we've got avenues for you too. Again, there's so much going on right now around us in the world that it's hard to focus on one thing. I think that's why Melissa was thinking that this would be too skewed for her to even do this right now. And I don't think it would. I think it's a perfect time. I think she really needs to get cracking on this. And I think it's great. Okay. Jesus. I got messages coming in. People maybe want to come up. Okay, I will send them the message. I will send them the link and see if they want to come up. But again, anybody who wants to talk about their story, how they got into life, you know, was able to get their licensing, didn't get their licensing, gave up their licensing like myself. Because when your doctor, you go in for a renewal and your doctor says, oh, you get, you know, you have abilities for 30 grams a day. Why would I give you 15 on a license? Because I want to grow more than 4 plants. Because again, I've said this, as a patient, 1 gram is 5 plants. The Canadian government's not even allowing anybody to grow 1 gram of weed or 1 gram of cannabis. With the licensing for medical. How is that fair to even the recreational user if you can't grow enough for 1 gram? Dry weight. I've grown plants for years. I've had some that I've experienced great yield on. I've got others that have tanked. I've also been trying to sprout seeds for the last 6 weeks and can't get one to start. Al says to me the other day, well, why don't you stick it in dirt? And I'm like, I never thought of that. Because I always put mine between paper, right? Paper towels. And I got 10 seeds in a paper towel and nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. I'm like, what the fuck? So I said to Al the other night, nothing's happening. He says, did you think about sticking it? I don't do that anymore. I just stick it in dirt. And I'm like, why didn't I fucking think of that? Because, sometimes smart is stick, right? Smart like stick. Another thing I'm starting is a slapstick kind of comedy thing on TikTok, but that's, not cannabis related either. But this is, so I dug out my old email. Haven't done this for a long time, right? The old lungs, but this is a treat. But it's the best medicine ever. And again, I'm behind. I'm not behind, but the substitution programs cost me money out of my pocket again. Because I needed RSO to make more edibles. So I had to buy some. Oh well, that's life, right? Helping others, that's what you do. Because, actually I had to go meet one of my patients the other day that was living out at Tent City. So if anybody wants to know whether there's any progress with the cannabis substitution program, last time I saw this lady, she looked horrible. She had burns all over her face. She hadn't probably been near a shower in who knows how long. Hair was all matted. She looked rough, but that's what happens when you're living rough. You look rough. Anyways, I've always given them my card and I've always told them, if you need something, you just text me and let me know. So I got a text message from her last Wednesday it was, because I had to be on the air for 6 and make arrangements to go and meet her so I could help her out. And I pulled up where we arranged to meet. She was driving a vehicle with her daughter. She looked absolutely fucking 100% better. She's been doing whatever other substitution I didn't ask, whether it's Suboxone or whatever, none of my business. All she said that she was having troubles dealing with the nausea from whatever she's taking, and I don't ask questions. There's no strings attached to this. It's not up to me to police it. I mean, I police it to a point, but you know what I mean. Anyways, I was so happy to see her doing like it was amazing. It was fucking amazing. So, anyways, she's back living at her parents where her kids are because her kids were living with her parents because of the situation. And she's doing better. And yeah, that's what makes it worth it. Like, you start with 20 people. Right now, I'm helping about 60 people. But I've also had 3 that are clean. So I know it doesn't look like, sounds like a great ratio. I'm happy if there was 1. And my safe supplier, she's still not using safe supply anymore. She's not using it anymore at all. So that's 3. Does that make me happy? Yeah. Do I want more? Yeah. I want way more. But 1 at a time and 1 day at a time. And sometimes for some people, it's 1 minute at a time. So do I find that this is a success? Absolutely. Are we doing good work? Yeah. There's no we unless I got a mouse in my pocket. But yeah, me and the mouse in my pocket, we're doing a good job. And do I need volunteers? Yes. Do I need help? Yes. Do I need funds? Yes. Do I need everything? Yes. Do I like asking for help? No. Do I ever ask for help? No. But when it comes to the substitution program, I am shameless. So yes, I am asking for help for the substitution program. It's not for me. In fact, you can ask Al. Like, he asked me the other day, like, how you do it on, whatever meds, what do you need? And I dragged something out of a drawer or out of a thing, out of the cabinet that was sent to me. And I said, this is what it looks like. Because when it comes in, it goes into a cupboard. Because it's not for me. Because it's not for me. I'm sitting here smoking fucking roaches. Or dabs, right? Scraping off the bottom of a jug. I'm not really, but but I could be. And this will still be sitting like this. Why? Because it was sent for somebody else and not for fucking me. So you ever want to fucking come at me about my integrity or why I'm asking for money or how I'm going to use the money or what I do with the stuff? That's what I do with the stuff. It's still sitting here waiting for when it's fucking needed for the substitution program. So don't ever. Just saying. And not that he asked. He didn't. Because he trusts me. He knows what my integrity levels are. He didn't ask to see anything. But if you're ever wondering where your donations go, and if I'm like scheming off the top or no, I'm not. In fact, I got a separate bag that was put in with that stuff, and then I was asked, "Did you try it?" And I'm like, "Try what?" He goes, "Well, there was another present gift in there for you." I'm like, "Oh." Ran, opened the vacuum seal, and but no, I didn't know. I appreciated that so much. It was lovely. It was absolutely magnificent. But no, I didn't know because, like I said, the vacuum bag comes, it goes in to where the substitution program stuff is stored, and it stays there till it's needed. So you want to fucking question me? Go ahead. Like I've always said, I got nothing to hide. My background, there's lots of skeletons back there. Lots of dirt you can dig through if you still want to. But it's not like I've ever hidden anything from anybody. Because I don't lie. Do I like you? Probably not. But would you know if I saw you? Probably not. Anyways, back to cannabis. Because this is what keeps me probably from hurting people. I'm not going to lie. Because I don't. Like, this keeps me from having to probably take antidepressants because I'm fucking depressed. Well, I've got the happy lamps because I don't want to take antidepressants. I'd rather try sunshine first. Like, if you think you're depressed, yeah, But hey, that's what this is for too. It's my happy pills. If I did that on TikTok, I'd be banned. They'd have me locked down. I'd never have another account again. Probably Facebook either. But you know what? I don't give a fuck about Facebook. Apparently, I have to tone down the rhetoric. I don't like that. But I will. I will tone down the rhetoric. Since I have to hold a position. I got authority. Anyway. So it doesn't look like they have much to worry about if the Conservatives did get in. They had, to just keep upping the tax on it so they could balance the budget. But again, it's been kicked back to the provinces. So I don't think they really have, there's not a lot of legislation on that they can really touch because every province now has absolutely written their own cannabis laws. Why they're getting the cannabis taxation too, right? Sorry. Probably should have done that. Trying to just kind of comment. But again, we have to think around the rhetoric and start focusing on what patients need because they've been left behind. And we've been talking about this for 6 years. And not a lot of traction. There, I wasn't going to let you listen to that. Anyway, sorry about that. But yeah, there's been very little traction on actually getting patients motivated to actually speak up and demand that they have access to retail at a higher level of milligrams. Because if their prescriptions are written, they should have access. Now, I know that Shoppers Drug Mart at one point in time was kind of trying to get into the whole thing. I'm not honestly sure where that ended. Because I know there is licensing for medical access. And because patients still can order online from the licensed producer, right? No, there's not a lot of discount or no, they're still paying taxation on it, which isn't right either. You shouldn't pay taxes on your pharmaceuticals, or you don't. So I don't know why we're paying taxes as patients from the licensed producer. In fact, I haven't even looked at my licensed producer for, 110 years, to be honest, because I haven't had to. I haven't ordered from them for a long time. They don't even know if they have their own website. Tilray. So Tilray, it looks like it's Encompass Broken Coast. Oh God. This week, Ontario-based licensed, and they're using the word marijuana, producer Afria Incorp., which is based in Leamington, acquired Ladysmith cannabis grower Broken Coast in a deal worth $230 million in cash and shares. That was 2018. November 2024, Platinum Pave joins Broken Coast renowned craft cannabis portfolio, including cherry cheesecake. That looks like Tilray Brands. And Tilray looks like they've encompassed, it's under medical and adult. Broken Coast is under adult cannabis use, not medical. There's also wellness, craft beers and spirits. This is Tilray Brands. Medical cannabis, Afria, Symbiosis, Tilray Medical EU, Tilray Medical Aussie and New Zealand, CC Pharma, Tilray Pharma, We Care Educational Platform. I wonder if I can bring this up. I bet you I can't. So let's, what the hell's on this? It's making it drag. don't know, this thing's been dropped so many times, I'm surprised it still works. We got 10 minutes left, so let's see if we can bring this up. Share screen. We're going to go here. We're going to go share. And I'm going to add it to the stage. There we go. Okay, so this is where we're at with this. So Tilray looks like they have basically brands. Well, let me open that. So it says CO brands. Okay, we'll go here. I don't want to do that. That's not what I wanted to do. Go back. Okay, so okay, so it looks like I said they've got different levels of shopping. Like if you want to shop. So they've got medical cannabis here, or they've got Aphria, Symbiosis, Tilray, wellness, which is what I guess, and it's got Manitoba Harvest here. Well, I guess we click on them. Gummies. So these are all under wellness. And then adult cannabis use. So this would be all the recreational stuff. And Broken Coast is under that. And these are all their branding, like Chowie Wowie, Broken Coast. Okay, so then we got the Molo. And I haven't seen some of these brands before. Yeah, they can have. The Batch. So these are their recreational market. And then over here you've got their craft and beers and spirits. So they're doing craft beer, spirits, and beverages, right? Like Liquid Love. What's this? It doesn't show a picture for that one. Rum cask. What the hell? Yeah, apparently they're doing brewing companies too, not just cannabis on this page. So you can just buy West Coast. Is there any cannabis in any of this? Haze Indian. Yeah. Herb and Bloom. Again, nothing's coming up. Highball Energy. Nothing's coming up. Yeah, you can go and look at these websites yourself. But again, like, this is kind of like, okay, so this is Tilray, right? And okay, so let's see, what does it say about who's their management team? Let's see who's on the management now. Oh, it's asking me to select a region. I don't have to. He's enter. Oh, I have to enter my date of birth. Oh my god. Jesus, you want my? I don't want to do this in public. Like that's ridiculous. Okay. They want me to verify, but I don't want to do this so everybody can see. So just hang on a second. Jeez. Dun, 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 dun. What is this DD? Month. Well, then make up your mind what you want first. Stupid thing. I'm not 12. Trust me. If I put that, they think, oh my god, you're like 600 years old. Anyway. Okay, I'm submitting it. Thank you. I don't want your down cookies. Oh, page not found. Oh, interesting. Oh, that was the management page. Because I wanted to see who their management was, right? Let's find out who the investors are. So this is, when you go to investors, I'll show you. This is what it shows you. Investors relations. Oh, why is it not showing that? It's a different page. Hang on. This is what it shows you. It shows you the stock market. So it looks like stocks are up by, woo! So you better run and grab them for 90 cents. Like fucking unbelievable. Okay, so this is their investors. They've got the NASDAQ up. Let's see what else they got. Let's go back on this page. Can I go? Doesn't look like I go back on that page. Share this tab instead. No, I want to go back. How do I go back? News and events, stock information, stocks and governance. I don't want to do that. Oh, we have to reload the whole page. Okay, well, we'll just not even bother because it's really not that important. We're just about done here today anyways. But again, if that's, you want to find out if you really want to do deep dives on what's going on with cannabis, that's what you do. You go and find out who's actually lobbying and who's doing what for who, because it looks like there's a lot of nothing. Like, I know the stock market's caving for almost everything else, but it doesn't look like cannabis is doing that great either, to be fair. 90 cents, 60 cents for a stock. Wish I had some money. If I had money, I'd fucking throw some money at it just to, and what am I going to lose? $200 worth of stock on 60 cents. I don't know. Maybe it's my way to fix my roof. Anyways, that being said, we're just about done here. Thankfully, because I've run out of things to ramble on about. I want to thank anybody who bothered to, hang out and join me, because I know it's some days are better than others, and I've been having a few rough ones, but I still get up every day, turn on the happy light, and try and fucking put one foot in front of each other and do this show to see if I can reach out to anybody and have them have, like I said, any help of any kind. One person's mind being changed, one patient being helped, one person being educated, one day at a time, right? And I'm not a 12-stepper. I'm saying, like, that's how I have to do it. Like, 'cause some days I don't want to. And yeah, I say some pretty outlandish stuff. Don't worry. I would never. Who's going to take care of my shit show if I'm not here? So you might hear me say, or I might post some really like wild stuff, like, I'm at the end of my rope, and I am. But I also have a shit show to leave behind, and I'm not going anywhere because it wouldn't be fair to them. So no, we all have days where we're at the end of our ropes, right? There's not enough cannabis in the world to help us get through, but we still do. And again, nobody would want to fucking take care of my shit show. None of you are that fucking crazy. I know you're not. Anyways, y'all have a great week. I will be live again with Al. Oh no, I will not be live again with Al this week. This week I will not be on pace. I will be chairing a meeting somewhere else. So Al will be having to wing it on his own. So go in and say hi and help him out. And I will see you, I guess, the following Monday, unless you follow me on TikTok. And then I will be live Thursday night at 11 o'clock for my new show there, where I can be funny and not talk about cannabis at all. Not allowed to, which I find absolutely fucking ridiculous too. But we are all in, I think, a time-changing moment in history, and we all got to try and stick together. And if it takes you smoking a ton of cannabis to do it, elbows up. Got to stay united. Smoke the best weed in the world from Canada. And we've got great providers all across the country. Thankfully, we are the first country in the G7 to actually legalize. And that gives us a leg up too. So don't think that we can't be self-sustainable. And don't think that we're not strong. We have fought tooth and nail for things in this country, including legalization of cannabis and medical, cannabis. We've been medical patients since before 2000, long before recreational nut, right? And we have soldiers and warriors that fought the courts, Supreme Courts of Canada, that aren't all stacked. So again, we have rights in Canada. Do not let Poilievre tell you that he's going to use the notwithstanding clause to rip up our charter, because that then would affect our cannabis rights as patients. Because if that charter of rights that was given to you, all of us, by Pierre Elliott Trudeau, our cannabis rights legalization will be gone. Because that notwithstanding clause to justice and health is right where our portfolios sit. So, folks, keep that in mind. When I say, they say politics and religion, don't talk about it, talk about it. We've been told lies. And everything in your life is connected to politics, whether you want to believe it or not, whether you like it or not. Because if we hadn't gone to MPs' offices and fought and protested on Parliament Hill and went through Supreme Courts, which is the rule of law in our country, we wouldn't have what we got. And thank you to all those activists that did, and all those patients that went to court and fought. Anyways, y'all have a great week. Elbows up, Canada. We got this.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga, Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
Come and feel those green vibes.
Frosty buds, nature's embrace. Classic roots in the sunshine. Medicine flowing, we find our place. High on love, we elevate. No. Nature's gift that celebrate. In the garden, watch them grow. Nurture dreams in the warm sunlight's glow. From the sun, rise up and thrive. In this rhythm, we feel so alive. High on love, let's elevate. Feel the peace that we create. When the evening falls, we'll gather around, share the stories of the healing found. With every puff we sow the seeds in this fight, we fulfill our needs. High on love, we elevate on. Feel the joy that can't wait. In the garden, watch them grow. Nurture drinks that laughs aflow.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, guys.
Hi. Yes, we're.
And I'm
we're
going to say
here. What?
I'm going to say hi again. I'll explain that when you're done.
Oh, I was just going to say, we are here. We're not queer, but we're really high.
The reason I said hi again is because I forgot to remove us from the room when I hit the live button.
Oh, well, you know, I mean, okay, whatever.
Oops, I better hit that go button.
You'd think you'd know what you were doing after how many years? Oh,
yeah, I know. Well, normally I've been using the intro automatic.
I thought it was set up, and I'm mistaken.
Yeah, it wasn't. So I just hit the button afterwards. I went, oh shit,
So
better hit her now.
let me just hear. There, that's what we're missing.
Oh, okay.
So we'll go here and there. Now it will go.
Yeah, now it will go. Yes.
Yeah.
But so I got a question for you, and for everybody else who tunes in.
All right. What are you smoking? I have to change that. I got it. Did you see what I did, Al? Before I answer, I put our avatar. I stole your avatar that you made. I'm smoking some Mac 1 at the moment.
Mac 1?
Yeah.
Today I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different vape cartridges to consume during the broadcast.
Okay, now how can you actually test 6 different fucking cartridges in a 90-minute show, Al?
Who said anything about testing? That's in the review stage.
Okay.
I got something completely different for that.
Oh, all right. I've got a few things loaded here in my Facebooky stuff.
Oh, yes.
And one of them is from our friend Steve Bloom at Celeb Stoner. That we're going to talk about 10 cannabis dispensary brands that are owned by celebrities.
Oh, interesting.
Yep.
Yeah, I imagine there'll be some that will be maybe finding out the first time.
Yes, I'm sure there are some that we know. I'm sure most of them we know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I found that interesting, and I've got a show that I want to show a trailer of that I watched from Prime as well. I will do that later. It's called,
we'll do that during the entertainment and section there. But
that's called On Call, which is a new cop show that they've got on Prime.
All
but it was
right.
different. So.
And for myself, for today, I've got some recipes. They call them the 10 best cannabis recipes.
I think
so. We'll find out when we go through them. And I've got some news. Being this is the first show of the year that we've been back live, I've got some top 2024 international cannabis stories, as well as I got.
We really didn't do a lot of year-end stuff.
No. And I've got some year-end when it comes to sports, year-end sports cannabis-related news as well.
Cool.
So we'll get into that as the show progresses throughout to the morning.
And what are you drinking?
What am I drinking today? I am drinking something.
One of your little concoctions?
No, nobody else can have that unless they live here, because they have to be on my well in order to get the well water I got in my mug.
Oh, you got nice spring water?
What's that?
You got nice spring water?
Yeah, well water or whatever. Yeah. Well, see, when I lived in town, you sort of had the taste of the river. A little bit of an algae taste sometimes. It used to be really bad when we first moved to Campbellford, and then over the years it got better and better and better. But people from out of town say they could still smell the water.
I could smell the water when I was in Hastings, because I lived up there for a little while, as you know.
Yeah. Same water source.
Well, yeah, it's the same thing, but it wasn't. Oh, that's very small. Yeah, no, I don't like that. Welcome to my world. I'm doing things while we're doing this.
You're talking about the little screen up there, the logo.
There we go. I was trying to put our. It's the wrong logo.
It's still not the right one. There's only two of us. We could call our audience.
Anyways,
our audience the third one.
I never tried the water at the farm because all I had was a well, or like a pond. And although several people said you would have been fine using the water for my plants.
Good morning, Kent.
I
got a message there.
I can't. I didn't ever use it. I got bottled water, as you know.
Oh yeah.
I hated it until we got the bins. Al took me to get some water jugs, big. What do you get?
1,000-liter tote. We had got you a black one in order to help you create some warm water.
Yeah, and it was really, really cool because I had it up on the top of the hill, as you know, by the gate. And by 11 o'clock, the water was not boiling hot, but nice and warm enough to have a shower.
Well, that was the thing, right? And if you needed water to be cold, you could always put it in the fridge, right?
Well, I bought bottled water still because I was told not to drink out of those jugs because I didn't know what was in it. So all I did was water the plants, the dog, and showered and did stuff. Right?
Yeah, not for consumables. Exactly.
No, we didn't drink it. We didn't drink it, but and the water here in Terrace Bay feeds right from Lake Superior, which, as we've discussed many times, is the coldest of all our Great Lakes here in North America. And the water is always cold right out of the fucking tap. It's like ice cold right out of the tap, dude.
even after making its way through the ground and all the processing. And
Minus 30, dude.
Yeah.
You know,
A little chilly up there, eh?
it is a little chilly and it's been windy, and I lost another panel on the greenhouse.
Oh, so
On
is
the
this
other side now.
is this ice fog that I'm seeing in the screen? Is this from the coldness? You know,
You know what? I'm trying to light a joint, but what I've done is I have my buddy Dean got me this little stand, and
okay. Yeah.
incense goes on top of it,
Yes.
and the incense has a hole in it, and it draws down, not up. So it creates but what I've discovered is
draw so that the smoke from the incense comes down.
it
instead of
comes down, it goes
floating
through a
out
little
into the
hole.
air.
Yeah, it goes through a hole, and then it goes out into the air. And what I've discovered is that if I put it directly under the camera, I get a really neat effect.
Oh yeah.
I'll do it with my doobie.
So like, what draws it down?
It's just naturally you light it at the top, and as it burns down, it draws through the hole in the center of the incense.
Yeah.
And comes down the little holder and spreads. It's just it's like a cool little, but Dean made sure that he got me a mushroom in a hand. So that's
yeah.
kind of cool.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah.
He gets me mushroom stuff, incense, and gnomes. He likes to find gnomes that look like me.
Yeah. Yeah,
I have a few.
Yeah, you do, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Shall we get on to your 5 high list? High five, or however you pronounce it.
It's what
it's called the list.
the list I have today is 7 reasons to eat nuts.
Oh, really?
Eat these nuts, and I'm gonna try and pull it up as big as I can.
Okay, well, hang on. I gotta run this.
It's certainly high on the list.
All right.
I'm certainly high on the list.
Yeah,
I know. I'm tapering off nuts because I am seeing that
problem.
Yeah. Do we want to do 7 nuts, or do we want to do 10 cannabis dispensaries?
Oh, cannabis dispensaries. Why not?
All right.
They're cannabis nuts.
Well, I don't know. Are there cannabis nuts? Is cannabis nuts? Cannabis makes me nuts.
Flavor, roasted, whatever, cannabis related, but go ahead.
This is our 10 cannabis dispensary brands owned by celebrities.
Yes. Yeah, we talked about that 10 minutes ago.
Yep. So, number 1 is Burner. I don't know who Burner is.
Neither do I. Burner.
Be Real, of course, we know who Be Real is from Cypress Hill. And he has several dispensary locations in California, as you can see.
Now, when we talked about this earlier on, it was we said, well, we'll probably know everybody on there. And the very first one, neither one of us knew.
Yep. And let's see who. I didn't even look to see who he was. He's an entrepreneur, a rapper, and an entrepreneur. He has 75 in 15 states,
plus Canada, Israel, Puerto Rico, and Thailand.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot of stores.
So it's Lemonade's sister brand, is what it is.
Huh.
Oh, now is that? Yeah.
Well, he owns cookies. Well, what it says there, he owns cookies and lemonade.
Yeah, I don't know that store. Do you?
And cookies is in Canada.
So you've seen.
Yeah, I was talking to Tamara. Had some.
So down to Be
Be
Real
Real.
again, and Dr. Green Thumbs is his dispensary locations.
Yeah, he's got 8 stores.
Looks like 8. Yep.
Yeah, 8. All of them are in the U.S. Looks like most of them,
All of them are in
California.
California, except for one in Detroit.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Cheech and Chong, of course, we know them.
Yeah.
6 stores now. Geez.
6 stores. All
Yeah,
in the
and
U.S.
that's Cheech and Chong's dispensaries. I'm surprised, being that Tommy is Canadian, that they haven't opened anything here. But
yeah. Who knows? See what
One
happens. It's probably in the works.
Woody Harrelson.
Woody Harrelson.
And his partners are Bill Maher and John McEnroe in the woods.
Oh, okay, yeah. They've only got 1 store.
They only have 1 store.
I want to make Hollywood citizens a little bit higher. Not your ordinary flower shop.
But
he would
Bill Maher and John McEnroe.
Scroll back up. Okay, so this is his store right here. This is Woody Harrelson's The Woods.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I was thinking that it was the picture below, but this is his store here. Okay.
No, it seems to be the picture above.
Correct.
So it would be this one. Yes. There's the article right there.
Yeah. Okay.
So like I said, I'm surprised with the partnership there.
Yeah. Wonder why,
Bill Maher, yes, I know, we all know Bill smokes. He talks about it all the time. But John McEnroe, I didn't realize was a cannabis.
Either did I. I didn't either, but
it makes sense.
It does.
That's probably why he's not as angry as he used to be. Al Harrington. I don't know who Al Harrington is.
Back down. Okay, hang on. All right, I just want to put the picture in with the wording. That's all.
Oh, okay. All right.
There you go. So he's a former NBA player with the Nuggets. Well, Nuggets.
The Nuggets
all works together, right?
And Kicks.
Yeah.
Or Knicks.
The Village. They got 4 stores.
Yep.
He's in 3 different states.
Yeah. And
okay.
Paper and Leaf. Brandon Hill. I don't know who that is.
Blues Travelers drummer. The name almost sounds familiar to me, to tell you the truth.
Is that who
Blues
that
Travelers does? I know that. That's not a problem. Co-owner Steve Kessler.
I know Blues Traveler consumes. I follow John Popper. He's one of my favorite voices.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I've seen him live.
He says, I started Paper and Leaf from scratch with Steve Kessler. It's all about working together to break the stigma. So there you go. And Paper and Leaf, that's a joint, right?
Makes sense to me. What do we got here? Marley's Naturals. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Although, you know what? I thought they had many more stores than that.
Just the one, eh?
The one in Kingston, Jamaica. They don't have any stores in the U.S.
Yeah.
But you can get their brands in the U.S. I believe, and we covered this many years ago, they bought a prison in California and turned it into a full-out grow, where that's where they grow the Marley brand.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's kind of interesting. What else we got here? Reckon the Chef. I don't know who that is.
No. Wong Tang Clan member.
Oh, Wu-Tang Clan.
Wu-Tang. Okay.
Yeah, Wu-Tang Clan. Okay, so he's a rapper.
Yeah. Hashistoria. So that means the store's name is Hashistoria. So something tells me it's probably leaning that way.
I would think so. What else we got here? Swede. This is wow.
Snoop Dogg.
The Snoop Dogg. I don't know who that is.
Either way. It says he's a rapper.
That's what he says. Yeah.
Only 2 stores.
Again, but
we'll see. One of them is in the Netherlands.
You can get his products worldwide.
Yeah, well,
even here in Canada.
Is it? It lists the Netherlands as one of the locations. And he was also at one time, he was in a battle over copyright infringement because he had a brand called Leafs.
Mm.
Yeah, and the logo had a leaf on it. You know, it sort of looked a lot like the hockey end of things.
Okay. So what? The Maple Leafs went after him?
Yeah, there was copyright infringement.
The Toronto
There was a
Maple Leafs
battle
went
going
after
on.
him.
Yeah, I don't know what the final outcome obviously was, but
Yeah, I don't.
you don't hear of it anymore. So
Exhibit, yes, of course.
L.A. rapper associated with Dr. Dre and Snoop.
Oh yeah, he's a big name, and that's it. That's number 10.
There
So
you
we
go.
knew most of them.
Yeah. Knew I've heard of them. Something along that line, right?
Yeah, man. It's it's a different world.
Sure is.
world.
Oh yeah.
Do we want to throw some nuts in the mix?
Sure, while we're at it.
All right. Here, let me pull some nuts out. You're gonna pull my nuts out. Hold on, people. I'm working on it. Having a hard time finding my nuts.
Just share them, will you?
I'm sharing my nuts.
Here it comes. There you go.
So this is a list of 7 reasons to eat these different nuts. And can you even read that, Al? I can't even
Hang
see
on.
it.
I just blew it up. Walnuts.
Okay.
Yes, walnuts are a good source of ALA and omega-3 fatty acids that support bone health by boosting density and reducing inflammation.
I enjoy walnuts. I that's one of my nuts that I like.
Yeah, I like them too.
But you can't eat them.
I can't eat any nuts now. I eat peanut butter, but it's not crunchy peanut butter.
And I don't like peanut butter, but I like peanuts.
So you get almonds as
I
well
love
as
almonds.
Brazil nuts. Brazil
Brazil
nuts are rich in selenium. That's an antioxidant. So that's
Yes,
good.
and you can also get Brazil nut oil. You can get pretty much any nut oil.
Yeah. No, I think I'm hearing my dog at the door.
Mine hasn't been out yet.
Isn't she? Yeah, I'm hearing mine scratch. So keep talking about the nuts on the list. I'll be right back.
Al, I can't even read the nut list.
Oh, can you? Oh, okay. All right. I'll continue.
Okay, no, I got it. I can't read the words, but I will try. We got pecans, rich in something long, fats, and antioxidants. Such as vitamin E, which helps lower bad cholesterol. And then we got some cashews.
Cashews. They contain unsaturated fats, especially some type of acid. Oleic acid.
I don't
They're
mind
good
that.
for fiber, plant-based protein, which contribute to a healthy heart and overall nutrition.
Yes, cashews are one that you will usually find in a mix.
Yeah. And the infamous peanuts,
which are a lot of people are highly allergic to.
Yes. Well, it says though legumes provide healthy fats, protein, and fiber, supporting heart health, weight management, and muscle repair.
Muscle repair is good.
Yeah. And then there's macadamia nuts. They're high in monosaturated fats, supporting heart health, reducing inflammation. Hey.
And it's not hazelnuts and macadamia nuts. I'm not a big fan of.
Yeah. Aiding weight management, helping control blood sugar with low glycemic index.
Yeah,
so they would be good for people with diabetes, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I've heard it's a good nut for people with diabetes. Yes.
Yeah. So there you go. There's your list of nuts.
That was nuts, man.
Yeah, that was crazy nuts. All right. So remove that. There you go. You're gone. I took it out.
That's what I was working
That was
on.
nutty. But nuts are obviously very good for people. It's just, it's people like myself that are dealing with the digestive issues, they're hard on the system in order to break down. And
I'm having
they
a hard
don't
time with
very well.
vegetables, with frozen vegetables, like
Yeah.
corn and peas and things like that.
Right.
Yeah, it sucks. My list of not edibles are getting longer, like yours.
Yeah. Well, you find out ways of cooking the same thing in different ways. Sort of like chicken, like I can only eat chicken, turkey, and fish when it comes to meats, like normally. Now I've added some pork though.
You can't eat beef?
No, I won't eat beef. Not now. No, that almost hospitalized me the last time I ate it.
But you can eat chicken and fish.
Oh yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
red meat that is
It's
an
the
issue.
red meat, and pork's not the same as beef as far as trying to break it down in your system.
Yeah, but it's got uric acid a lot. Like it's really high in uric acid, and it can cause gout and things like that. Pork and chicken, right?
Yeah, that wasn't what was bothering me. It was just the beef's is hard for your system to break it down in order to process it.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and pork's not.
No
isn't like
steak
that.
for you.
No, I won't eat steak. No, thank you.
Oh yeah, I love steak. Yep.
All right, talking about steak and stuff. You know what time it is? It's that time. But I don't think I got a steak recipe. That's all. But I do have some recipes. There we go.
I had a steak last night that was pretty good.
Yeah, and I'm just going through the list. I'm not gonna actually. This works out pretty good because each recipe has a video. So
Ooh, let's go. Let's sit back and smoke a joint and learn how to cook stuff.
Here's special brownies. How to make weed brownies.
Are we allowed to say weed still?
Yeah, people do. Yeah. No bake can of cookies. So cookies that you don't even need to bake, Al.
Oh.
But do you get baked eating them?
That's the question. We'll have to try them and find out. Let's play that video.
Yeah.
Let's play that one.
Tea. How to make cannabis tea.
Yeah.
Cannabis butter. Everybody needs to know how to make cannabis butter. Right? Okay. What's next after the butter? We go into space cakes.
Ooh, yum. Basically brownies.
Brownies, yeah. It looks like it's got nuts.
I like nuts. We just discovered this earlier.
Okay. Ice cream.
You scream, we all scream for ice cream.
Yeah, it's a 3-minute video. How to make cannabis ice cream. Wonder if it tastes like chlorophyll.
Now you see, I've made ice cream. But not cannabis ice cream. I have an ice cream maker.
Okay.
And I made an orange sherbet that I'm going to eventually do medicated.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just C plus, orange C plus, right? Or is it C plus? Yeah, I guess C plus. And of course your milk stuff and some sugar, or not even some sugar. No, I think that was it. Just the milk stuff. The what do you call it? Sweetened evaporated stuff.
Yeah. It's not the cream.
No, it's the other stuff.
Yeah,
the
other stuff. Yeah, exactly.
The other can. It looks the same. I know because I bought the wrong can the first time.
Did you?
Yes, I did. It wasn't very good.
Yeah, I just took a quick look at the recipe and it doesn't tell me. Cannabis peanut butter cookies.
No, just you can skip right that.
Magic pancakes. Yes, I've made magic pancakes lots of times.
I've put cannabis butter on my French toast and pancakes, but I've not infused a pancake.
Yeah, I've infused them, and then waffles too, man.
Waffles, I've had them, but I've not done them.
Oh, it's the same mixture, just a different machine cooking them. That's all.
Kelly uses Bizquick.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've made them.
Yeah.
So, oh, there. Grandson's coming down for a visit. I heard the printer going. You got a 5-minute chocolate mug cake.
I have a mug cake in a mug that I got for Christmas, and it comes with the mix, the mug, and Smarties to go in it. I have not done it, but I ate the Smarties already.
Did you? Did you get it, anybody?
Yeah, I got it.
All righty. Have fun. Looks like he's going to be doing some coloring.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, homesick from school. So, all righty. And number 10. Look at these Reed Oreos, man.
Oh, yes. I've had a frozen version of this with ice cream.
Have you?
Yes.
They say mixed Jello, Oreo cookies, and cream with 500 milliliters of milk in a bowl.
How long is the video?
Oh, it says 1 minute.
Let's watch it. There you go.
Isn't that easy to mix? Melt it? There you go. What'd you think of that?
I mean, oh.
So am I.
You know, I tell you, like, I'm not much of a dessert cooker. I like to make meat and stir fries and meatloafs and stuff like that. But you know, I've seen enough videos and enough people doing like baked goods that it's not that hard, but you need to be good at baking.
Yeah.
Right? If you're not a baker, it's very tedious. But if you're a baker, you know, you got this.
Well, my son, he went to school to be a baker, worked in a bakery for like 10 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So does he do your baked goods?
Well, he's like 4 hours away from me, so no. But yeah, he loves to cook. Loves to cook. Yeah. So okay, I am putting these recipes. The link is going into our chat, and
oh yes, I forgot to put the link for the article that I had as well, but it's on my wall.
There you go. Today's recipes, including the cannabis Oreo cookie.
Cannabis Oreo cookie.
Yeah. That was good. I like that. So we'll have to try that.
You know,
I thought that like when they took the top and bottom off and they removed the icing, first the thought that come to my mind is whoever's doing that is going to really love that job because everybody loves looking. That's what you normally do, right? You separate them and you eat the icing first, and so that's what I thought they had done. But but in the video they throw it right in the mix. It probably helps stiffen things up too.
Well, my was is that going to be really runny? Or is it?
Well, yeah. I had that same concern. That's why I'm thinking that they added the filling back into the mix. in order to thicken it up. That's what I was thinking, anyways. So, all right. Anything else on the recipes?
No, I'm hungry now.
You're hungry now. Sorry.
It's okay. You do this to me every week.
Every week. I
yeah.
know. All right. Okay. Well, let's just run a quick video, and then we return with a product review.
Okie dokie.
All right. We'll be back in like 23 seconds. Okay.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
All righty. It's time. All righty.
I didn't hear my high list thing. Did we do that?
Your high list? Yeah, you did. We did the nuts and the dispensaries. I just got a message. I got a delivery coming in like 10 minutes.
Your
Just give me a
meds?
second. Yeah, I respond.
Dead air. Dead air.
Yeah, no, you guys, you gotta keep talking while I respond to this guy.
How can I smoke a joint at the same time? It'd be like,
Okay,
hey, what happened?
Yeah. I got to.
You gonna tell us what the meds are?
Yeah. The review is what I did is I took some of my cherry dragon cannabis that I've already done a review on, and I took that and took it over to my friend's place, Mr. Squishy 705. He said hi to us earlier.
Yes.
And had him squish it some. And it's hard to see probably because it's a dark container, right? So everything just looks dark.
So you got some cannabis, a strain.
Yep, cherry dragon.
And then went over and had them squished. Now, how much did you put in, and how much did you get out?
I didn't weigh what I got out of it.
Al,
I know.
We've spoken about this, Al.
It's not the first time. I know. But I got lots. And so what I did before the show, I
loaded your shatterizer.
I loaded my shatterizer.
And are you liking?
Yeah, I am liking. And very effective. And it's all natural, it's organic. I grew it myself. I know what I put into the soil.
How much did you put in though?
In here?
No, how much weed did you squish?
An ounce.
Okay. I have not squished in a while.
Might have been more. Yeah, I think it was.
I've kind of
it tastes good.
I've been using a lot of hash.
Have you?
It's been helping me sleep, so I haven't been squishing. But I broke my the stock there in my dewdrop.
Yeah.
And Dave is nice enough to be sending me one, but mail is crazy now.
Yeah.
I'm not able to use it until I get a new one. I didn't want to put. I thought about that super gluing it back together, and then I was like, I'm gonna be vaping fucking super glue. No, I don't think so.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. So I've just been doing snakes, but I like that with the shatterizer. Speaking of shatterizers,
Yeah.
I like the fact that you can use oil because there's an oil pod. You can use concentrates. That's what it's made for. You can burn weed in it, but don't tell Matt and Val that I said that.
What? Said what? Okay. I won't say anything.
But what I like about it is, sure, you can go to the legal store, to the indigenous store, to your buddy down the road. Hell, you can probably get a CBD pen at the corner store now. But it's usually an isolate or a distillate that they have in those pens.
Yes.
Some of the stuff that they use as filler is not supposed to be inhaled. And I just can't do it. I mean, they're reasonably priced. You can get some really good pens with some nice, but I don't do well with just an isolate or a distillate.
Yeah, the last one that I've bought, I asked for live rosin.
And you got that, yeah?
Yeah, and I got it because of the others that I was buying. They would say added flavor agents.
Yes, yes.
What is it? What is it? Flavor agent?
Well, it's if you were to ask them seriously, they'd probably say we add terpenes, buddy. But with the shatterizer, you don't.
Why not
get
just added botanical terpenes? I've seen that written on some of them, which is fine. It's
you don't get the additives with something like a shatterizer.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like I made this all, right?
And they're available at the OCS and many fine dispensaries throughout Canada and the world. You can get a shatterizer anywhere in the world now. As well as their shatterizer extract brands.
Right. Yes. Yes.
Extracts as well.
Extracts. Exactly. Yeah. I have had some of that.
I've had some too because I'm their chief tester.
Oh. To what new products? No, I know you can't tell us.
No.
But, yeah. No. This unfortunately cherry dragon rosin. Just not available in stores. You're gonna have to grow some and squish it. So, and just with heat, that's the nice thing. Technically, it's one of the only legal ways of doing it. Because anything explosive.
Yep, it's that butter oils but not what do you call them? Plant oils.
Yeah.
What else? Olive oil.
Yeah, I made coconut oil and all that stuff.
You got your vegetable glycerin as well that you can use.
Yeah, I've done that in the past. I haven't made that in years.
That's what I prefer the vegetable glycerin method because, and most people don't because it's very sweet. But being diabetic, it sweetens my beverage, my tea, right?
So you can consume it. It just doesn't bother your diabetes in.
No, it'll spike it a little bit.
Oh, well.
Right, just like a sugar additive, like a substitute, right? They actually spike your AC1 as well.
When I was making the vegetable glycerin, I gifted some to a lady who was dealing with throat cancer, who was in her 90s. Yes, and they were quite impressed with with using it.
I had a big jug that I got through Ross, actually.
Yeah,
and I was making because I got my magical butter machine, and I was just going nut making fucking tinctures. But I was using it, right? Like I wasn't giving it away even really. I was, I put a couple of drops in my tea and in my craft dinner or whatever I was making when I needed it. Right now, I've got a cannabis and virgin olive oil mix, which is different.
That's what I've got going on right now.
Well, it's good for cooking, right? As long as you're not cooking too high. What I do is sometimes I'll make what I make, and then I'll put some in after it's made, so that I'm not burning it off while I'm cooking it, right?
Right. Yeah, because no use putting it in and cooking it off, right?
That's what she said.
Yeah. But there we go. Okay, I haven't shared today's show.
I did.
Did you?
I tagged you in and everything.
Did you?
I did.
Well, I'll have to do that, but I'll do that at some point. Okay, so product reviews. You got anything you want to review, or is that it?
I don't remember, Al. Sorry. Not products.
Whatever you smoked. Because if you can't remember,
like I said, you know what? I went from basically maybe 27th until the 7th, and it was 10 days that I waited for my meds with none. And so then I got my meds, and I've been like mixing, and I've got some nice strains, and I'm enjoying it.
Nice.
Yeah, it's helping because of my knee, right? Big time.
Yeah.
Well, I'm highly over medicated at the moment, and I forget things.
Well, you've got something that needs to work on. You've got that sore knee that's bothering you.
Yeah.
Which is an ongoing thing, from my understanding, right?
Yeah, it's been going on for a while. This leg, right? This is one of the
doesn't
things.
go
One of
away.
the reasons why I fell in the forest and a few other places.
Yeah.
I'm falling in my mom's footsteps.
Literally falling.
And using her walker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
The walker has helped, because the first 3 days I couldn't move. I just kind of sat on the couch.
Yeah.
And then I had to limp, like literally. I was using I have a camping chair that I unfolded, and I was using it as a walker to go to the bathroom.
Oh.
Didn't shower. I couldn't shower for 3 days. I couldn't get in and out of the shower. Yeah, so happy to say that's not the case at the moment.
Yeah, a walk-in shower would come in handy if you're in that type of situation.
Fortunately, I have a low
tub
lid. I call it it's a 1960s, 1970s shower pod. It's a complete,
Yes. Yeah.
My shower pod. But luckily, I have a seat in there, so I've been all right. Yeah. It's just frustrating because, well, yesterday, as I told you earlier, I got up and walked into the kitchen and got halfway there, and I went, oh.
Yeah.
Because I didn't take the walker with me. So I'm having to walk with the walker to keep the weight off of it. I'm not supposed to be walking on it at all.
Yeah.
Right. So
yeah, here we are. Now an hour into the show, 45 minutes. I mean, so at least now you're looking at me.
Yes. I hate looking at the wall.
We might walk into it. So all right.
The funny part, I'm actually sitting in a closet.
Oh, are you?
My desk is actually in the closet. I'm not in the closet, but my desk and computers are all actually in the closet, right? And
yeah, I've seen that before. It gets the desk out of the room, gives you more room.
Yeah, but
you're not using it as it's not a bedroom where you're hanging things in it.
No, it's my laundry room. You'll be
it-
going
it-
into your laundry room soon.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what you call this room. It's the front entrance. An exercise room. We got a treadmill.
Oh,
And
it's a bigger room, is it? I thought it was just like a hallway.
well, it is. It is, yeah. Yeah.
My
Our
bathroom,
front entrance is there, and our stairs the upstairs is right there.
when you come in my side
It's a
door,
reverse location.
the bathroom's right there. The
Yeah.
bathroom is actually in the hallway. There's two doors that you can close it for some privacy, but when the doors are open, the bathroom is actually the hallway going into this part of the house.
Yeah. Oh,
It's weird.
weird.
It's weird. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
weird.
The,
All right.
well, you know, they maximize the space in these old houses. But anyways,
Yeah. All right. I think is it time for us to get into some news?
sure.
All right. We've got some news. Now, the headline on this story here that I've got in front of me says that it's a 2024 saw major international cannabis news in Germany, Ukraine, Australia, Poland, and other countries. So I figured, why not? Why just cover Canada? Let's cover, the world, right?
It's the number one subject on everybody's mind except for Donald
Yeah.
Trump.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so it's down here. Germany, they began to legalize cannabis for adults. The next one now, marijuana moment. It tends to be jumpy. Okay, so bear with me here. I just finally got back to where I was. UN officials continue to criticize drug war, calling for focus on reducing harm. It says drug war. It doesn't say cannabis.
It's 2025, for God's sakes. Get a fucking
Correct.
grip.
Yeah. Medical cannabis is coming to the Ukraine this year.
That's interesting. During a war.
Correct. And it's because of severe illness and PTSD.
And maybe it'll chill people out.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Need some of that in Russia. UN officials okay, it jumped. Okay. Cool. Full legalization falls short in Australia.
Oh, that's
the Senate voted 24-13 to block the legalization legislation.
That is so sad for Australia.
It is. It is. It is. Okay. Switzerland pilot projects, and this is for cannabis legalization. They launched a regulated. They launched a regulated sales. What's that?
I thought Switzerland would have been legalized years ago.
Yeah, no, not by the looks of it. Yeah, limited number of participants. Okay, what else? Oh, that's it. That was the world end of things. Now, here in Canada, I'm going to say one of the stories that maybe not everybody heard of, and a lot of people look at it as you live in Canada, cannabis is legal here, everybody can grow here. No, but it's not like that, not whatsoever, because in Manitoba, the whole grown cannabis bill could come in effect in April. So all this time for the last 6 years, people now in Manitoba haven't been able to grow their own cannabis.
Well,
Same
Quebec as well, right?
Yeah,
but
and
they're
Quebec,
they're the only two.
Quebec went they're the only only two provinces. Quebec went all the way.
We're not in the U.S. yet, Al. Come on.
Yeah, I know. They're the only province that have gone right to the Supreme Court of Canada and actually won. in order to stop their residents from consuming cannabis.
in
And
Quebec.
Manitoba never got to the Supreme Court because there was a change of government, but still, it's taking a while. And when I read this story, okay, I'm going to zing right through it here. It says that 19 years of age and older can cultivate up to 4 plants in their ordinary residence. However, a person will not be allowed to cultivate cannabis plants in different residences at the same time. So if you own 4 houses, you can't grow 4 plants in 4 houses, right?
Like you can do here, I had the option of having my license in my apartment or at the farm.
Yeah,
But
you
not-
couldn't
but
grow in
not
both
both.
places.
But
Correct. That's what that's saying.
You can have it at both places, but you can't grow at the same time at both places.
Correct.
Yes.
Now all cannabis plants will be required to come from seeds or plant material that does not elicit cannabis. And all plants must be cultivated indoors in a room or a container that is securely locked or in a
So no outside growing.
No outdoor growing.
Wow.
No.
That doesn't seem fair to me.
I didn't like that either. I know BC's got a law where it can't be visible to the public.
They tried to do things like that here in Ontario. They added things like you can't be near, you have to be X amount of feet from a park or a children's playground, which they've had to remove from the medical part of things because you can't really, do that.
Yeah. I lived right beside a daycare. It wasn't a public daycare. It was just a home daycare at one time.
But as far as the legalities go within the regulations, that's not allowed.
Yeah. Now it says here the proposed regulations state that a person who is cultivating cannabis in their residence may possess cannabis that they have cultivated that is not packaged, labeled, or stamped while that cannabis is in their residence. However, okay, so because it says while that cannabis is in the residence, what happens? What about outside the residence? Are they allowed to take cannabis outside the residence? And people were really questioning that. Now, according to the LGCA, they're saying the regulations is not stating that an individual cannot bring cannabis that they've grown legally in their home out of their home. So they still can, but the wording just says, while in their residence.
Are you allowed to consume in Manitoba in public?
I doubt it.
Like you can here?
Yeah.
Like in Ontario, pretty much anywhere that you can have a tobacco cigarette, you can use cannabis.
Right. Yeah, I don't know what the smoking laws are, and
that is actually part of the law, isn't it? Is that not correct, Al?
Ontario? It is in our province.
Well, yeah, because we've got the Smoke-Free Ontario Act.
Right, correct.
But they're trying to abolish the tobacco, not really the cannabis part of it. But unfortunately, it falls within the Smoke-Free Ontario Act, and this is one of the reasons why Ontario has no legal consumption labs.
Yeah.
Although there are many popping up on technicalities.
Yeah. Now, Kirk Tusaw, he was interviewed for this.
Yep.
Because he worked with Toba Grown, and he says, "We are pleased that Manitobans will finally be able to grow their 4 plants, like almost all other Canadians have been permitted to do since 2018. That said, it is disappointing that Manitoba will continue to prohibit outdoor cannabis cultivation on the misguided belief that doing so will protect young people. Cannabis has been grown outdoors throughout Canada legally for decades when you consider medical cannabis cultivation, and there are virtually 0 incidents in which young people have access to it. This is just continued fear-mongering that has no place in modern Canadian society." Here, Kurt. Exactly.
Apparently, he's back at working, eh?
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah. It's gonna. Well, I saw John Conroy post that after the next federal election, he wish he was a lot younger because it's gonna be a lot of work.
Yeah. I know Jack is busy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 Exactly. Okay, I can close that off. Okay. You got any other cannabis news that you want to add into there?
No.
No. Okay. All right. That means that it is time for. Oh, I deleted out my story. Oh no. I closed. Oh, because I had it there. It had the top stories for sports for in cannabis related stuff. Oh,
What happened?
yeah. Al hit the delete button on the wrong tab. That's what happened.
Not this, Al. My hands are right here.
Yeah.
It wasn't me.
Yeah. Oh, and you know what? The thing
What?
is, it wasn't a story that was like right up at the very top of my.
Oh, so
of
now
the
you
posting.
can't find it.
Well, I'm quickly, as we're sitting here, I am quickly scrolling through all the news that I've posted on the news Facebook page to see if I can locate that story again.
On your history, your browser history?
Oh no, I don't normally go there or
Maybe
anything
you
like
should.
that. I don't normally use it. Oh wow, that's a bummer.
Next time.
Well, maybe next time. I do have some sports news though.
Okay.
I just don't. My kitty is home. I just don't have that sports news story.
Your
It's
cat
gotta
just
be.
walked in.
Yeah, the cat just walked in. You're correct. I don't know if you heard the door squeaking there or not.
Oh, you got a pet door?
No, I just got someone to open the door for him.
Oh,
That's all. But yeah, well, that's a bummer. And I'm almost there. I can feel it. That it's the story is probably like there's that first one. It's gotta be. There. No, that's not it. 5 reasons to grow your own cannabis. I thought that was it. Oh wow. Yeah, I don't. Oh, there we go. There we go. Right there. Now I see why I closed it. It was another marijuana moment story. I just figured it was the right tab. So here we go. I got them. I just gotta. Let's just share it, right?
get over
What are you
with it
rolling?
already. Huh?
Looks like you're rolling something.
No, I'm lighting an incense.
Your head's down.
I was lighting it.
Okay. Well, here you go. I found it. I'll bring it up.
Now you'll see the effect in a second.
Oh, this is the one that blows the smoke up over the beer. Yeah. Okay. All right. How come there? There it is. Okay. There we go. This is still loading because marijuana. Here we go. Sports leagues' top steps to update their cannabis policies as the legalization movement grew in 2024. When is that? Oh, okay. That's not the right tab. There we go. Too many tabs on the go, Al. The National Football League, they appears to have further reduced the penalties for players who test positive for THC. Okay. The National Football League agrees, as I just mentioned, to lower the THC. Let's repeat that. You see, they went from this will increase from.
They've removed it from the banned
THC limit.
substances.
Okay. Positive drug test. Yeah. A positive drug test goes from 150 nanograms to 350. So they have to be over 350 before they tested positive. Some fine reduction by the looks of it there. Nevada officials protect athletes from facing penalties of state legal marijuana activities. So that was good. Let's see what else. As Olympics run away, U.S. athletes groups criticizes international marijuana policies. Let's see what else is going on there. Ultimate Fighting Championship warns fighters about penalties for testing positive for cannabis in California, despite legal or league-wide rule change.
That doesn't make sense because they've been very open. I mean,
know, eh?
Rogan's been pushing that for the UFC,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And Dana, what's his face? I can't remember his last name.
Yeah, I
The
don't
owner
know.
of the UFC.
National Basketball Association and Women's National Basketball Association partner with CBD companies. NFL partners with Canadian researchers on CBD study. Wonder who they were with. I don't see a name there. NFL and the Denver Broncos face lawsuit from player who incurred penalties over use of prescribed synthetic cannabis medicine. So he's basically taking a prescription
Navalone or something, yeah,
pill or whatever, the same as any other pill, and you get hassled over that. Wow.
Well, I mean, from what I understand, when I was on the Nabalone or Sesamet, as they called it, I still I would still have THC in my blood.
Yeah, for sure, exactly.
Right. You're very jumpy today, Al.
Like if they're taking a THC pill, it's obviously it came to them as a prescription. Like people don't make Nabalone at home.
No, you're very jumpy today. Somebody's using your satellite.
No, you think so? Yeah, it could be those marijuana moment things going.
It could, yeah. It could be pot. You got pot in your keyboard.
Okay. No pot in my keyboard, man. I don't see any. All righty. On sports end of things still, I've got some scores here. NHL scores. Philly over Florida 4-3. Calgary over Chicago 5-2.
These are the hockey.
NHL hockey. Yeah. And that's what we've got here.
Lenny usually sits and watches the OHL games while we're doing the show on Fridays.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Well, his brother used to coach one of the OHL teams. That went to the playoffs. Yeah. But he was fired last year for some reason.
Oh, that's bad. Okay, well, Edmonton beat the LA Kings. There you go. There we go. Sports.
Hockey has begun.
Yeah, it started a while ago. It's almost getting ready. Well, a couple months to be playoffs, right? In the local leagues, like the local towns and all that, they'll be starting their playoffs anytime soon. So, all right, there we go. Sports news, news. Are you ready?
For
entertainment and events.
Oh.
Here we go. Okay. There we go.
So,
entertainment. I didn't grab any events.
That's okay. I've got. I was watching, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show. I was watching a show called On Call, and it's a new. Cop series on Prime. It's different but the same. But got a really down and dirty right from the beginning. And this is it's a 1 minute trailer, and if you like that kind of show, check it out on Prime.
All right. Tonight's an opportunity to act fast. No bullshit policy or red tape. We put these motherfuckers in check the way we used to. we're going zero tolerance on East Barrio. We want every banger possible locked up. If there's an outstanding warrant, parole violation, hook them up. I want to see lockup full tonight. Some of you already have specific assignments. Everyone else, get with the team to assist. If you do not want to assist, that's fine. Just stay out of the way. Lieutenant?
Let me be crystal clear. This isn't a retribution tour for Officer Delgado. This is about preventing more bloodshed. Use good judgment.
All right, everybody. Let's go put in some work.
So this is it's Long Beach, California is where they take place, which unfortunately is where the fires are going on.
Fires
right?
are, yeah.
So
Yeah.
we've got a lot of we over the years we've got a lot of listeners, watchers, followers from California. A lot of people from the industry are in California, and I just, I feel helpless because there's nothing. What am I going to do? What I don't like is what I'm hearing the orange guy saying, and also some of the stupid things that are coming out of people's mouths, like it was green rays that came out of the sky, and it's ridiculous. This is
really
yeah, it was nature. Nature can be a beast, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And California is no longer what it used to be. Los Angeles is no longer what it used to be. Hollywood is no longer what it used to be. I've been in the Hollywood Mountains. An old friend has a house up there, and I'm sure it's not there anymore. I mean, what I don't like about the coverage is we're not allowed to share anything about it on Facebook. And because U.S. news is, and I guess the articles and the things that I am seeing, Al, are a little bit disgusting because it's all about the celebrities. It's not about real John and Bob and Carol. It's all about Steve Gutenberg lost his, backyard or his home, or all these huge celebrities have lost their homes, and I feel really bad, but they're not talking about the public people.
You and me.
Yeah.
Joe, yeah.
So I mean,
a lot of and like I said, there's a lot of celebrity homes up that way. So.
And here's another one. They're not using ocean water because the salt will destroy the ground and the vegetation. So they're not using ocean water, but yet they'll go and they'll fill up from a pool and use chlorined water. They're taking from the lakes and the reservoirs and stuff like that, but there's not enough. California, it's all.
I saw Newsom on TV saying there was enough water. He told President-elect and his buddy to come down to California and see for themselves.
He basically told him to shut the fuck up, I think.
Basically, in a kind way. But I'm as far as your video there, that's on Prime now.
It's on Prime. Yep. On
how many episodes?
8 episodes, I believe. I watched them all in one day. I just put it on and go about my day.
Right. Were they like 45 minutes or something?
Huh?
Were they like 45 minutes or hours?
Yeah, hour long. It's you remember Homicide: Life on the Street?
No.
Is
it a show? I never heard of it.
Yeah, it's like it's from the cop's perspective, as opposed to like Law and Order. You get both sides. Although I love Law and Order as well. It's just it's something that's new, and it's done with the same action that you would get from Chicago PD. You know,
Yeah.
which is another show that I enjoy. I like all the Chicago series except for Chicago MD. I don't like that.
Yeah.
Since my mom passed away and finding my mom when I went into her apartment, I'm unable to watch rescue shows anymore. And because the instant I see somebody in distress on the floor, I get a flashback. Unfortunately, that's something I'm going to deal with for the rest of my life. I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, now events. Just so you happen to know, I did find something. Now it didn't list anything that's happening tomorrow, but these are some bigger events that are happening across the country throughout the year in 2025. This is 2024. Ow.
But I will say, I did see Can
that
Expo. I saw Can Expo listed there, and that's in March coming up.
Correct.
And we are going to be broadcasting there the whole weekend. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to doing something out and about with everybody and having fun because I enjoy doing stuff like that. So we'll be there. And you'll be able to either watch us here or you can go down. Of course, we want you to go down. You can go down and say hi to Al, and Sherry Ann will be there, and I believe Cindy will be there as well.
Cindy will be there. I was talking to Cindy yesterday. She's going to start looking for a room as well as booking her flight up here.
Cindy and Al are getting a room.
We're going to get a so we can be close to the event as possible.
Yes.
Yeah, and that way I'm not traveling back and forth.
Stay away from that building across the street, though. I know it's in a different place. It's down.
I'm thinking of a motel that is probably on Lakeshore Road. Am I thinking?
Oh, so you're going to go down to the Motel 8 on Lakeshore, are you?
Is that what you're thinking?
I've been there. I used to stay at the Seahorse.
Did you?
Oh yes, a few times. Yep. They had the party house there.
Oh, so like how long ago was that?
Late 70s. It would have been 70s, early 80s.
Really?
Late 70s, early 80s. They had a house there, which was the original owner's home, which they converted in, and you could rent it for a night or a weekend, and we would have parties there.
Yeah.
It's not there anymore. I think it was next door to the Rainbow Motel 6 or whatever.
Now I think it was the Seahorse, because
that was one of the most famous. That was one of the more famous ones where you could go and meet a really nice girl that you might get married to.
Well, maybe it's not. But Gail and I, when we got married, we got a gift certificate, and I believe it was the Seahorse.
Was it? Well, that place, it was actually a very, very nice place back then.
Yeah, and we got to we went to a Blue Jay game down at the exhibition stadium.
Yep.
And her aunt got us this motel room.
Going into the late 80s, early 90s, it was all the girls took over down there.
Oh no,
at one time it was a prime hotel. It was where you wanted to go because the beach was right there. And this would be 85. Well, most of those hotels that were down there had their own little private beaches as well because they were right on the lake.
No, I can't remember.
Yep.
But and
they went from fine Lakeshore Hotel to Hooker Haven in a space of about 20 years.
Yeah.
And now it's all condominiums. I believe the girls are still down there somewhere, but I don't know. Yeah, they're hiding. They're now living in the condos.
Who knows? All right. Well, next week I'll find some events that's coming up.
I had just a funny offbeat story. I lived in an apartment on Vaughan Road in Toronto, Vaughan and St. Clair, which is an awesome area. It was right down the road from Dutch Dreams, the ice cream shop. that was in the movie The Freshman with Marlon Brando and Matthew Broderick. And it was an older building. But anyways, I had a bachelor apartment when I first moved in there, and the guy beside me, I won't say his name, but the guy beside me ran girls. And he used the apartment at night, and he just went home to his condo.
Yeah.
And so to keep me happy, he was always coming over with weed because he didn't want me to be pissed off, because you could hear the girls coming in and out with their johns at night and that, right?
Yeah.
So he was, once a week or so, he'd knock on my door and he'd have, a baggie here and a baggie there for me, keep me shut up.
Mm-hmm.
Toronto living.
Now I've been able to do it. I checked the date this time.
Oh, did you find some more listings?
I found some, and there was an event over the weekend. I don't know anything about it. I just saw that Nikki Lawley had posted about being in Canada at an event. But this
she
website
comes up
here,
to a lot of events.
She does.
Yeah.
The promo that we run on Saturday for the Pace Radio show is an interview that we did with her. And she said during her interview that she credits Canadian cannabis for saving her life.
Yeah, I've known her for years and years and years and years.
Yeah. All right. So we got here. You can see it there. Okay, January. Too late for this one. It happened last week. This was Alternative Products Expo. It was held in Peru. This list is more than just, this is global. The Sunny Cannabis Conference. That's where Nikki was at this past weekend. And it's
that was in New York.
There was Niagara Falls, yeah, Culinary Institute in New York. I thought it was here in Canada, but all right.
Well, you know what? People get that mistake because there's Niagara Falls, New York, and there's Niagara Falls, Canada.
Yeah, and who knows? Maybe I just did that earlier. At the end of January, the 29th to the 31st, I get that word out, in Las Vegas, they're having the Total Products Expo.
There's a lot of those shows in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Probably weekly.
End of January, the 8th Hawaii Cannabis Expo.
Cool.
Connecticut Cannabis Expos in February. Like, this just keeps going on. Champs trade shows. Champs trade shows. It's in Las Vegas. It actually was at the Metro Toronto Convention Center for 1 year.
They tried Champs up here, but it didn't work out so well.
Correct. Yeah.
Much like Lyft. I mean, Lyft is still in the closet as far as I know. I don't know where they are now.
Yeah. The Champs was here for the 1 year. I bought their T-shirt because it was a hemp T-shirt.
Yep.
But it didn't even have a leaf on it.
Really?
It didn't. No, it didn't have a cannabis leaf on it. Maybe it had something to do with coming across the border or something. I don't know. But they had no leaf on it. So, Lucky Leaf Expo in Minneapolis. That happens at the end of February.
That 3 times.
Yeah, exactly. Natural Products Expo in March. I'm just going to do the end of March. Alternative Products Expo. That's in March.
Up in the Toronto area, we're going to have a lot of access to different things that are going on, not just cannabis stuff. Sherry Ann Baker is going to be out and about, showing us what's going on in the city.
Spanibus. It happens in Spain.
I've always wanted to go to Spanibus.
Yeah. There's an international cannabis business conference. I get a lot of news from them.
Now that is owned by High Times now, I believe.
The IB
Cannabis or Spanibus.
Oh, Spanibus. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't say in here. Yeah.
I believe they were bought by the people who own High Times.
High Times.
Yeah.
Look at there, Can Expo.
There
there, March 21st, 22nd. In Toronto, Queen Elizabeth Building at the exhibition place.
Yep, looking forward to that.
Yeah. Yeah. Green Tech Americas. That's it going on in Mexico. There you go. Here's a list of the end of March.
Now bookmark that so that you can. I have a list on my calendar as well. I should be taking a peek at during the show.
Yeah.
It's
it'd be nice to have some Toronto events in there because we're in
there
Ontario.
aren't any. I've been.
But we do because we're in cyberspace. We reach a global audience, so we got to have global events as well, right?
I wish that we could find a few people elsewhere to go to things like Spanibus or if you're going to Spanibus and you want to be our representative that's there, let us know.
Yeah. Go there and talk to people.
Yeah. I wish I could fly around and just do that stuff, but the thought of going through customs just terrifies me.
Well, yeah. We had a news story on Monday that Cindy and I covered. Pearson Airport. The number of arrests during the month of October was huge.
Of cannabis stuff?
Cannabis. People trying to smuggle cannabis in. Most of them was around 20 to 25 kilograms of cannabis.
And I've been watching the Canadian Border Patrol.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the stories are about people traveling around, getting caught at the border. Like if you go up to Thunder Bay or you go down to Toronto, if you go down the wrong road, bang, you're in the US. And
Niagara Falls, especially
if you have Canada and it the same way coming back into Canada. If you have cannabis with you, here's what happens. Yes, it's legal here. It may be legal in the state that we're bordering, but you'll be charged with smuggling. And it doesn't matter what amount it is.
Great.
Okay. What they do is they go to the HSI, which is Homeland Security in the States. And if they have an inkling to charge you, you're going to be charged. And if not, you're going to be lucky. But chances are you're not going to be able to come into the country.
No, yeah, that's right. Yeah, you'll be removed.
It's
even if you're down there and you get pulled over and they find out in a search that you've been busted for like 5 grams of cannabis.
Yep.
And you have a record for it. Yep. Yeah, you're in trouble.
Yep.
Yeah.
And also there's a lot of people that like I say take the wrong road and end up at the border and they've got guns or they've got weed or they've got other stuff and you can't bring that shit into Canada just because it's legal here and they don't know that.
Yeah.
They're like, "Oh, I didn't know. I thought because it was legal here, it's legal there."
Yeah, there's been I know a few reports of out west of people accidentally driving into the border.
But those are where their stories are coming from on that show, from BC, or going from Vancouver, because you can go from Vancouver in the U.S. to Vancouver in BC because there's a border city there, right? Basically, I've never been. I've just heard about it.
Yeah, I've never been either.
Yeah, you've never been out west?
Oh, I've only been as far as Calgary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I drove to Calgary for 12 hours and came home.
Huh.
Yeah.
With your brother?
Just for a short drive.
I might do that this summer to visit my sister, actually.
All right. Well, there you go. Yeah, because she's out west. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can still do your shows.
Dude, I've done shows on the fucking 401, and you know it. So.
Yeah, I know. We got my laptop on here in the passenger seat. Those are the old days.
I had to pull over for commercials.
All right. Have you got anything else you want to touch on, or shall we say goodbye? Okay. You're saying goodbye. I want to run something before we say goodbye. So I got to run this. We'll just sort of work it all together here. Got to find the word closing. There we are. Okay. So, yeah, I'll let you get the cough out of you. All right. We're done.
Go ahead.
All right, we're done. We'll be back next week. We'll have, who knows, all kinds of news stories, or we'll have some munchie inducing recipes,
news, reviews, and views.
Yes. And remember, other than that, we'll see you all next week. And remember this little thing.
You're watching the 420 Pace Re-Roll Saturday.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, March 18th, 2025. And time is flying right along. Good day, Cindy. Good day, John.
Good
How's
day,
everybody doing
guys.
today?
How are things out in the Richmond, British Columbia area?
Actually, not bad right now. Cleared up. It was kind of pissy this morning and then cleared up and
snowed up in the British properties today for a little bit.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah, it did. And then they're talking maybe thunder later.
Don't like the weather? Wait a minute.
Yeah.
That's right. Sounds a lot like Nova Scotia.
Oh, man.
So, good weather now, except for it was snowing elsewhere. And you guys are on together. I mean, I'm sure people can see that I have points the right way, Cindy. I have both my co-host Steve and his business partner and dear friend John on. Hi, John. Thanks so much for coming on, John. And Steve, thanks so much for putting all of this together. Extra work for Steve today because he went over and set up the whole background at John's. We've got some of one of John's paintings in the background, and
this is actually
right?
it's a work in progress. Everybody's seeing this before it's actually even completed. This has been a major labor. It's not just a painting; it's a painting, sculpture. What all would you say?
Epoxy pour, sculpture, everything. It's got everything.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's pretty awesome, actually. I can't wait to see it when it's all done.
I've been able to watch the process because John posts pictures as he does some stuff, and it's been pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, this one I'm not happy with. It might go in not happy with bin. I have a bin. I have a room of paintings that I don't look at. I don't like them. I just put them away, and I never to be seen again.
Never to be seen.
No, this one needs to be seen.
It's
awesome.
It's pretty incredible. It's pretty incredible. As you've heard us chat many times in the past, Steve and John have kind of pulled together. They have joined forces, become business partners, like I said here a second ago, and work together. Currently called At Ease. And I say that, pay attention, because I'm sure Steve will tell you what I mean later on. Steve and John will tell you what I mean later on. And we have chatted with Steve and John about how the company came to be, about their personal stories, what their medicines have done for them. They've been a couple of very inspirational stories to listen to both of these guys. And I thought, well, you know what? We have talked about why they formed the company. We have talked about their histories, their stories, but we've never really intricately told anybody about some of the products, some of the medicines that they have put together, and how the parts of them can come together and work. And for lack of a better term, I kind of like the way everybody's put this together. We're going to have a kind of like an hour-long infomercial here. We will be scrolling the webpage along the bottom.
But wait, there's more.
Oh, wait, there's more. We will be scrolling the webpage along the bottom, and we'll let you know how you can get a hold of one or both of them throughout the quote unquote infomercial today.
I'm going to be showing stuff. That's my job today.
John is, he's decided to be a Vance White today. We've renamed John. So really, I'm gonna turn this over to the guys. I'm gonna sit here. I might pop in with a question here and there. They have picked out what products they want to talk about, and Steve has information. Steve and John have information in front of them. Steve, I guess my question is, what do you want to talk about first?
You want to do the mushroom?
Oh,
powders?
we got to do the dog one first, because we dogs are just awesome.
We have 2 mushroom blends. 7 mushrooms and 7 mushrooms, but with other additives for the dogs for arthritis and stuff. So we'll start with the puppy one.
Let's start with the puppy one. Oh, where did it?
Oh, yeah, I'm coming back. Don't worry.
There we go. Ta-da! Okay, it's probably backwards anyway. But this is a 7 mushroom blend combined with glucosamine, chondroitin, MSM, and a powdered and shredded freeze-dried liver. The mushrooms in there are chaga, cordyceps, lion's mane, shiitake, maitake, turkey tail, red reishi, and of course the MSM, glucosamine, and chondroitin is in there for joint health. And I'm just going to kind of go through the reasons why this blend has been put together. Now, for medicinal mushrooms, both for people and for dogs, they're absolutely incredible. They've got bioactive compounds such as beta-glucans, triterpenes, polysaccharides, and antioxidants, and they all offer a broad range of health benefits. So, why was maitake put into this one? Maitake is a great immune support for the dogs. It contains beta-glucans that enhance immune cell activity, helping dogs fight interactions and disease. It's an anti-inflammatory. It reduces systemic inflammation. It aids in the conditions like arthritis and allergies as well. It helps with blood sugar regulation. It helps to regulate insulin levels, supporting diabetic or pre-diabetic dogs. You've got a pre-diabetic dog, head it on it. You won't end up with a diabetic dog. It's also massive for cancer prevention. It contains B fraction, which is a compound studied for its ability to inhibit tumor growth. And again, that's just the maitake. So, now we'll step into the shiitake. Shiitake is great for, and again, we'll go over this stuff for people. This is specifically for dogs. The shiitake is great for gut health. It supports the gut microbiome by providing beneficial bacteria and improving digestion. It's great for immune modulation. It contains lentinan, a polysaccharide that enhances immune response. And one of the big things about all of the mushrooms is the blend of polysaccharides. This particular blend, all of the polysaccharides in there, if you look up what they do in published studies, they're massive. They're very powerful in boosting your systemic immune system and in resetting your gut biome so that you're healing your gut up. Shiitake is also great for heart health. It's rich in aridinine, which helps lower cholesterol levels and supports cardiovascular function.
Come here, Chica.
It's come on up here. Bring one of the puppies up.
Come on.
It's good for liver support. It aids in detoxification and improves liver enzyme balance. And then you get things like the lion's mane in there. People go, lion's mane's great for people. Well, they tested most of these on dogs before they gave them to people. And lion's mane for dogs, right, Chica? Supports the nerve regeneration and may help prevent cognitive decline in aging dogs. It's a neuroprotection. It promotes myelin sheath repair, which benefits dogs with neurological conditions like degenerative myelopathy. It's a digestive health. It aids in reducing gut inflammation and supports the healing of the intestinal lining. Like, these are just massive. And then turkey tail, Paul Stamets goes on. He says turkey tail is directly responsible for his mother's breast cancer going away. And, again, it's great for dogs as well. It's a powerful immune booster. It contains PSK and PSP, which are compounds known to enhance immune response and help fight infections. It's massive in cancer prevention and treatment. It's used in veterinary oncology to support dogs undergoing cancer treatments like chemo. It has prebiotic properties, promotes gut health by feeding beneficial bacteria, and another one that's a liver detoxifier. It supports the function and helps clear the toxins from the body. Then we step into, because there's more, then we step into reishi. Reishi is an anti-stress adaptogen. It helps dogs manage stress, anxiety, and adrenal fatigue. It's an anti-inflammatory and allergy relief. It's beneficial for dogs that have chronic inflammatory conditions, skin issues, and allergies. And we've seen it. I should have had the pictures up.
Well, which ingredient do you think? We've had a few people, including Steve, whose dogs' eyes were cloudy and now they're going clear or went clear. Or our friend Leslie's dog is Bella. Her eyes are clearing up. I wonder what the ingredient is that's helping with the eyes in here.
Man, they're so full of antioxidants and immune boosters that as the system heals and heals the body, it's not particular in what it heals. So once it's healing stuff up, apparently the eyes go with it. Like you pointed that out with Mika. That was mind-blowing. I'll have to do some research into what is more specific in that, because that isn't actually something I've looked into.
Well, I never thought eyes could clear up
great.
because like cataracts, they go cloudy and you have to replace the cataracts to gain the sight, and the dog's eyes are clearing up. So I don't know what's going on.
Really great question, John.
Yes, I'll look into that as well. After the reishi, we've got the cordyceps. It's energy and endurance. It enhances oxygen utilization and ATP production, making it ideal for working, active, or senior dogs. It's lung and respiratory support, so it helps with respiratory issues like asthma and kennel cough. It's a massive immune factor. It strengthens the immune system while balancing overactive immune responses, including autoimmune conditions. And then the seventh one we've got in there is chaga. And it's another potent antioxidant, one of the highest sources of antioxidants that helps prevent oxidative stress and aging. It has cancer-fighting properties. It contains beta-lunic acid, which has been studied for its anti-cancer effects. It supports gut and liver health, reduces inflammation in the digestive tract, and enhances liver detoxification. Liver detoxification is very, very important. That's pulling most of the toxin. That does the hard work. Our livers work way overtime, and detoxifying is what they do. So anything we can do to give good gut and liver support is monster. On top of that, it boosts skin and coat health. So it's high in melanin, and it contributes to healthy skin and fur. Go.
Did you get the lion's mane?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we went through that. I got the mushrooms. Now we're going to get into the shredded beef liver. Oh, you were picking up Chica when I did the lion's.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah. So with the powdered shredded beef liver, originally it was like, oh, we want to get something that works healthy, but it gives a flavor for the dog, so that some dogs might not like the mushroom taste. And when we looked into the freeze-dried shredded beef liver, it's high in essential nutrients. It's packed with vitamin A and vitamin B vitamins, especially B12. It has iron. It has zinc. Those are all crucial for energy and immune function. It supports muscle growth. It's rich in amino acids. It's aiding in lean muscle maintenance and repair. It promotes healthy skin and coat. The high vitamin A content supports shiny coat, healthy skin. The iron rich is for blood cell reproduction and essential for anemic or active dogs. Like just that, it's each of these things is such a healing piece. And once you get into the joints now, so we got the glucosamine, the chondroitin, and the MSM. When you get into the glucosamine is a joint and cartilage repair. So it helps. It's one of the building blocks for joint tissue that helps repair cartilage damage. Again, people use it as well. Yeah, people with arthritis tend to use it, and it works better when you combine it with things like chondroitin and MSM. With the chondroitin enhances the joint lubrication. It keeps them nicely lubricated, gives them more cushioning. So if you got a dog that likes to run or bounce, that's a big thing. It's cartilage preservation. It slows the cartilage breakdown. It reduces the progression of arthritis. It's a pain reducer. It works synergistically with the glucosamine to improve mobility. And then on top of that, we've got the MSM, which is methylsulfan. That's a tough one. Methylsulfonmethane.
I would never be able to pronounce that.
Sulfonyl. That's why they shorten it to MSM.
It's the longest word I've ever seen.
So that one again is another natural anti-inflammatory. It reduces inflammation throughout the body, particularly in the joints. It works on connective tissue repair. It helps with collagen production. It benefits the skin. It benefits the tendons. It benefits the ligaments. It's a detoxifier. It aids in removing heavy metals and toxins from the body. It supports skin and coat health. It improves keratin production. It leads to healthier fur and nails. Now, that's just what each of those ingredients do. Now, when you combine them, you get synergistic effects that literally are mind-blowing. One of the biggest synergistic effects of that particular blend, it's a very comprehensive immune support. The combination of the turkey tail, the reishi, the maitake, and the chaga, those provide a massively broad spectrum immune boost. Come here, come on up, come and say hi. Oh,
so I've got a question. My thought process when I'm listening to you, and it's been really exciting to listen to you two talk about this. I've watched you over the years, and you started Mika on it when she was ill, and I've watched you start and help a number of dogs when they're ill. But do you have Chica on it? Is this something that people can use to help be more of a preventative type thing?
Yes. She's on it. She gets it every day. It's in her food every day. If your dog is suffering, then you've got to up the dosage because you're doing battle. You're trying to do repair. But if you're using it steady with your dog, like it said in the just with the MSM, reduces inflammation through the body and the joints, helps with collagen production, tendons and ligaments. That in itself, it's going to, if the dog plays hard, it's going to save the joints. The stuff in there is going to work at not having it slows the aging process, which is the falling apart part.
Yeah.
Right. So all of these things work at doing that. Not just the lion's mane works at the neurological end. Some of them work strictly in the gut end. There was a couple of them that worked more in the arthritis and inflammatory property end. That's why the combination of it synergistically literally has been doing magic. We had who was the
some of the stories people wouldn't believe. If you didn't see it, you wouldn't believe it.
I gotta find the picture because it'll be
and thankfully I've seen it. So somebody from the outside, I met Steve and then I met John. I watched I met Mika just before Steve had decided early when she was 16 to let her go, and he had made the appointment. And then they got her on the CBD and this mix. And, Mika was around for another 3 years. It was mind blowing, a miracle, because I don't think there's another word in our language that's strong enough for what I have seen this do for.
There was a guy at McDonald Beach going to put his dog down the next day, taking it for its last walk, ran into Steve. Steve got him on the product and got another over a year out of his dog. And
almost 2 years.
Almost 2 years.
Yeah, I had the privilege of meeting her. Beautiful puppy.
Yeah, that was Tess.
Yeah.
I'm just looking. John had sent me a picture at one point of a dog's tail that it was, the hair was all off. It was open wound type thing.
Looked like the tail had been chewed almost in half.
And they'd gone to the vet and they dealt with it. I can't find the picture at the moment. They dealt with it, and the vets really had nothing they could do for it. And,
it's definitely a picture that we can share on our page when you do find it.
Okay, then I'll quit looking for it. Chica, get in here! Don't you dare try running away. Get in here! Get in here! Come here! Come on! Oh, it's sunny outside. Come here! Come on! Good girl.
Welcome to live
podcast. I want to run out. I want to run away.
So this has been really great. We talked a little bit about the stories. I really do. I would like you to maybe look for that picture and then share the picture and the story on our group when you find the picture afterwards. Sure. But I am going to usher you on to product number 2.
Oh, I hadn't finished the synergistic benefits.
Oh, my apologies. We're just,
Okay, product number 2.
I'm trying to get more products.
7 mushroom blend.
This is the human version. Now, this was actually around before the puppy one, and it's been used for healing gut, etc. We'll go through this as well. But it was because of this when Mika was having her issues that I went, did they test these on dogs? And then had my mind blown, and then put together that mix that John later said, you don't get to keep that you got to share that. Look what it's doing for your dog. You got to share that.
Oh, there's the tail.
Oh, there we go. Oh, do you have the other one afterwards? Yes, there we go. Okay. So let me go. This was, can you see that?
Yeah.
So that was the tail when they sent it to us. So that was
and she'd been going to the vet for over a year.
And that's, what was that, 30 days?
Yeah.
Wow.
30 days.
And it's way nicer having a product that helps dogs because, I don't like people. So.
And dogs are awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. Way better.
I love you guys too.
Okay. So we're stepping into the 7 mushroom blend. Hey, that's your job. Ba, 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 ba. So again, it has the 7 mushrooms. It doesn't have the glucosamine, chondroitin, and MSM, although we're looking at doing a capsule form that will have that for people, because people have joint problems too. Every once in a while, I have a horrible time trying to roll one. Sorry. Okay.
Let me stick to the comedy. You just read.
Just be the nerd.
You just read.
Okay, so these have the same mushrooms as the puppy power, but what I'm going to read to you now is what they're good for humans. Okay, so we'll start with reishi, because reishi is one of the big ones that humans right off the top are like, oh, reishi, ling sui. It's a great mushroom. It's massive for immune modulation. Again, it contains the beta glucans and triterpenes that enhance macrophage and natural killer cell activity. Studies show it improves immune response in immunocompromised individuals. It has anti-cancer properties. The triterpenes have been found to induce apoptosis in cancer cells. Apoptosis is death. That's death of the cancer cell. While the polysaccharides help to slow the tumor growth. So you got 2 aspects happening with that, not just the fighting of the tumor, but the killing of the cancer. It's a anti-stress and a sleep support. It increases GABAergic activity and reduces anxiety and promotes relaxation. And that's been used in the Eastern countries for.
And it's called
forever.
red reishi, right?
Yes.
Not just reishi, red.
Well, everybody just shortened it to reishi now, but it's Ganoderma lucidium.
Is there an orange reishi or a blue reishi? Just the red
I've
reishi?
never looked that up either. That's funny.
You stick
That's
with
a good
me.
question.
You stick with me.
Okay.
I'll get you through this.
We'll find out red reishi's more, or blue reishi's more powerful.
I think we should invent it.
Let's step into the cordyceps. Cordyceps militaris. It's energy and stamina. It enhances the ATP production and oxygen utilization. It makes it beneficial for athletic performance. It's good for immune enhancement. It modulates cytokine release and promotes T cell or stem cell activation. It's an anti-fatigue and lung health. It improves respiratory function and reduces inflammation in the lungs, which helps with conditions like asthma and COPD.
She wants to go
Right?
back.
That's a.
Can you let her in the back?
Yeah, give me a sec here. I'll just open that up.
Blue reishi, copyright John Sayre, 2025.
Yes, we got that. We got that recorded
now. Let's step into chaga. So chaga, it's a potent antioxidant, one of the highest sources of superoxide dismutase, also called SOD, which reduces oxidative stress and repairs DNA damage. Massive. It has anti-cancer effects, betulinic acid and melanin compounds that inhibit cancer cell proliferation. It's massive for gut and inflammation support. It contains the polysaccharides that help restore gut microbiota balance and reduce chronic inflammation. Don't want to have that wrong word. When we step into the maitake, again, good for blood sugar regulation. It improves insulin sensitivity, reduces blood sugar spikes. It's high in beta D glucans, which stimulate macrophages and dendritic cells, which is cleaning of the system. It aids in pathogen defense. It has anti-tumor activity. Again, this one enhances the NK cell activity and promotes apoptosis in breast and prostate cancer cells. So, combined and synergistically, what they have for what they do, they're just all around massive. Everybody should be taking it. Shiitake is in the heart health. It reduces LDL cholesterol and atherosclerosis via the arididine. I got to learn to say some of these words. Arididine. It's an immune activator. It has a product called lentinin. It's a polysaccharide, and it's clinically used in Japan as an adjunct to chemotherapy because of its immune boosting effects. It's antiviral and antibacterial. It inhibits viral replication, including strains of influenza and HPV. Now we'll step into the lion's mane. Brain health and neuroprotection. It contains hericenones and arecinines, which promote nerve growth factor, or some people know it as NGF production. It supports cognitive function and neurogenesis. Neurogenesis is the rehealing of the brain. It's Alzheimer and dementia support. Clinical studies show improvement to. Sorry, I just lost my place in it.
That's okay.
And these are going to be going off the at ease label and onto our Thrive Bio Optimizer label. So they're not going to be with at ease anymore.
No, all of the straight just health products that are no gray zone applications, like the psilocybin end of things, all of those will be going under the new company, which will be Thrive Bio Optimizers. We're just waiting for the government to send our paperwork back that says, run with it, baby. And then they'll all be going under the new label. Where was I in here? Okay, so it promotes neurogenesis and neuroplasticity, which are crucial for memory, learning, neuroprotection, and healing of the brain. That's how the brain heals. So it's particularly important for combating cognitive decline and neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. Now, it has another thing in there called rhodiola, which is an adaptogen that modulates the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, or the HPA axis, which helps to balance stress hormones like cortisol, lowers your cortisol levels during periods of stress, protects the brain cells from stress-induced damage, and supports overall cognitive function. And then to that mix, we added in raw organic cacao. And I'm just trying to find I did a little run on it as well. Man, I should have had that one. Here we are. Okay, so for the raw organic cacao, it's increasingly recognized for its potential health benefits attributed primarily to its rich nutritional profile and bioactive compounds. So it's massively full of vitamins right off the start. It's basically a superfood, and it has an active ingredient called theobromine, which is incredible for heart health, incredible for blood. One of the most notable components of raw cacao is its concentration of flavonoids, particularly the catechins and the epicatechins, which are potent antioxidants. They've been shown to exert protective effects on cardiovascular health by improving endothelial function, reducing blood pressure, decreasing the risk of thrombosis. Regular consumption of flavonoid-rich foods like raw cacao is associated with a reduced incidence of cardiovascular diseases, including coronary artery disease and stroke. In addition to the cardiovascular benefits, it's a significant source of magnesium, which is essential for lots of our biochemical processes, including energy production, DNA synthesis, and regulation of muscle and nerve function. Adequate magnesium intake is being linked to slower risk of type 2 diabetes, osteoporosis, and metabolic syndrome. The iron content in raw cacao contributes to its health benefits, particularly in preventing iron deficiency, anemia, which is crucial for maintaining adequate hemoglobin levels and oxygen transport in the blood. Again, it has the theobromine, which is also a mild stimulant. It's similar to a caffeine, but more like a tea than even a coffee. It can enhance alertness and cognitive function without the jittery effects. It also acts as a vasodilator and diuretic, further contributing to cardiovascular health by promoting blood vessel relaxation and improving circulation. The phenylethyl, the PEA in it promotes mood elevation by increasing the release of endorphins and serotonin, potentially mitigating symptoms of anxiety and depression. Now, right now, there's people coming out saying in the studies that cocoa does this. But if you follow the studies, if that cocoa is an 80%, raw organic cacao with a little bit of the garbage that they throw in to make cocoa, it's not doing the magic for you. This combined, and the other massive thing that it's huge for, 3 to 5 glasses of raw organic cacao a week can double your stem cell growth. And as we age, our stem cell growth drops. And by the age of 50, it can drop to in half. So truly, anybody that's 40 and over should be having raw organic cacao. Keep the stem cell growth is healing.
Yes.
So that's massive. Any questions on that one?
No, but that brings us to a lovely time for a quick little break.
Perfect.
Yes.
So hang out with us while we show off our sponsors and you have a minute to have a puff or a pee.
We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega, Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Welcome back to the Mushy Moment. We're back. Thanks for hanging with us.
We are. So we have we've chatted about puppy power so far. We have chatted about the human version. I think I've heard to either you or John have referred to it as people power, which I think is really cool. And we've also mentioned, because you are currently at ease.com, which is where people can reach you right now, but you are changing up the brand.
Well, no, the legal mushrooms.
Yes, the at ease will be all the gray market stuff.
Yes, the at ease.com will be psilocybin.
Yeah, it'll be the microdosing.
The Thrive one will be all stuff we're allowed to sell.
Yeah, it'll be all legal.
Well, not allowed to sell.
No gray market products.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
gray market.
Yeah, so that will be coming. I'm sure that there will be announcements and links in case people follow at ease. You'll be able to get to Thrive Biomed.
Yeah, we're just waiting for it. Should be in this week, and then we'll be setting up the website. We'll be setting up the Etsy. We'll be setting up things to rock and roll with it. Yeah.
Wicked.
Okay. This is where it all started, boys and girls.
Yeah, so this is the next product that you guys want to talk about, is one of the microdosing products with the original blend.
This is where it all started.
John holding it up.
Hold that in there. That is the original blend.
At ease.
And again, you'll find those same 7 mushrooms in there. And oh, look at you. The original blend was a blend of the 7 mushrooms: the reishi, cordyceps, chaga, shiitake, turkey tail, and lion's mane, combined with golden teacher psilocybin. Those are 110 milligram of golden teachers per capsule. There's 30 capsules in a pack. The adaptogens combined with this are ginkgo biloba, which enhances cognitive function, battles dementia, Alzheimer's. It boosts and modulates the immune system. I got quit leaning forward all the time. It has ashwagandha in it, which is an anti-cancer, as well as a neuroprotective, an antioxidant, anti-anxiety, anti-PTSD, anti-Alzheimer, anti-Parkinson's. It's got, come here, quit yelling, get up here. It has Bacopa monnieri, which is anti-cancer, neuroprotective, antioxidant, and anti-anxiety, PTSD, good for memory and cognitive enhancement. It also has Siberian ginseng, which is cardiovascular endurance, antibacterial, antiviral. It's a little bit of energy. It puts a little energy in there. It gives mental energy and immune support, boosts cognition. That was the original blend when I was doing all the research that I could as to what would help to heal. I'm PTSD, anxiety, and post-concussion syndrome, multiple concussions. And when I went down the rabbit hole, not wanting to be medicated, but to actually work on being medicated and healing at the same time. That was the first one I came up with, because at that point, there wasn't a lot out on microdosing. There was stuff on adaptogens was out, but there wasn't a lot on nootropics out at the time. And some of the changes that happened was going from some of the adaptogens and stepping into some different nootropics. But this one here, it's a very smooth. You don't a lot of people get scared of microdosing. You don't get high microdosing. If you're getting high, it's too strong and you need to go down. But on the 110 milligram, they tend to work for so far, I'd say about 80% of the people. I've had maybe 20% that have to drop down. Well, no, I'd have to say 60%, because 20% needed higher dose.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
one of the questions I have, I love your products. I do. Your microdoses are my favorites. I am one of these people, and maybe you can explain to people why this happens. I'm one of these people that even if I microdose with actual mushrooms, like I've got the actual magic mushroom in my hand, and I take a bite of that, I'm one of those ones that gets that upset stomach. And it's not really an upset stomach. It's a sore stomach, as your stomach is processing all of this. And with your microdoses, I don't get that. So my two questions are, maybe you can tell everybody why they get the sore stomach, because I know the majority of people do. And number two, what is it in your products that help that not happen?
The thing within the mushroom that causes that is called chitin. It's CHITIN, but it's called chitin. And it doesn't digest, like our stomach doesn't digest that particular ingredient properly. It's something that fights our system. And with this particular blend in here, because there's stuff for enhancing the immune and fixing the gut biome, when this combination comes in, the stomach acids that come into here and the ingredients that are there, just they make everything smoother. It reduces that issue that people have with the chitin.
Yeah. You know, all four of them have helped me immensely. I mean, if I do want to do more of a macro dose, I'll take a couple of your microdoses, and then I can eat mushrooms on top of that, and it stops that from happening, even adding more psilocybin on. And you know, I've told you that, and it's just something that I appreciate. Whereas, I mean, I would spend 20 minutes holding my gut while it was digesting.
There's two things that I always hated. One was a hang on ramp up where it's just you're going, and two was the fighting of the guts. So that was all that, both of those were taken into consideration for all of these.
Yeah.
You know, the ingredients that have been chosen are what can heal, what can smoothen the ride, you know, for anybody that does feel them, right? Or wants to feel them. Because some people, generally speaking, you're not supposed to feel a microdose. The microdose is supposed to work in the background and go. But if people run high anxiety, a lot of them actually like to feel the microdose. So, you know, they'll start with a higher dose, or they'll do 2, so that, I'm feeling it, I see what it's doing. Over time, we'll get to that, because sometimes they'll just do 2 of these as well. But you know, over time, it'll all smooth and it's good. The biggest thing about microdosing is finding your dose. Truly, it's about finding your dose of the psilocybin that works for you. And then it's what adaptogens, what are you trying to do with the microdose? If you're trying to heal things like post-concussion or PTSD, which blows out neural pathways in the brain, even stroke aspects, you want things like the lion's mane that promotes the nerve growth and the neurogenesis. You want the neuroprotectives and the ashwagandha, the bacopa moneri. You want those things that, you know, enhance the brain's ability to do the healing. The body knows how to heal. It needs the right ingredients to do the healing. So,
and with all that being said, that's wonderful segue to another. I saw John hold up another one of the microdoses. You say all that. You do have other microdoses that are a little bit stronger and have different ingredients in them, or different strengths of
let's
ingredients.
go with the stronger ones, because the other ones are all 1100 or 110. So this is Scoobies. This was actually one of the original ones that I was making, was the Scoobies. And as I focused more, as I learned that I was using them for healing, and because the Scoobies actually originally started many years ago, my original version, and this is nothing like the original version. This version here steps heavy into the nootropics now. So we got alpha GPC.
Taking my job away from me.
We've got L-theanine. We've got GABA in there. We've got FOTI, astragalus.
Ashwagandha.
It has the ashwagandha as well in
Ginkgo
biloba. The ginkgo. It doesn't have the Siberian ginseng. Oh, no, you can keep that. I've got it here. It doesn't have the Siberian ginseng. And
the evening blend doesn't have the
Siberian ginseng.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, let me go through it again. Out of the mushrooms, it has the lion's mane. It doesn't have the other 6. This was focused more for that making the brain heal and just work, at the time, working with the brain. But what we stepped into was things like the L-theanine, the alpha GPC, and the GABA, which are all massive, they're all calm regulators. So even though it's a little stronger, it has more of the calmers to keep things down. One of the things that I was blown away with was I always thought that dosage would go by size or weight, and that hasn't been the case. What I'm learning now is it depends on the vibration of anxiety or the vibration of the amount of PTSD or the amount of trauma. I've seen, small people that are using 2-3 of these a day to get through their day because they work in a high stress environment that just works on them that way.
Also, the Siberian ginseng is a bit of a stimulant. So we took it out and made an evening blend for sleep because I use psilocybin for sleep. And this wasn't working for some reason. So we looked into it, and it was the Siberian ginseng found out was a stimulant. So now we have an evening blend for sleeping because I take psilocybin to sleep.
And the evening blend is a blend of reishi and lion's mane, chaga, shiitake, turkey tail, and maitake. It's got the golden teachers. It's heavier with rhodiola rosea, which is an anti-stress, anti-aging, immunostimulating, and chemo prevention. But it's a very good focus, but calm. And then it's got the ashwagandha and the spirulina. The spirulina is an antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, anti-cancer, anti-diabetic, repairs damage from oxidative stress, and it's also a calm regulator. It also has GABA in there. GABA promotes tumorigenesis. It's a neurotransmitter, works on pain relief, decreases inflammation, improves focus, relieves anxiety, and reduces fear. It has magnesium L-threonate in there, which prevents neuropathic pain in chemo patients. It actually prevents neuropathic pain. Enhances synaptic plasticity, learning, memory, and emotion. It crosses the blood-brain barrier and supports restorative sleep and neurological health. It's also a massive aspect of calming. And this one here was actually, it was John who said to me, hey, I need something that we can sleep on. And these tend to, one of the other ones we'll get to is actually more of a get up and go. And so we've got, the calming, we've got the Scoob, which is the stronger version. We've got the original blend, which is a very smooth, consistent setup. And then we might as well get to the last one.
Main event.
Which is the main event. Now, the main event is lion's mane heavy, because you can take the 7 mushrooms here, but in my mind, I went, I'm going to take those 7 mushrooms out of the capsules and put this here because I don't need to microdose this. I can throw spoonfuls in the morning, and then that leaves me room for things like the L-theanine, the magnesium L-threonate, alpha GPC, the niacin, guarana, spirulina, gotu-kola, brahmi, and extra lion's mane. So this was a heavier. Your ultimate thing is to do a rotation of the blends. That's going to give you the ultimate aspects of everything healing. But this one here, I kind of went, man, I've had a lot of concussions. There's a lot of brain stuff in there, and I want to make something that'll stimulate that growth factor faster for me. So it's got the lion's mane heavy, again, for neurotropic factors. It promotes nerve growth, neurogenesis. It boosts and modulates the immune system. The Bacopa moneri, again, a neuroprotective. It's an antioxidant, reduces anxiety, promotes memory and cognitive enhancement. The niacin, it's a B vitamin that's anti-cancer, specifically great for anything brain cancer. It's an anti-proliferative interferon, which reduces tumor sizes and helps increase survival. It also crosses the blood-brain barrier and helps to bring the psilocybin there. It's one of the reasons that Paul Stamets has got it in his blend that has the lion's mane as well. Then I added in guarana, which is an anti-cancer, neuroprotective, anti-anxiety, reduces chemo fatigue, stabilizes weight, increases appetite, fixes heart health. The spirulina, it's an antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, anti-diabetic, it repairs damage from oxidative stress, regulates progression of various cancers. Anything that has the strength to battle a cancer has got the strength to boost your immune system so it can do massive repair in your body. And that's why you'll find a lot of the things I have, they're specific. They say anti-cancer. That's one of the hardest things to beat. We know that. So if it has the ability to fight that and beat that, it does it by boosting your immune system and making your body strong enough to get rid of the cancer. Well, when the body heals, it doesn't go, oh, there's cancer, I need to get rid of it. It goes, I'm in healing homeostasis, and it starts to heal. And that's probably how the eye stuff happens with the dogs as well. It's putting the dogs into a healing homeostasis, and things are just healing. Honestly, I wish I'd have known about ours long before I had my cataract surgery, because I'd love to have been the guy doing the test. It has Gotu Cola in there, which alleviates stress, anxiety, and depression. It's a heavy antioxidant. It's a neuroprotective, and it improves memory after strokes. Again, the golden teachers. The golden teachers really, not only do they compress the amygdala, so they keep your fight, flight, or your manic depressive episodes more compressed, more normal or logical. But they also stimulate the regrowing of the brain, the neurogenesis. Once the brain has the right things to heal itself, it can do that. And this is one of the big things in there for making that happen. Everything else is just a little something to make it work a little better and focus in certain areas. The alpha GPC, that improves mental performance. It boosts synthesis of dopamine. It raises your GABA levels. It enhances serotonin activity. It boosts human growth hormone. The magnesium L-threonate, again, it prevents neuropathic pain for chemo patients. It enhances synaptic plasticity learning. It enhances memory. It enhances cognition. It crosses the blood-brain barrier as well. It supports restorative sleep, neurological health. It's a nice calmer, and it helps the psilocybin get over to the brain. Then we've got the L-theanine, an anti-cancer, neuroprotective, antioxidant, anti-stress, suppresses metastasis of prostate cancer, lowers blood pressure. It's an anti-carcinogen, and it enhances memory.
Amazing.
They're monsters. They're products that were made by us for us, and with them we've just shared. John, for the longest time, when I met John, he was the guy that had chocolates. He's the guy that was utilizing mushrooms for PTSD, making chocolates. We've since turned it into, he's got a 3-gram bar and a 1.5-gram bar. Golden teachers again, because for the healing, that's what we're looking for.
So they're called Gold E's.
And tell them why you started making the chocolates in the beginning.
So I could divide the grams up into microdoses and make sure every microdose was the same dose. And the only way to do it back then was to make chocolates and cut the chocolates into squares.
Yep.
Well, that's how that all started.
That's
that
awesome.
was before I met Steve.
Well, guys, I mean, we are getting to that time. This has been absolutely epic. I have absolutely loved being over here on the side, listening to Steve with all those really large words and explaining them.
I didn't have to say them, so I'm good.
The only thing missing from the whole thing was your nerd sign, John.
Oh, yeah. Well,
if we had that, it would have been perfect.
Yeah, I know. I feel kind of
So,
bad.
I didn't
feel-
say anything.
I feel like, like this is.
Hey, get in here.
Oh, here he goes. The tip of the iceberg for your products. I think that we should do this again, at some point in time down the road, maybe a few times. There we go.
Oh, can you read it? It says nerd, and then the arrow's got to go that
Hang on,
way.
turn it away from the light, and then
Oh, there we go. It says nerd.
You need a bigger pen.
And then
there we go. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
And then go through the products. It has been a delight to listen to you, to watch you, and the banter that comes out in the middle of it all between the two of you has been so much fun. I have had so much fun. Nerd, yes, he is.
Yeah, I feel better.
And thank you for asking us to do this, because it was that was really nice. I hadn't actually thought of doing this, and thank you for this opportunity. It was great.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, it's been educational. And we'll have to do two things: have you back on with maybe a few stories about these puppies with a little bit more knowledge and maybe some pictures of them, and then continue on with more infomercials about other products. It has been a delight having you guys on. You can go to @ease.com and find them from there.
An email. If you drop an email, we get it directly, so not a problem. Just we've been having some problems with the website. There's problems with payment platforms. Just email directly to us. We'll get directly to you, and we'll make shit happen.
It's pretty awesome. These guys will work hard to.
We made the mistake. We made the mistake of putting CBD on our website.
Right?
Everything came crashing down after that.
Yeah.
And,
So but it's all gonna change. You can still reach them through @ease.com.
And we'll put everything up when Thrive Bio Optimizers LLP is all done. Oh, I'm pretty excited for that.
Me too. And with that, we are at the end of our show, Steve.
Wow. Well, thank you for hanging out with us here at the Mushy Moment. It's always a pleasure to hang out, especially with John and Cindy. This has been a magical moment. Thank you, and have a good afternoon. We'll see you next Tuesday.
Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Cannabis whispers sway to the breeze, under the sun where the heart finds ease. Rustling leaves in a vibrant sea, nature's embrace, let me breathe. Let the good times roll and shine. In this golden dawn that you are mine. Waves of green under the endless sky, roots run deep as the days drift by. We'll sing along with the birds' sweet song in this magic space. We know we belong. Oh, let the good times roll and shine. This golden moment, you are mine. Rolling hills with the sun on our face. Every spirit's in this sacred place. Every life shed, every moment we find. With a heartbeat, our souls intertwined. Let the good times roll and shine. In this golden moment, you are mine.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look now and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Oh, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rest. Well, right now it's time for hemp.
Thank you for taking time for hemp. I'm your host, Casper Leach, and we ask that you hit the like button below and subscribe button and share us with your friends. That's how we let the whole world know how we are raising a voice here to let everybody take and look at the reasons why it is time for hemp. On the broadcast, also keep in mind that anytime you hear the word joint, you need to hit your bongs, your vaporizers, your pipes, whatever it is that you utilize to partake to take time for hemp. On the program, my joint host today, Al Byrne. Say hi, Al Byrne.
Hello, Casper. Good evening. I'm coming to you tonight from my cave. You can see in the background. But we're happy to be here. This is a very international show tonight, folks. Casper and I in the United States, Indiana, and Florida. And the other Al here we have come to know, Gal Graham, he'll show up pretty quick. He's in Canada. And then our guest tonight is from Australia. So we're pretty cool.
And that is true, Al Graham up there in Canada. You're letting everybody know how important it is to take time for hemp through the Pace Radio Network, right?
That's for sure, Casper. That's for sure. And just so you know, it's feeling like minus 20, 25 here in good old Canada. And we got so much snow over the last week. It feels like we're finally getting to the end of cleaning it up.
Well, that's groovy to hear. And I know that we have a guest on the other side of the planet, and I think their weather is a lot different than ours.
I would think so. We should find out. What do you think?
I think so. Why don't you bring him on?
All right. Well, at this time, we'd like to welcome Lachlan Grout to the Time for Hemp broadcast. And Lachlan is with Hemp Farms Australia.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning, I guess, in the land down under over here. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Al, and Casper.
Thank you for being here. I understand you're
Yeah.
quite a pioneer there in your neck of the woods. You have been actively trying to help people understand the importance and value that's found in this remarkable plant and all the wonderful things that can be done with it.
Couldn't have said it better, Casper. So we've been at this for about 10 years now. Started it in 2013 with some of my best friends. And I think we all share the same vision as the gentleman on this call for a better future with sustainability around industrial hemp. And really, I guess we'll get more into the crux of how we started and the story behind the passion that keeps us going every day in this industry and this company. But definitely the sustainability aspects, the repetition of what activities we're undertaking and how they've already sort of been undertaken before, before the illegalization of industrial hemp, as it was tied and stereotyped to medicinal cannabis. So yeah, we're all fighting the same cause here, and I think we're all on the same page of what hemp can do. It's been an incredible journey for us so far in finding out the, I guess, unknown benefits of what industrial hemp can do. And yeah, I really look forward to showcasing some of those things with you today.
Well, unless I'm mistaken as well, you're also very involved from the beginning of like germination to picking the strains to making certain the types of plants that are being utilized for the products and different types of products that you put out. It gives a large spectrum of information and a wide variety of products that can dazzle the world around us.
Yeah, but wait a minute. I want to know this. We've all been doing this stuff for decades. You have not, although a decade is a long time for your involvement. What got you here to begin with? I mean, you didn't just wake up one day and say, "Oh shit, let's get together with my buddies and do this stuff." What triggered you? What was the intellectual intrigue that brought you into this whole subject matter? Start us off.
Honestly, great question, Al. So it was a combination of things. I don't know if there was some sort of whiff in the air at the time that had myself and 3 other good friends of mine under the same sort of consciousness thought pattern. But we were all listening to the likes of Joe Rogan, back in 2012, 2013, when it was sort of initially just starting. We read a lot of books, written by the likes of Alan Watts and Terence McKenna, and we're sort of deeply diving through that sort of psychedelic psychonaut phase of our lives and trying to understand more of reality as it seems. And I think taking a large interest in sort of the history of certain industries that died out in the world or in the history of the world. And one thing that kept popping up was obviously Manitoba Hemp Harvest and their incredible hemp protein products that they were offering and still do offer. My best friend at the time, and still is my business partner in HFA today, he had to get his gallbladder removed. And with that, he wasn't able to continue consuming whey protein. So he needed to switch to a plant-based protein just for the digestibility of it, so he wouldn't lose all of his weight. we heard a lot about industrial hemp and how it was such a good plant protein, and how hemp protein as a plant protein compared to other plant proteins is one of the most digestible plant proteins in the world, almost double the amount of digestibility as pea protein. So it sort of just confused us why industrial hemp as a product, even as a nutritional product, wasn't known. So we conducted a lot of research and started to realize the differences between high THC or high CBD cannabis compared to low THC and low CBD industrial hemp. And once we figured out those differences, we realized that there was quite a big opportunity on the horizon, just due to the little competition or even headway that had been made in Australia in terms of hemp. Just to give you an idea, there were only 2 breeders that had dedicated a majority of their lives to breeding genetics that they'd brought here from Canada and China back in 1995. They had been localizing those genetics to tough, sort of restrictive Australian climates. And over that 10-year period, until we met those breeders in around 2010 to 2013, it became very apparent to us that there needed to be a lot of work done to get this commodity industry going. There was a lot of opportunity, especially for people of our age at that point in time. We were only about 20 at that point in time. And I think the excitement around building a new commodity industry from the ground up with little to no competition excited us. Also, the fact that industrial hemp, not only for its known benefits at that point in time, there's a lot of unexplored unknowns about industrial hemp and what it could do, not only for potentially soil rehabilitation, but also for the sustainable fibers and textiles that can come from it, the building products that can come from it, the fact that hemp steel, also hemp plastic that is compressed in the right way, is 6 times stronger than steel and can also outperform in terms of fire retardation compared to steel and other products. It just blew the concept out of the water for me, and the fact that no one was looking at it not only bugged me a little bit, but also just told me that this either hasn't been done because it's impossible, or it hasn't been done because it's been too hard. And I put it in the too hard category, which got me really, really going. So really, that is the real trigger that got us. The fact that no one else had bothered, and the fact that this plant with such incredible benefits was being disregarded so heavily.
That also blew away Jack Hare. I remember Jack knew about the Henry Ford hemp card, but he wasn't able to find proof of it. And I was interviewing a gentleman by the name of Gateway Galbraith at the San Francisco Earth Fair, and Jack was on hand, and he just got a fax from the Henry Ford Museum that verified that Henry Ford had used hemp in the auto body. And he found a film that he unearthed, and it shows Henry Ford hitting the back of the vehicle with a sledgehammer. And the narrator says, more lighter than steel and more durable than steel. And we've known since 1930s that what you just said to be true, that you can make steel out of this plant. And why it is that it's so unknown at this point is beyond my comprehension, especially in the world that we live in, where we're supposed to have mass information at our fingertips at any given point in time.
Yeah, I know. I read Jack Hare's book. Like, I was blown away. I'm like, holy shit! It was one of those books that you put it down, you had to pick it right back up again.
Yep.
Yeah. To get
got a very, very good friend, Mike Lewis, who lives in Kentucky, and he grew one of the first legal industrial hemp crops after Prohibition. That was done in, I believe, 2016. There's a really lovely video on YouTube, which is a remake of it was backed and funded by Patagonia. So it's a Patagonia film, and it's about American industrial hemp. and it pretty much is in a 3 to 4 minute video, shows that one of the first ever American flags that was ever created was created out of hemp fiber. The Bill of Rights is written on hemp paper, and I that's the one reason why I love doing what we do and targeting what we do towards America at the moment. And really, the reason why we're all sitting here now is it is the time for hemp, and the sure, mate. It is the time for hemp, and as we've seen, pretty much the work that's already been done in the States and the story about that, there's already such a huge history there. And, the founding fathers were very, very comfortable with the fact that, industrial hemp was a pivotal point for American history in both world wars. So to disregard it, is either other powers at play that want that, or it's just the fact that it's so closely tied to medicinal cannabis at that point in time, back in the day, that it was just a slow uptake.
When did it show up in any form historically in Australia, or did it?
It did. It did. So back when cotton, really, it goes back to the days of cotton, as well as the days of really finding one story that I've heard is finding a suitable product for ceiling boards, and asbestos was compared to industrial hemp fiber panels. Now, we all know asbestos, 25 years later, after the product was completely produced and filled in all of our ceilings, including this ceiling, not anymore, but it would be 25 years ago. That's a poisonous product, and you now need licenses and expertise to get rid of that product before you go and replace it. And these are filled in all of our areas that we pretty much spend, 50-60% of our days, either if it's at work or at home. And the fact that hemp got rug pulled from that deal or opportunity is just a simple case of, well, cost of goods. If this one's going to be cheaper and it can be supplied much more frequently, then that's great. So I know that that's one of the port of calls that also shunted hemp out of an opportunity like that back in the day in Australia. But with Australia as a whole, we really have copied everything that the US have done in terms of the industrial hemp industry. It's very much followed the same rig and mortar as the war on drugs, and the uptake in forming an industry here has been just as slow as the US as well.
Now, do you have your own farm to make your own products with? Or are you working with a co-op?
So we own small lots of land to produce what we call as our greenhouse and our registered seed production. So that's all pretty much 1 to 5 acres in size. They're all under either outdoor or indoor controlled scenarios. And that means that we can ensure that each allotment of seed that we bulk up and then sell commercially in commercial quantities is very much replicant of itself. The phenotypes and characteristics of those phenotypes and are all very much identical across the whole scope of the crop. And it also allows us to remove any inconsistencies from that line that can show up after 3 or 4 generations. It also means that we can have a nice tight control over the THC parameters. So controlling the stress in the plant or in those crops at the early stages of its genetic life. And genetic life, I mean, within a hemp genome, you've got roughly about 6 or 7 generations before you need to come back to the mother seed. And that is a case of minimizing the risk of THC compounding up over those generations, which is a natural defense mechanism for industrial hemp. So industrial hemp produces THC as a terpene element as a part of its cannabinoid development. as a defense mechanism, not only to obviously pests, but also sometimes diseases. So our breeder and our team have been able to identify precursor compounds to THC and THCVA. And those precursor compounds can actually be isolated, and we can control the upward trajectory of a compounded THC cannabinoid within a plant genome to stop that increase of THC over the generations. So that's really a large focus of what we've been doing in our small cropping scenarios. All of our larger cropping operations are done with growing partners of ours, as well as pretty much certified seed multiplicators. We do handpick those, and it has taken many years to handpick the right ones. But just like any other big seed company works around the world, like your Syngentas or your New Farms or your Bayers, they all have contract growers. They don't really own land themselves, and they do research with universities that have research teams in place to conduct that high quality work. So we try and reinvent the wheel.
It sounds to me like your country is like 20 years ahead of America.
What's the process for you to get like I'm assuming you have to get a license and all that. Like here in Canada, we have to deal with Health Canada, and there's all these regulations and things that the growers have to go through. What's the process for you in there in Australia?
Yeah, so in Australia, for industrial hemp, we have the Department of Primary Industries, which is a government ag department, state by state, that license and regulate the industrial hemp licenses for growing all hemp under 0.3% THC. There is also another body which pretty much only deals with the medicinal cannabis crops, which is for the prescription medicinal industry here. That is the Office of Drug Control. So there's two main arms. We deal with the Department of Primary Industries on a state level, state by state, depending on which state we grow on. And if we are wanting to export seed to a different country, such as America or South Africa, we have to run under a license and permit that is a part of the Office of Drug Control. So it's a much higher regulatory body, purely for the fact because they regulate the medicinal and pharmaceutical side of that industry. But the DPI here are very good. They are probably understaffed, but that's purely due to the probably scale of the industry and where it's at in Australia. We have formed industry bodies such as the Australian Hemp Council, Queensland Hemp Council, and that's how we communicate with those government departments to either improve licensing regulations or really just a voice for the industry to bounce off the regulatory bodies to better improve how everything can operate.
Let me go back to right at the beginning. Your hemp industry in Australia is regulated by agriculture people. Is that correct?
Correct.
How about that, guys?
Yeah, wow, amazing. Where it should be. It's where it should be. There's no wrong with that.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm glad that I wanted the audience to hear that, because there's a lot of us, mainly me, I guess, that rant a lot here in the U.S. that it's a plant and it should be held accountable as a plant. It's not a drug. Now, if you want to make a drug out of the plant, okay, you shift it over to another body. That makes sense to me, which regulates, I'm sure, for human purity, et cetera, which any patient or any healthcare physician would want. So you got a dual thing going there, but I like the idea. How about you? Is it working?
It's working, yeah. I think there can be a lot of improvements, that's for sure. And I only mean really improvements around and this is the really one thing that bugs me about some of these regulatory bodies, and it's not their fault. And I understand that and respect that fully. But what bugs me is farming's all about timing. And when you need to put a crop in the ground, you need to put a crop in the ground. And when it rains and you've got subsoil moisture, you need to use that. And if you don't, well, then you've got to pay to irrigate, and that's an extra cost. And if, for example, we submit a sowing notification, a planting notification to let the regulatory body that we're planting this variety at this location at this time. If they don't get back to us in 3 weeks for whatever reason, we can't actually plant. And if we miss that planting window, they don't care. It doesn't matter. And when we're talking about using genetics that have been built upon a structure of GDD, which is growing degree of days, if we miss a sowing date and the daylight focus within that day is an hour longer, for example, or half an hour longer than what we'd shoot it for, we'll miss the perfect optimal flowering window for our variety. The whole crop will be probably 20 to 30 days later than expected. And then that pushes the timeline back now to then, for example, deliver seed to America, which takes 45 days on a ship. So like these contingencies they've come back to bite us in the butt at some points, because the timeliness of regulatory bodies getting back to us hasn't occurred efficiently. And like I sit on the Australian Hemp Council as a vice president, so I know what crops are going in where, and if it's really a busy time for regulatory bodies to receiving hundreds of papers to approve thousands of crops. No, there's only ever really 1 or 2 crops potentially nationally being grown every month, so it's not a huge task. So that's one of the things that does bug me, and I think that'll just improve over time. But yeah, those are some of the things that can really bite you in the butt if you're not prepared.
Another question you just popped in my head. I was in the Navy forever, and I've been on a lot of ships. So when you put these seeds on a ship, what is the physical condition of those seeds? I mean, how do you pack them? Is there humidity control, temperature control? What's going on there?
Yeah, temp controlled containers, and the way you pack it is very important. So we pack on pallets in 25 kg bags, so 50-pound bags pretty much. And we have a temperature control unit within that container, which registers over the course of its travel time the temperature going up or down. Now, the shipping lines guarantee us a range of temperature between 8 and 12 degrees C. Now, if it pops out of that range for too long, then we'll have a case to then, I guess, make an appeal to that shipping line, whether or not there was damage occurred on the sea due to the temperature rising to 20 degrees Celsius for 8 hours of the trip. Then we'll know that that could have an effect on the germination. It might not, but it could. And if it does, we can make an appeal for that. But that process there, really, whenever the seed's out of your hands and not in your control, it's always a risk. So when it's on a ship in a container, sitting at 8 degrees Celsius at about 40% relative humidity, we're safe. Any variances within 10 to 15% of that is fine. But anything drastically outside of that, then there can be some issues in terms of the quality of the seed. Yeah.
The United States, you probably have heard that in the past we had federal patients that were supplied cannabis by the federal government, even though it wasn't by federal law of medicine, but they gave it to them as medicine. And, very contradictory policy. But the cannabis grown for these patients was grown at the University of Mississippi and was shipped to another state, North Carolina, by semi-truck to be made into cigarettes, if you will, joints for these patients. And our examination of the shipping method was that these trucks were not temperature control vehicles at all. the pot was packed in 55-gallon blue drums, which are, food quality drums, but nevertheless sealed up and put in a truck. And they get there when they get there, and they handle what they handle. And the result of the seeds and the material delivered to North Carolina was shit. That's what it was. And so I'm happy to hear that. And I was hoping I would hear what you guys have done is appropriate. My country, it's still got a lot to learn. We could learn a lot from you guys. When we were talking earlier, just before the show started, I told you that I was very interested in nutrition. You've touched on nutrition. Could you go a little deeper on that for us? I guess it's the seed nutrition, the oil of the seed. Is that what you were concentrating on?
Correct. Yeah. So it's hemp nutrition, or hemp seed nutrition as a whole for humans and animals, is quite extraordinary. So it's got a very high protein count. As I said, you can get up to around 60 grams of protein per 100 gram serving. Very, very high for a plant, and it's also very digestible. So you're actually receiving a lot of those plant proteins. It not only contains all of the 10 essential amino acids, but it's got a very, very rich and balanced omega-3/6 ratio. That ratio is about 3-to-1, which is not really seen in any other oils. Obviously, the oil helps with joint mobility pain, reduces arthritis symptoms. Great for animals in terms of coat repair, joint and mobility repair. Natural anti-inflammatory as well. We haven't seen the biggest uptake in nutrition or supplements in the hemp space for humans. And I purely think that, or not purely think, but I 100% believe that it's due to the fact that you can't actually legally market or advertise industrial hemp products really anywhere in the world, because Google advertising runs under Google, and that's a federal company, or runs under federal US laws, and therefore hemp CBD products can't be marketed, and hemp protein and hemp seed oil fall under the same name and category as hemp for CBD. That's why Meta as well, and LinkedIn and people like those companies, they don't allow paid advertising for anything that mentions the word hemp. So all of these fantastic hemp brands out there pushing protein products and nutraceutical or supplemental products with hemp as an ingredient can't actually sell it to their target market because their ads won't be listed. That's a big resistance and challenge for these brands as well, and I think has a huge discrepancy on the uptake of this type of product. In terms of the animal feed side of things, we've had a lot of positive uptake for livestock with hemp, although it's not 100% approved, because the what do they call it? It's pretty much the residual limits of certain compounds within hemp, so potentially THC or CBD. They don't know what the levels of liability, levels of detectability are within it yet, and they haven't set a safe, limit to how much can be present in the product before you give it to an animal that might be going through to human consumption. So at the moment in Australia, they don't really allow, it's similar to America, but they don't allow cattle or chickens or pork or pigs, for example, to eat anything that falls under the industrial hemp category, just due to those levels of detectability of CBD and THC potentially in the meat or fat. Which, look, the studies have occurred around the world. I know there's been studies in Europe that have been done. I know there's been studies in Texas on cattle in small amounts of animals that have been done, and the levels of THC and CBD within those animals is bar detectable, if not in the milligrams. with no effects on the end consumer, from my understanding. So, look, as a whole, hemp is an incredible nutritious product. I think it's one of the best plant-based protein products for weight gain, as well as improving digestibility and gut health. I think it's got a lot of benefit in the livestock industry, but obviously only the byproducts of a food market can support a I guess flourishing commercial livestock market for hemp byproducts, because you need one without the other. Otherwise, you've got no volume of product actually coming through.
Go on YouTube when you get a chance and look up a video. It's called Reefer Roasters. I actually have the rights to that film, and I'm going to try and do something with it. Maybe you'd be interested. But a friend of ours, now deceased, got a bunch of little chicks, got a professional farmer to grow these chicks on hemp seed. That's it. And he did so. During the course of the video, you'll see that the chickens were exposed to various other feeds in competition. And when given a choice, they always went to the hemp seed. I mean, every one of them. They'd fight each other for the hemp seeds, and there's a bucket of stuff sitting over there, and nobody gives us stuff. He actually brought this chicken. He had the chickens flash frozen, professionally done, clean, fixed, frozen, taken to the United States DEA first chili chicken cook-off, where he won. His hemp-based chickens won the best tasting chicken in the DEA cook-off competition. And it was most interesting thing in the whole movie to me. It's about 18 minutes. Is the federal inspector, U.S. government inspector, and he's got creased blue jeans and a nice shirt, and he's got a clipboard, and he's got a baseball cap, and he's 55 years old, and he's in good shape. And he picks up some of these chickens, and he asks my friend, who was a doctor, a PhD, he said, "Where'd you get these chickens?" And Skippy told him, "I grew them." He said, "I've been doing this for 30 years. This is the best looking piece of chicken I've ever seen in my life." So look that up. I've been trying to get it to the chicken industry because they're missing the boat here. And then I see you speak Mandarin. So I don't know if you know this, but in China, when you go to the movie theater, they don't offer you popcorn. They offer you roasted hemp seeds. The Chinese have been eating this stuff for 1 billion years. It is, folks, I guess what I'm saying is it's really good food. Again, for reference, anybody listening, I produced a book in 1997 called Cannabis in Medical Practice. And we devoted one chapter of that book. It had 13 authors from 17 different countries, if that makes any sense. But we devoted a chapter to the quality of hemp as a food. I would call your all attention to that book, Cannabis in Medical Practice. The chapter on the breakdown of the food quality, proteins, is everything that Larkin has said, is right there for you to read, and it's just exceptional. It's wonderful food. It's wonderful food for humans and chickens. And if you got to figure, if it's good for that chicken, and then we eat the chicken, common sense says we're doing something smart. So I am very, very happy that you are pursuing this. I hope you're very successful with that food product, because it can change the world. This is good food, can be grown on any continent, and as we're hearing, can be controlled down to a very tight degree. So I applaud that. I'm glad you're into it.
Now,
Appreciate it.
When it comes to the hemp, even on the cannabis end of things, some people just think that cannabis is just cannabis. There's only just cannabis. There's not a variety of cannabis. I'm at your website, and I see that you guys have seeds for sale. I'm assuming, by the looks of it, maybe it was more along the line of selling large quantities of it. And you've listed different varieties of the seeds that are available.
Correct. Yep. There's also a catalog at the top right. You can click on it. Oh, there's a catalog there you can download
right there,
which has our full suite of different varietals in there.
So what are people growing for? Are they growing for food? Are they growing for fiber? Are they growing for fuel? Are they growing for a stony sensation? Are they growing 40 acres at a time? Or are they only growing 4 in the closet?
No, so majority of our customers and growers are all 40 hectares plus, so 80 acres plus. Our main, I guess, the end market that a lot of our customers are feeding into is the biomass and fiber market, mixed in with carbon sequestration. So a bit of a double dip there. So sequestering carbon throughout the crop cycle, and then locking up that carbon in a certified product, either as a building material like a concrete block, a hemp block, or locking that up into a biochar product, and then putting that back into the soil to add organic matter, and also just to really improve soil performance, and then also add carbon back into the soil as one of the most important compounds for that.
And where do you send the most seeds to? Like America, Europe, Brazil, South Africa? Who are your biggest clientele?
So our biggest market would be the US, and there is a reason to it. There is a bit of a strategy behind it. If you'd like me to sort of give a brief overview of that, I'm more than happy to.
Please do.
Yeah, because I wasn't aware that we had such a thriving hemp industry in our country at the moment.
I wasn't either. So yeah, let us know.
There would just be seeds.
Yeah, you do in a lot of the southern states. A lot of the northern states are focusing on grain production for the food market, and that's purely because they're using Canadian or European varieties that are well suited to those latitudes. Much colder climates, so they require a different genetic line to, I guess, excel in those areas of the world. It also helps to have someone like Manitoba over the border, feeding those growers with good genetics and seed, and then offering them buyback agreements on all the grain that they produce. So it's a great circular economy structure that. And it's very similar to a structure that we're putting together in those southern states such as Texas and Kansas, Tennessee, even all the way over to Virginia as well. But really, what I guess strategy we're working off and trying to replicate is very much like the cotton industry back in the 50s and 60s. Australia's cotton, particularly in New South Wales and Queensland, became a global leader in innovations in genetics and water efficiency and pest resistance. So these advancements directly benefited Texas cotton farmers, and really any cotton farmer in that similar latitude, due to the fact of the similar climates and similar latitudes as here. Australia's pretty much genetic researchers back in the 60s developed drought-tolerant and heat-resistant cotton varieties that thrived in those harsh conditions. Obviously, Texas, with its hot climate, unpredictable rainfall, found these genetics very suitable, and the adoption of Australian varieties led to higher yields, improved fiber quality, and better resistance to environmental stress. Also, the growing techniques that a lot of American cotton farmers replicated and were taught by Australian farmers really improved their efficiencies on yield performance, as well as being able to produce back-to-back cotton crops for a thriving cotton textile industry. So obviously, Texas isn't the most water abundant area, and there are water scarcity issues and water regulations in those areas. So trying to get the most return per acre from your crop on the least amount of water is obviously the goal. while still maintaining a high resistance to drought as well as pest and disease. So what we've been doing is developing varieties under that exact same strategy and model. So target a thriving industry and state, target companies that are similar to yours, whether they're family owned, family run, or family backed like ours is. We like to work with private groups just due to the timeline in decision making. So obviously big public companies, things take time. And we're not at a point in this industry where we can take weeks or months to make a decision on something. And we know what works and doesn't work. We know where our varieties work and don't work, and we know the boundaries and limitations to its yield. So when we walk into a conversation or a potential deal with especially groups in America, I think the confidence and the level that we bring, as well as the understanding that we're not doing anything new here. We're replicating what was done 40 or 50 years ago in the cotton industry. And we're now working with cotton farmers in areas like Lubbock in Texas and Wichita Falls that have grown cotton from Australia. And now they're switching to grow hemp from Australia. So it's nothing new to them. In your head, it makes sense. We as Australians haven't really been the best at diving into new opportunities and throwing a huge sums of money to get it going. We're quite risk averse, as our history has shown, and we like to perfect things before we push it out to the public and big note ourselves and get really the steam train rolling. So we've wanted to pretty much get our product as close to perfection as possible for these people. And then once they've grown it and they've seen it in their own world and they've seen it grow in their own land, that confidence is then shared, and then we can all grow together. So
now, do you have a guarantee of? Do you have a guarantee of a certain amount of germination? Like, example of if I get 10 seeds from Crop King Seeds, they boast that they guarantee that 80% of my seeds will definitely germinate if I follow proper procedures. So I noticed that you said that your seeds are patented. So that means you've gone to the trouble to make certain that your seeds do certain things and have certain amounts of chemicals and, background and DNA. But when the farmer buys from you and they put their seeds out into the field, what kind of guarantees do they have with your seeds?
So they are protected under plant breeder rights. So it's like having a patent over something, but in the seed commodity world, it's the exact same thing. It means that we can protect the varieties from being replicated and stolen to a degree, and that's obviously under our management and control. We guarantee germination rates of 85% and up. For any percentage below that, then there is a deduction in the actual cost price of the seed, depending on how much below that level of germination that we guarantee it is. We also guarantee certain vigor and also guarantee flowering initiatives and triggerings for that customer, expectations of that as well. And also guarantee crop length depending on I guess the speed at which the crop's growing, dependent on how much water it's received and nutrients within its first 45 days.
And for you to get that information, I know you can't grow all those seeds yourself to determine that. You rely upon what types of surveys and what type of research to give you that information so that you aren't holding the bag economically and you are still making a profit. I mean, jeepers, that's quite a guarantee you give.
Yeah, we unfortunately, but fortunately, the burden always does lay with us. So when we grow crops and we have customers that have already pre-purchased that seed from the crop that we're growing, we then take that seed and get it germ tested at a certified lab. We then store it in a certified, or what we call accredited storage facility, which has a relative humidity of around 40% or below, and always maintains temperature within the adequate sort of temperature parameters that we set. Now, when we harvest seed, it goes directly to that facility and stays there. So we pretty much lock in its germination at that point post harvesting. Once the customer buys the seed, they look after the freight. If they want to have it in a non-cooled or chilled freight environment, that's their own risk. We don't advise that at all. But really, we take every measure in place possible to keep the quality of that seed as high as possible, and up to the point in which it's in the ground or it's in the customer's hands. So we don't really like to ever rely on other people to give us germ reports, or I guess data from a crop that's growing. We would rather collect that data ourselves on a crop that we're managing ourselves. If it's a customer's crop and they're requiring, certain agronomy help or assistance, then we definitely hold their hand through that process. What we've learned is, instead of charging a grower or a customer of ours for every single piece of time or information that we've taken us 10 years to learn, like every other person we've found in the industry, they want to charge everyone for everything they've learned because they think it's special and unique. Whereas the aim of the game is to get the grower to understand and love growing this so much and actually make a profit out of it, that they want to continue doing it year after year after year. So we pretty much offer those services. It will be a relationship of ours that'll be long term, and it won't just be a hop, skip, and a jump and a one night stand situation for them, which a lot of people have encountered, and they get a bad taste in their mouth and they don't really want to work with hemp again. You see it when seed companies send seed to growers and they make them pay $3-4 a pound for it, and it ends up being 30% germ. And the grower says, well, I want a refund for the seed that's not going to grow. And the seed supplier says, oh, well, we can't do that. Sorry, you've already paid for it. And, the germination was this when we had it, but now it's that when you've got it. So it's your fault. And yeah, that leaves a very bad taste. And you can't be going around burning people in an industry that's not really an industry yet.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly. Now, I keep hearing you talk about seeds, and I understand that hemp farmers do the seed end of things, but we know there's so much more to the hemp plant than just seed. So, what do you do with the rest of it?
Great question. Obviously, so we're a seed and genetics or biotech business, so
right.
We try and maximize the amount of seed produced on crops and varieties that can be 100% grain focused varieties, as in production. They could be dual purpose or they can be fiber. And each line has a different result of yield for seed. Some are harder to get seed back off, some are easier. And what we, I guess, segregate as easy and hard is it's much easier to harvest a seed crop that's only 4.5 feet tall. It's much harder to harvest a seed crop that's 16 to 20 feet tall. There's a different method of madness involved. And we've had to learn the hard way, I'll tell you that. We've harvested, 50 hectares of crops and had, 50 ton of seed harvested. We're expected 50 ton of seed to be harvested, yet there's only 20 ton, and you're wondering where the rest of where is the rest of it, and it's all on the ground because it's shattered off the plant before it's actually sat and been collected in the header bin. And then you realize that 45 days later, because you've got an even better crop growing there than you had before. So the volunteer plants have come back almost better.
Yeah, so obviously closer to the ground, easier it is for your equipment to pick it up.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And a conventional header can sit quite low to the ground, whereas they can't get above 6 feet. The old ones can't. So you're sort of penciling into a crop that's much taller than the header, and it's being cut here with all this leg space and another 6 feet that way. and it's trying to cut it here with the rotary bins going round. So it's folding it, catching some, whereas some are folding outside of the actual bin and falling out. Some is coming in, some's going out. So we've had to learn different methods of madness to stop that, because when you're selling seed at around $3, $3.50 a pound, and you've got 100,000 pounds sitting on the soil, it's a big loss.
That's no good. Yes.
Mate. But to answer your question now, seeds is one component. It's only a small component. The majority of the plant is fiber and hurd and leaf material. The fiber and the hurd with our crops, we collect it as stubble. So once we've chopped, 50% of the plant off, we're left with about 50% of stubble, which is really just the base of the plant plus the root system in the soil. And some growers like to go through that with a sickle bar, which is a cutter bar that sits out to the side of a tractor. So tractor body here, sickle bar here, very sharp chopper bar like a chainsaw, and you just drive up next to the crop and it cuts it all off with the feet. And you come back and do it each way, and it pretty much cuts all the stubble, so it lays down the ground. You'll then let it rot in the field for about a week and a half. Let the natural dew do its thing on that retting stubble, and then it should turn to a dark, milky kind of grey color, grey, blacky, milky color. Yeah. Once that's done, you just go through with a normal hay baler, either round or square. They'll bale that up, let it dry on the field, and then there's about 2 companies in Australia that have pretty much pioneered the hemp construction industry. So there's a lady that her name's Clara Marilowski. She's great. She is pretty much the main buyer for a lot of stubble crops of hemp in Australia. So she'll come around with a big B-double truck or a couple of them, pick up all the bales, and then they'll go to a housing project that requires hemp hurd for it. Some farmers actually like leaving the organic matter in the ground and leaving that stubble there because it adds an extra element of shadowing on the soil. So you wouldn't realize it, but that much of stubble, with the sun rising up and over, the actual shade of that stubble and millions of stubbles all through the crop, all in lines, that shade literally stops majority of subsoil moisture from leaving the ground just purely from that shade. So that's why people like leaving it in there. And then when they put another crop in, they'll cultivate and sow, as in plant, in between those stubble lines. Yeah.
Nice. Good. So it can be, put into many uses then. In the end,
absolutely,
and putting it back in the ground is never a bad option. So
no, some farmers prefer that because it'll give an extra kick and reduce some risks on their next crop.
Help rebuild the soil. So
now we had a guest on here recently who I asked him, how come that we're not taking the hemp industry to the next level where we're using it to create homes and to do 3D printing of homes and create fibers and foods. And here in America, where we're boosting this fantastic market and making it, world class. And he said that it is still too cost prohibitive to harvest it, and that it's still a very difficult plant to harvest. Is that the case where you are dealing with your hemp farmers?
I'd say it's more so the case of it's a difficult plant to process. So there's a lot of different ways in which you can process the plant. The most known way is decortication. And decortication plants typically from Europe, because they pretty much were the founding fathers of decorticating hemp. They're very expensive, very costly. There's some groups in Texas that have spent upwards of $100 million US on European branded decortication processing plants.
Wow.
That'll spit out, up to 10 tons of material an hour. But really, a decortication plant is very similar to a cotton gin plant. They both achieve the similar result, but for different plants. There is an argument to say that a cotton gin can be refurbished for little cost to be able to take hemp bales on it that have been decorticated. So there is no need to reinvent the wheel for ginning hemp. You can put it through a cotton gin and achieve the same thing. And I believe that is happening in some areas of Texas in a very large way. And a lot of that material is heading over to places like India and Bangladesh for textiles.
Wow.
Nice.
Yep.
So you talk of the different hemp strains, if that's the correct word, for different purposes. How many strains does your company work with?
So we have about 9 varietals of industrial hemp. Our breeder, John Hall, he was one of the 2 founding fathers of industrial hemp in Australia. And so in Australia, there are registered varieties. To actually play in the industry here in Australia under a license, you need to use one of those registered varieties. HFA own about 60% of all of the registered varieties in Australia. Those primarily are quite balanced out in terms of what they achieve. So we have 2 grain varieties. One is Bundy Gem, the other one is Tagigi. Bundy Gem is our seed that's in commercial production at the moment. Tagigi is not. We also have King G2 and Wungara, which are our fiber varieties. We've tested those varieties for carbon sequestration as well as overall yield, and we've had results from universities back with upwards of 24 tons of carbon sequestered per hectare, which is roughly about 12.5 to 13 tons per acre. In terms of fiber production, some of these varieties of ours here for the fiber are pushing upwards of 18,000 kilos of biomass per hectare, which is, it's phenomenal. And then we also have dual purpose varieties. Now, I always have been against dual purpose varieties because I guess I've just been taught by the oldies in my life that you can't be good at 2 things. You're either good at one or you're good at the other, or you're shit at both. And my argument for this is, well, with these dual purpose varieties, it's not the fact that you're either good at one or the other. It's very dependent on when you plant it. So if you plant it very early in the season, it will perform very well as a fiber crop because it's got much more time in its vegetation phase. Whereas if you plant it very late in the season, it won't have much time at all in its vegetation phase. Therefore, it'll trigger into flowering quite quickly and the crop height will stay very short. Because it hasn't had enough days in its veg stage to get tall, because we've planted it so close to its flowering trigger. Whereas you want more fiber, plant earlier.
Being you are down under, when is your optimum growth season? Is it?
It's
I'm just wondering whether it's any different than what it is up at this end of the world. That's all.
It's pretty much the opposite. You just got to flip it.
So you'd be talking like from
so your growing window is very much for fiber crops planting in March.
Well, even outdoors, you probably April, May, because we can still get snow in May.
And down here we're planting in roughly September. So 3 months in from the end of the year, and you're 3 months in from the start of the year.
Right.
Down here in the United States, since cannabis was banned in this country, there's been an exception on bird feed. You go to any grocery store in the United States and buy bird feed, and it'll have hemp seeds in it. Do you sell into that product as well?
I'm so glad you brought this up, because when we first started HFA back in 2013, Australia and New Zealand were the only countries in the world where consuming industrial hemp food was still illegal. So we couldn't consume hemp seed oil even as a topical for skin products. It was believed to be, because your skin is technically an absorbent, you're technically absorbing an illegal substance. So at that point in time, and that didn't change until 2017. So we were hamstrung up until that point. Like, we were selling seed to aviculture places, vivariums, high value bird. We had one of Australia's like most high quality cassowary farms, and different like imported peacocks or something, like very high value birds that were eating hemp seed, because we were selling them for $3 a kilo. About $2 US a kilo pretty much back then, and that's a very high cost for a bird. So that was really how we actually got things going, and how we survived in the initial 4 to 5 years was selling majority of our crops for the most we could to bird high quality premium bird producers.
Well, I am glad I asked that question. I suppose you're familiar with the Birdman of Alcatraz?
No, wait, please tell me that.
I'm a storyteller. That's why I'm here. There was a very, very bad man, a murderer, and he was confined for his life to Alcatraz, a very infamous maximum security prison in California.
I love Alcatraz.
And he became a world-class bird expert. I mean, world-class. He wrote books and did all kinds of things. One day he went to the warden of the prison, Alcatraz, and he asked him if he could provide do an experiment in the prison. And basically what he asked and what he got permission to do was take control of the basketball court in the prison. It was an indoor, high ceiling, very large court. And he controlled the whole thing. It was all closed up. He put 40 different piles of seeds on the basketball court. Pick a seed, flax seed, etc. Hemp seed was, of course, one of the piles. Then he had a couple of dozen birds, one of each type of different variety of birds. Songbirds, everything you can think of, different varieties. I don't know enough about birds, but he had a whole bunch of them. And he let them go one at a time. They were hungry. He made sure they were hungry. He let them go one at a time. And every single bird had its choice of where it wanted to go and eat. And every single bird went automatically to the hemp seed. Again, nature telling us this is pretty damn good food. Yeah. So again, I emphasize it again to the audience, and I hope I'm talking to you too a little bit. Don't give up on this. Animals in our world are very essential to our life. We don't like to kill them, but we got to. It's the way this friggin' place works. You got to die to something else to live. But while they're getting taken care of by us humans, they ought to be getting taken care of really well, in my opinion. And this hemp seed, if birds know it's what they need, we should take a lesson. Well, I'm glad you got into that for a while. Those seeds, I guess, when you were selling in that way, were they irrigated or something to keep them from germinating?
I don't know if I can answer this on this call.
I'm sorry to ask these tough questions, but that's what we do here.
Yeah. I'll answer it this way. The seeds were denatured to the best of our ability.
Okay.
They weren't irradiated. They weren't cooked in any way. We made it clear that the seeds were no good for planting. Therefore, they're good for consumption.
Now, that is another question I have is, you sell seeds for farmers to grow, and you also sell seeds for people to make product out of. do you also sell seed? I mean, product to eat. Do you sell seed to people who make paint and lacquer and varnishes and that type of item as well, or is all your
No.
seeds either for planting or for food?
Majority of our seeds are purely for planting reasons.
All right.
So
and how do you stay in business? I mean, how do you find all these many seeds? I mean, you're talking about 1 billion seeds a year, aren't you?
it all comes into the breeding program. It all comes into, obviously, farming's one thing, running a business is another thing, and managing cash flow for a farming business in the hemp industry is a completely other thing. So it's, it's, and obviously, you know, it's less occurring at the moment, but definitely over the years, we've had to learn how to strategically manage cash flow as well as manage expectations from customers, because the way the industry is at the moment is growers or, you know, suppliers or processors, they want things, you know, in 3 months, or they want something next month, and they've got an opportunity on the horizon, but they want to do it now. And you can't just grow a hemp crop at any time of the year, and you can't expect a seed supplier to have 50 tons of seed available at the drop of a hat, because, you know, if anyone's sitting on 50 tons of seed, they're sitting on 50 pallets at roughly $6 per pallet sitting in a cold storage unit. So they're burning cash whilst waiting for you to make a decision on whether you want it or not. So we're not really at the point in time yet where, you know, we're like Monsanto sitting on 550 tons of corn seed, because we know that 600-ton demand is coming in the next 2 months because the season's coming up for corn. It's not like that at this point. And for it to get to that point, we need to build supply chains, and we need to build end markets that have volume, because then breeders like ourselves can go out there and actually focus on producing a bloody good product and seed, and not try and focus and stressing on managing cash flow for, you know, product that one customer said they wanted, but now 2 months out from the crop of planting, they now don't want it anymore because their funding's disappeared, or, you know, their brother's gone off and slept with their sister or something, and now they're all fighting. And, you know, it's just, yeah, you know, and I've worked in other commodity industries throughout my life, you know, beef as well as cotton and corn, and it doesn't happen in those areas because there's 60 years of history. And that's just what we're going through at the moment. And I think that's what you need to go through to build up an industry like this, and also try and remove all of the potentially negative stereotype that some individuals can, you know, attach to someone trying to push an industry like this. So it's not only the language you use and the way that you represent yourself, but also, I guess, the stature in which you walk around with, and what you're trying to represent and prove needs to carry true and forth with everything you do and every engagement that you come into. You know, we've been fighting politicians for the past 10 years on trying to educate them about the differences with, you know, smokable or consumable cannabis for medicinal benefit compared to an industrial hemp, which you can try and smoke in a telephone-sized bowl that you probably die of emphysema before you get high. So, like, trying to get that through to them is just, yeah. I just want everyone to be on the same page, because, you know, as I sit here with gentlemen like yourself, you get it and you understand it and you lived and breathed it, whereas these other individuals haven't, and we have to walk them through that process to make business and life simpler.
I suppose your politicians are very much like ours. I'm guessing that their background is lawyers, attorneys, law enforcement. Is that true?
Yeah, they're just not as wealthy as your politicians.
Yeah. So, you know, again, all of us have been doing this, and like you, and one of the things that we've all found with our politicians, I guess it's the same. I'm hearing what you're telling me. You know, they don't know anything about growing anything. They're not. Most of them aren't farmers. Most of them here in the United States. I mean, I say this kind of with a tongue in cheek, but I don't think I'm very wrong. Is they don't get that cannabis is a plant. They just don't. When they hear the word, their mind triggers something, and they don't see a beautiful plant growing in the field. They see a drug, and possible problems with that drug. Is that the way Australia government law kind of looks at this? Is it still a criminal thing down there? Or how's that go?
It really, exactly like you said, gets put into the basket of too hard, too fast to deal with right now. There's too hard to deal with right now, and there's no one sitting across my table right now that's willing to push a bucket of cash under the table and say, just do this right now and get over it, please. There's no one doing that. And look, I'm sure, and to your point, Al, they look at it like the exact same opinion and perspective that you just spelt out then. It's a drug, it's bad, it's, negative connotations, the history of it, potentially cartels, mafia, blah, blah, blah. The way that we should be looking at it is there's cash, there is tax money to be made, there is improvements to life, to country, to infrastructure, to everything that can be made off this. Not just taxing medicinal cannabis, but taxing industrial hemp in a small manner. Just like they tax, well, not tax, but there's levies in place for certain cotton institutions, and there's corn grower associations where they all get levied, and however much they produce, a tiny percentage of it goes back to the association for the state or the country, and then that association then invests in research and different fertilizers and chemicals that can better improve the growing of that crop throughout the whole country. That's a full circular economy of Fed, state, industry association, and actual individual in the industry working together. At the moment,
and not
like
to
you
mention
said,
all
I
the
just don't want to answer it.
not to mention all the local jobs that come from that, because so many people in so many different countries complain that all the jobs are overseas. No matter where you're living, they're saying all the jobs are overseas. Whereas if you're growing this plant down the road, you can have a factory that's turning it into fiber, or a place that in the back down the road, basically in your backyard, that's turning it into fuel or into food, and you can create all those jobs and 2 grow seasons in your own community.
Absolutely.
How many people do you employ?
So there's 3 people in our team. Pretty much got a head agronomist. We've got a communications and PR lady as well, and then there's Harris and myself. We're bringing on, hopefully in about 2 months, a new breeder as well. That'll be working on all of our varieties sort of from that point forward, which I'm really excited about. And then potentially towards the middle of the year, just to free up some of my time, we're going to bring on an operations manager just to run all of our core farming operations.
So you're doing this with a relatively small core of people.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. That's pretty impressive. Yeah. Wow.
Really.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned that most of your seeds goes for growing. Is there a different kind of hemp seed that produces a better milk than a different strain?
When you're diving into those finer details of a variety, you're really looking at what the processors, or probably the brands, would look at in that perspective is what's the percentage of oil in a whole seed. We've seen and obviously the larger the seed in that perspective is better, because you're going to have a lot more hull in it, which is the white core heart, as well as a higher percentage of oil. Therefore, your extraction, so per ton of seed that you cold press, if you've got a higher percentage of oil in your seed, your extraction is going to extract more seed per ton of oil compared to other varieties. So like with Bundy Gem, for example, and Ruby, there's a 33 to 34% oil percentage in it. Therefore, we can guarantee processors that they'll get roughly, for every 10 ton of seed that they cold press, they'll see roughly 3.3 or 3.4 thousand liters of oil. So there are, there are, I guess, characteristics for each variety that benefit an end market, like you've just said.
Yeah.
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 Now, when you do your crossbreeding and when you create your strains, do you do the types of work that's been done for, like, let's say, the indoor grow industry, where they've managed to take a crossbreed between a geranium and a cannabis plant and turn it into an autoflower? So within like three days of it coming out of the ground, it begins to flower. Do you do those types of genetics?
We're working on that, yes. We would, so our grain varieties are pretty much, they're not auto flowering as you would state it specifically, but they do have auto flowering, I guess, abilities. What we say is we know that this variety will flower within 30 to 40 days of sowing, pretty much no matter when you plant it throughout the year. That's what we consider as our auto flower. And that's because it's been developed more so not off growing degree of days, but environmental factors as well as gene type factors that will trigger that flowering immediately.
Okay.
You got an insect or a problem or a parasite or anything down there that goes after hemp?
Yeah, there are a lot. Probably the biggest one that we deal with is Heliothis, and that's very prevalent in cotton crops. Really, in the most recent years, we haven't really had any issues with disease or pests. The only other soil-borne disease that we've encountered, which was quite bad, was sclerotinia. Sclerotinia is when there's a lot of white fungus that builds around the base of the plant near the soil. And if you pull the actual root system out, you'll have a lot of white, moldy-looking fungus along the roots. So sclerotinia is really only prevalent in areas of high humidity and high moisture. And that's a lot of our sugarcane and bean production areas in far north Australia. Because they grow beans there every day in and out. They harvest, they're pretty much planting and harvesting every day. So it's non-stop throughout the whole year. And we have grown crops in bean country before. And a lot of those varieties that they're using for beans are resistant and have been built to resist sclerotinia. We encountered it. We took plant samples from that diseased field and then pretty much identified or grew further plants that didn't have those disease pretty much existing. And then we created a new line from that line as a disease-resistant crop of sclerotinia. So then we could actually continue following years growing in a high bean production area without the risk of sclerotinia. So identifying diseases is one thing, but then producing variants of the same line of varietal to then withstand that disease is another process in itself.
Does that transfer to Texas? Is that a problem in Texas where the same affliction?
No, I haven't seen it there. No, Texas is quite dry, which is good. Yeah. We've got a lot of humidity. Like in areas up north, the humidities can sit for months at around 90%, sometimes 92%. It's wild. Yeah, you literally get out of the car or your house and you're immediately sweating.
Yeah, it's interesting. A long time ago in a place far away, I swapped my Jeep for an Australian officer's Land Rover, I guess it was. And
was it a Land Cruiser?
Yeah, that's what it was. He had mine for 2 weeks and I had his. We had a blast. We tried to destroy him. Anyway, I was pretty impressed with this officer because we were in Vietnam, and it was really humid and it was really wet and it really sucked. And he didn't have a problem with it. And he told me that he was from a part of Australia that was normal. So I guess that was North Australia. He fit right in. Now I understand. He liked what was that beer he liked down there? It had a tiger on the can. You guys still got that beer? I think it was Tiger beer, wasn't it? I mean,
Oh,
like
Tiger beer.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. He was drinking a lot of that. I remember that. It was good stuff.
That is good. That's from Singapore.
Is that what it is? Okay. I
Yeah,
thought it
from
was.
Singapore,
I thought it was your stuff. Okay.
It's drunk a lot here though. They love it.
Yeah, it's Foster's is yours though, right? Isn't that Australian?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Well,
So where do you see that? Go ahead, Al.
I was just going to tell another story. Go on, Casper.
So where do you see the hemp seed industry going on a global basis? Do you see it going more towards farming? Do you see it going more towards food?
I truly believe that one of the most important directions that hemp is going in is the role that it's playing in the carbon economy. I believe that the role that it's going to play in soil rehabilitation processing, so removing PFAS and removing heavy metals such as boron and nickel and zinc and all of the large, or I guess bad heavy metals that are in our soils. It is a great remediator of those things. I think that will benefit our infrastructure construction projects such as building airfields, building or rehabilitating mining sites that need to be rehabilitated back to their original condition once they've been destroyed or used or dug up. All of these programs in which bringing environments back to their original, I guess, state is there's a role for hemp to play in that, and there's a role for hemp to play in the rehabilitation of those soils. There's also, as the icing on the cake, you can rehabilitate soils from heavy metals and PFAS whilst at the same time sequestering carbon from that soil. So you got a double revenue stream from killing two birds with one stone there. I think expanding the international collaborations between investment boards as well as processing platforms and big grower groups will open up the industry to a large commercial and viable volume that the cost of producing products won't be ridiculous. It won't be cost ineffective. And I think the more that we see larger players of commodities dive into this industry and actually start to see, the comparable differences between what they're doing now with a subpar product and what they could be doing with a hemp included product, will shock many in a good way. So really, yeah, they're the three areas that I see it pushing.
Who's in charge with the seeds? Which country? Who's got the show here? Are you in the top three? What's going
on? Look, it's hard to say at this time because I've cut up the areas of viability of seed into two: Northern Hemisphere and Southern Hemisphere. Northern Hemisphere is very much dominated by the European breeders because they've been doing it much longer. A lot of those European breeders have obviously exercised their activities in Canada and made a name for themselves, and now big brands in Canada like Manitoba have taken on those varieties and localized them and created their own. That's happened over the past 25 years.
Yeah.
So they've got their stuff down pat. When you start to bring industrial hemp closer to the equator, you're now talking with tropical and subtropical varieties, which is a very different game to be playing in with hemp. Hemp's originally from Siberia. So trying to bring it into a very drought-stricken environment, little water and high heat is the complete opposite to what it's genetically originally used to. So it's a lot of time, a lot of patience and money that goes into adapting these varieties to a climate and condition. I would say Australia and China have the biggest advance in terms of viable varieties for tropical climates, whereas Europe is much more advanced in terms of far distances from the equator. So, you know, far north and also far south. So like in Tasmania, for example, you know, that random little island off the southern end of Australia, a lot of the European varieties work well there. But as soon as you bring them to mainland Australia, ugh.
Oh, really? Wow. Wow. I had once a big involvement with a wheat farm 200 miles south of the Canadian border, North Dakota, right in the middle of the place. And when we got done harvesting, on average, we pulled out a net profit of about $50 an acre, which is not much, but if you got a lot of acres, it adds up. But right north of us, 200 miles, the Canadians were growing hemp. We were growing wheat. They were growing hemp, and they were netting out at $200 an acre, 4 times what we were doing. Is that profit margin still valid?
It's hard to say because it's very different for each end market. The profit margins will differ, obviously, depending on how well you grow the crop and how well you yield it, and then how many inputs you had to get there. And you know, if you're paying for water, that's a cost. If you've got natural in-crop rainfall without irrigation, and you get a lot, then that's great. You've got a lot of water without paying for it now. There's a lot of variables in that. So, but I guess the best way I could answer your question is, if you know how to grow the crop and you know what you want to achieve from that crop, whether it's a focus on grain or it's a focus on fiber, if grown well, you will profit quite considerably out of it if done well. Yes. Going off your first crop, though, you can never expect anything to be perfect or go right.
Yeah, we were just flabbergasted. Like I said, we were 200 miles apart from the Canadian farmer. So we had the same weather, you know, it was Red River Valley, it's great food, great land, et cetera, and just the, you know, how much they were making, and they were working less. You know, that's one thing I noticed about the hemp crop. Doesn't take a lot of personal care. That plant takes care of itself pretty well, doesn't it?
It does. It does. It is essentially a weed.
Yeah.
It will suppress other weeds as well. As soon as it gets a good canopy cover and it's covering its interrows between the plants, then you won't have any competition with weeds. And once it gets up and going, there won't be anything that grows beneath it. That canopy cover will cut out all sunlight. So any other potential weeds that'll grow on the actual bed of the crop, the risk is very, very low, and the likeliness of it is low as well. But really, those first 30 to 40 days of your crop are the most critical. Once you've got that down pat, if you've got access to irrigation or fertigation, which is just pretty much fertilizing liquid nutrients through your irrigation system, you can really bump up the crop and add extra support if it's going through its seed production stage. So just after vegetation, you'll enter seed production or flowering, where post-flowering, you'll have seed set. During that seed set stage, you want as much either moisture or nutrients available for that plant to pull from so that it can exercise that process, you know, efficiently.
When she's getting ready to flower, to start the seed, how do you, I guess this is a smart question. How do you keep outside influences, outside pollen that you're not in control of? How do you keep that out of your product?
Yeah, pollen drift is a risk as well, definitely. We like to keep any other hemp crop at least 8 to 10 kilometers away. If we've got a lot of what we call pollen barriers, so tree lines that separate our field and surrounding fields. We also look at natural wind flow and direction. So in the valley that we grow in, there is a natural wind direction every day that flows. And we know that, say, upstream, for example, in that wind direction, there are no hemp crops within the area. It's same rules almost apply when you're doing large chemical inputs into crops and you're running, spray rigs over thousands of hectares of crops. You have to make sure that the wind is under a certain level as in knots, not pointing in the direction that's going to spray. You're not going to have potentially Roundup drift onto a neighboring's property and then their whole crop dies. So very similar rules that we apply for pollen drift.
Okay.
Yeah, good. Yeah, we recently did a report in our news broadcast about a situation where a farmer had a separate crop from cannabis, 2 different farms, and they got the drift, and it ended up being pesticides that drifted, and it ruined the organic crop of the cannabis for the licensed producer. And they were able to trace it back to this farmer, so he's being sued.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was wondering about. I mean, I guess anything can happen. Wind can change direction or whatever. But so there's a slight risk. Is that what you're saying about pollen drift?
There is a slight risk, but if you know or if you're aware of surrounding hemp crops, which we always are, you can set it up so there is no risk.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Interesting. Because that's been discussed here in the United States a lot, whether or not that cross-pollination would hurt anybody's crop, but if it can be controlled, that's good.
Well, certainly if you've got a medicinal crop nearby, a pollinating industrial hemp crop, it will completely ruin your medicinal crop, as it will spread pollen into those females that are trying to produce bud or flower. And then that pollen will tell them, no, don't do that, produce seed. And now that cannabis grower's expecting bud from his females, and now they all start shooting seed. He was expecting pounds and pounds of flower to sell, and now he's got pounds and pounds of seed to sell. So there's been a lot of issues I've heard, and pitchforks brought up with those issues occurring across many states in America. Yeah. So I think once that was known, there was a lot more due diligence undertaken before putting a crop in.
Okay. Well, we've taken a good bit of your Australian day, and I know you got to go to work. We don't. We're all old geezers. We don't work. Yeah. So, I want to say thanks again. This was very intriguing conversation. I appreciate the everything. And so, before you leave us, what do you want to put out? We've got your notice on the bottom, guys. You see the banner going by to find Hemp Farms Australia, and of course we want you to check it out. That's what these shows are all about. Learn what's going on. But is there anything that you want to bring up that we didn't ask about, or you want to emphasize in any way?
I think maybe just closing remarks. Look, we've got the NOCO Hemp Expo coming up in Estes Park in Colorado, April 10th to April 12th. I'll be speaking at that as well, just on pretty much what Hemp Farms Australia is about, our story, and why we're targeting certain areas of America with our seed. And then also just sharing some key performance metrics on our varieties, and also trials that we've conducted in different states, those southern states over there in the US. So that'll be a great way, if anyone of your listeners are in the area or want to pop in, I'll be there physically in person. I'd love to connect. I think what you gentlemen here are discussing on this podcast and have discussed in the past is very enlightening. I've really enjoyed my time speaking with you. Can't wait to speak with you guys again. I think we've covered really a lot of areas of the industry as well as the plant itself. I hope that at least yourselves and your listeners might have a not a different perspective of hemp, but a broader and more respectable understanding of the plant itself and what I guess industry players in the industry globally are trying to do, like ourselves and also yourself. So yeah, no, thank you very much for having me here. Hemp isn't just a crop, it's a solution. And I think the more that we innovate, collaborate, and really push this industry forward, I think the greater impact we can have on the planet and also the future generations. So yeah, thanks again for having me on the show. It's been a pleasure in joining in this conversation.
Well, I know I've learned an awful lot, and I have really enjoyed having
Yeah.
you on as a guest. Hope to have you back again soon. Al Graham, why don't you let people know about your book? Oh, I'm sorry. Al Byrne, why don't you let people know about your book?
Yeah, Graham isn't the author. I wrote the book. Yeah, it's right down there for country and cannabis. And here's another one. I don't know. Can you see that? That's the book I mentioned that we put together in 1997, Cannabis in Medical Practice. And the guy that wrote the chapter on hemp, you might know him, Larkin, is Robert Connell Clark, who is a world-class hemp expert. He's worked all over the world and developing that. And so it's a chapter on not only the how to grow hemp, but how hemp will be good for the world. Just as you mentioned, that we've got a potential solution here to a lot of problems, from climate change to people not having enough to eat. It covers it all. My book, For Country and Cannabis, is a history book. It basically centers only on medical cannabis. I do mention hemp a lot, and legalization comes in, but it's a book about medical cannabis, how it came to be in the United States and the world. In the world now, we have some 30 countries that have therapeutic cannabis in their pharmacopoeia, whereas a few years back that didn't exist at all. And the way that all came about, I wrote about in For Country and Cannabis. The country part is I spent 24 years in the United States Navy. So I told stories about how cannabis interfaced with the active duty troops of the Navy, basically, although I was around Army and Marine Corps guys, and they enter into the story as well. But it's a good read. It's got a lot of educational material in it. It's about 360 pages, and I jammed it full of information about cannabis and health and how that can help a variety of diseases and help us to a very nutritious lifestyle. So if you're interested in the subject matter, either hemp or medical cannabis, of course I wrote it, so I think it's a cool book. But I would definitely pick it up if you have a real interest in this, or if you're a patient and you're sick and what's going on isn't working. You might want to listen to the words spoken by any number of doctors and researchers in that book. Not my words, they're other people's. I just copied them down. And then Al Graham is he's our Canadian influence here, and has done this radio work on this subject for a long, long time. And I'll let him tell you. Pace Radio Network.
All right. First off, I want to thank Lachlan for coming on to the broadcast today or tonight or tomorrow or however this works. I feel like you're in the future to us. But yes, thanks for coming on. I really enjoyed it and I learned a lot, as well as Pace Radio. You can catch it at paceradio.net. We broadcast every day of the week. Something new is going out, and we talk about psychedelics as well as cannabis.
And I want to thank you, the audience, for tuning in. For without you, we have no reason to be doing what we're doing. And we ask that you share us with your friends. A friend of mine by the name of Jack Hare once said, hemp might not save the planet, but it's the only plant that possibly can. And it's true. I mean, we can create food out of this, clothing out of this, paper out of this, fuel out of this. Anything made out of plastic can be made out of hemp. Build buildings out of this. Almost 90% of our creature comforts can be made from this one single plant. And in a world that desperately needs solutions to so many problems, they need to know that this is a solution to a lot of those problems, and it really is time for hemp.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look and spend some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yes, it's time for him. Whoa, an acre of hemp makes 20 bales of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rest. Well, time for help! Yeah.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, bakes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
Peterborough.
Are you guys there?
Yes, we're here. How are you guys today? Excellent. How are you, Peterborough? We're good. We're good. Yeah, good. We're good. Thanks for, there you guys are. You just finished your meeting, right? We just finished the here at the Cafe here in Peterborough. How was 420 in Peterborough? I'm gonna let goes here. I'm gonna let him talk to you all about that and how.
All right, thanks. Yeah, we did pretty good here. We had about 250 people. It was freaking cold, so a lot of people didn't stick around, but we had live music, over $1,500 in prizes and giveaways, and it was a great year. It was a lot of fun. I'd like to give a couple shout outs here. Thanks to for and the whole 420 Toronto crew for all their efforts, bringing the love to all the Canadian 420 events. I'd like to thank Pipe Dreams, Pace, Women's Alliance, Peterborough Emporium, GTA Seed Bank, Kawartha Mums and Dads for Marijuana, Peterborough Hydroponics, all my volunteers, the City of Peterborough, so many more for everything, so much help to make this year's event come together.
That's amazing. Now, how many people came out last year?
Last year we had 300. The weather was a lot nicer.
Yeah, but you had about the same number despite it being badass cold.
That's right, we did.
I mean, I hate to break it to Chris Goodwin and I looked at each other and like, man, if I didn't have to be here, I don't think I would. Did you have that feeling?
Oh yeah, you weren't the only one, I'm sure. I see some pictures from the different events where people are talking about how cold it is, and you can see the look on their faces. Yeah, people were running home and getting their blankets and coming back and wrapping themselves up in flags, and it was pretty funny.
That's amazing that people would be prepared to spend hours out in the cold like that.
Yeah, like
to protest vision, don't you think?
Very different for people, but it also shows the commitment to it as well, right? Like we had snow up here.
We had snow up.
Yeah, it was snowing. Yeah.
Quick question then. You were going to have a well-known conservative member come out to your rally. Did he appear?
No, there was no sign of him or any friend.
Oh.
It was just.
So, what are we going to do about Dean Del Mastro?
We'll just invite him out to Cannabis Day.
Excellent. I got invited to Cannabis Day July 1st. What happens on Cannabis Day?
It's pretty much the same thing, but sure we're trying to get into the Cannabis Day parade, so we got our fingers crossed, and we're really hoping to get into that.
You're hoping to get into the City of Peterborough's Canada Day parade?
Yeah, we're trying.
Yeah, correct. Right downtown.
With a float?
No, we're thinking just 4 people with flags and a couple other people handing out brochures and CDs with good links to valuable sites like that.
Exactly.
I'd go out to that. How about a float?
We did discuss a float, but we don't have enough volunteers to take away from the event to be able to do a float.
I'll come down in a Mini Cooper.
If we're allowed in the parade, we'll invite you.
Okay, then. I will come down in a Mini Cooper. Right, Goodwin? He just shook his head. Yeah, we'll bring a Mini Cooper. We're very good at,
I just got emailed a 420 Peterborough video.
Yes, my fiance,
Excellent.
Mary Jane Gonjagirl, worked very hard to get that up and out for today.
So, did you learn anything new after doing it a couple years? Have you learned anything?
It's a constant. This year, we had a group of known people go around, and when we showed up at the park in the morning, there was posters, the whole park, all the benches, the water fountain, the trees, all with posters saying, "I was wrong, don't," and they were posted everywhere. We spent about 45 minutes cleaning up before we could even set up.
You had anti-protester people protest ahead of time?
That's correct, but they didn't have the balls to come out and debate it with us.
And they didn't show
Damn.
up in person.
Wow. That's harsh.
They just had the posters around the park. And you commented earlier that they actually went around to the Herb for Herb posters.
Yeah, they spray painted big circles, the no circle around the pot leaves, and then they posted the "I was wrong, don't legalize" the posters underneath all the Herb for Herb posters around Peterborough the night before the event.
I think Dean Del Mastro was at your event.
Rumor, and it's only, but rumor has it was the Sir Sanford Fleming Police Foundation students, but we haven't confirmed that yet.
It's a small town. We can get down to the boss taxes on this.
There's lots of people trying to figure it out. So we're gonna, when we put up the Cannabis Day posters next weekend, a couple people are gonna sit out all night and watch for them.
Put it on the camera.
Yeah.
And then what are you going to do? I mean,
shame them?
Pepper spray them.
How dare you share your opinion too on top of mine?
Listen, they can put up their opinion as long as it's next to or beside ours.
Not on top of it.
Exactly.
It certainly didn't slow anything down for us. So.
No.
But you are right. They were kind of cowardly not to come out with a megaphone of their own and shame you.
Yeah.
It would have made my day for any one of them to come out and meet me face to face.
Exactly. It just happened though.
Democracy, anyway.
Following the.
So Peterborough, July 1st, about the same size you said this year, but it snowed. Did the snow accumulate on the ground?
No, it didn't. It fell for about a half hour, but no accumulation.
What was the best contest or game or activity you had?
We do 4 free entry draws, which anybody can enter. It's just a guessing draw. A seed guess, roach guess, rolling paper guess, and a bag guess. And whoever guesses the closest without going over wins a prize that I select before the event. And then we also have a 50-50 draw, which has a ton of additional prizes. And at the end of the event, we just throw out all kinds of rolling papers and rollers and magazines, and we just toss them out into the crowd for people to grab.
You'll see.
That's
you'll
awesome.
See the some of the free prize that Blaze is talking about at the 420 Valley website. There's some pictures posted there.
I didn't catch all of that.
Al uploaded some of the pictures of the prizes and stuff being given away and throwing out up onto the 420rally.ca site earlier today.
Wonderful. We'll post them in tomorrow morning. I appreciate that, Al. And you had 1,500 in prizes and 300 people. I guess your chances of winning were pretty high then, correct?
Yes, almost everybody walks away with something.
Nothing like a good rally when you can go home with like rolling papers or a grinder.
Yeah, that's right.
It does bury the seeds and gets people to keep coming out. Well, last year I won a grinder and they gave away a bong.
Yeah, we gave away 3 bongs and probably about 400 seeds got given away as well.
Wow, 400 seeds.
3 bongs.
Oh, got to do. Yeah, come on up. We're switch to the cam. You got that rolled up now.
Yeah. All our sponsors are in line. We have 5 sponsors that sponsor every event, so we're pretty much covered. But we always welcome more sponsorship.
Nice. Herb for Herb helping you guys out. Sound was good. People could hear you.
Yep. Oh yeah. We had a live band with a great sound system. Plus, I had the megaphone, and it was great. Everything went well this time, and I have to thank all the volunteers that came on board with me. Previous years, it's been my fiance, Mary Jane Ganja Girl, and myself, and doing all the lead up and all the setup and everything for the event. And this year we have 5 new people, and it's been spectacular.
That's wonderful. 5 volunteers, and that's the power of 7 people getting stuff done there, Smash.
That's excellent. Thank you for your commitment.
It's especially Peterborough.
I would have never got into it if it wasn't for Mark Emery. His bus encouraged me to stand up for something that's worthwhile standing up for.
But unfortunately, it's when people get busted that they decide to start doing. They should do before they get busted.
That's right.
Yeah, that's evil.
Like, don't wait for the catalyst. Just start doing. The catalyst will help. Will happen. Trust me.
Yeah.
Spend enough time doing this, it's someone you know or you yourself will spend a night in jail. Here we go. Peterborough 420. They're going to spark a big fat joint that they rolled. They were going to show it to us, but they just.
Gonna stand here and watch you burn one. That's alright because I love the way it smells. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright because it should be legalized. It should be legalized.
I can't tell you what it really is. I can only tell you when it feels right. I come back from work and wanna take a break. Realize my dreams didn't work out. I'm stuck in that race, going to work from 9 to 6. Shouldn't be a disgrace, but not in this place. The the United States, where we look up to Britney Spears instead of Bill Gates. What a disgrace. How did we get to this place where our culture developed really horrible taste? Who do we blame? I can give you plenty of names. I point my finger at them. I don't really care what they say. Look at the magazines. People are sleeping and stuff. All those celebrities, but we don't even know who they are. That's because most of us are living lives as normal as hell. That's why we like to smoke and listen to the stories they tell. And if there's something wrong with that, then I don't want to be right. So pump up, pass, and hand me the light.
Just gonna stand here and watch you play. Sour diesel, purple crystal berry. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. Should be legalized. Should be legalized. Yeah.
Hey Congress, we need to get something straight. Don't pretend like you got way too many things on your plate. Our country's broke. You need to fix it today. The people voted for you. Start representing your state and regulate it, so we can end the debate and end the hate. And no one should be so irate, because the money we make from taxes would really be great. The deficit would deflate. No need to incarcerate. Hey Congress, stop using your head. Not everyone who smokes weed is lazy with red. Sarah Palin, Clinton, even Obama have admitted to smoking it. So enough with the drama, like prohibition in the 20s. This law is outdated. Weed is safer than brew. It's time to regulate it. And if you don't pay attention to me, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll start a revolution and then vote out your whole crew.
Just gonna stand here and watch you smoke. That's alright. I think I also have a show. Just gonna stand here and watch you go to the sky. That's alright. I think it should be legalized. It should be legalized. Should be legalized. Yeah.
Adam Sandler, one of my biggest. If I'm gonna do a song, weed, I'll do it for throttle. Let's name some names, just like the Hanukkah song. But instead of Jewish people, these ones hit the bomb. Willie Nelson, Snoop Dogg, those are obvious ones. From Martha Stewart and Oprah, let's get naming the big guns. Kimmel, Jon Stewart, even Stephen Colbert. Woody Harrelson smoked so much that he lost all his hair. Matt Damon, Clooney, Pitt, most of Ocean's 11. If Angelina smoked me out, I think I would be in heaven. Bill Maher, Jack Black, Tina Fey, Charlie Sheen, all four smoke crew. So does the media queen, Perez Hilton. We all know you smoke joints. I don't judge you for that. You get extra points. Halle Berry, Richard Branson, John Kerry, Al Gore. I'm not near done yet. I'm gonna name some more. Do you see how this list is ridiculous? These facts aren't conspicuous. My research is meticulous. Save all smokes and our supporters and we. The list goes on and on, like Michael Phelps on capacity, Sacha Baron Cohen and Justin Timberlake. What they both have in common is that they like to get really big. Eminem, Megan Fox, Rihanna too. I know you smoke Natalie Portman, so this one's for you.
Not gonna waste time and just stand by. I'm gonna send it to my congressman tonight. We is American, that's all for time.
Awesome. That was 420 in Peterborough.
Really interesting cover. I enjoyed that.
I gotta congratulate Blaze for setting up that parade route. You know, we go past the Peterborough Police Station, we go past City Hall, Schizophrenia Society. We've the Wolf radio station that's here in Peterborough. We stopped in there. Went to the windows where the studio is and waved at them. So hopefully they broadcasted that out when we're doing the walk.
So that's can never. Good media is hard to come by some days. You know, trying to get the word out.
We also got a really good write-up in the Peterborough Examiner.
That's excellent. Write-ups in the Peterborough Examiner. Is that Monday's paper?
It came out Sunday night. There's a link to it on the 420 event page.
Excellent. Write-ups, you know, positive. It's only going to keep growing. That's what people don't
all
understand.
the media coverage is really positive.
And more people come out when they read about it. Oh, it was okay. Then nothing happened last year. And then more people are encouraged to come out. Next year you'll get 500 or 600, and it takes a while to get to the numbers we're at.
Especially if you're fighting against people that are postering against you.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't make
Bullshit.
it easy.
Yeah, that's insane. I know Hamilton had problems with people ripping down their posters, but to actually paint over your message, that's really wrong.
That's taking it to the next step.
It'll be great to find out who they are and confront them about the whole thing and have a civilized conversation with any luck.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can get a civilized conversation. They probably will have mullets. Look for meshbacks and mullets.
That's like racial profiling. You can't do that.
I bet it's just a crazy soccer mom or something like that.
Nah, soccer moms don't know how to work spray cans.
The ones that
Especially on
probably,
posters that are almost 8 feet in the air.
Sounds
It's
like
some conservative's child.
some conservative. Yeah, it's probably Dean Del Mastro's family. I think it's kids, it's extended kids.
It reminds me of like how Married with Children, there was one woman in like Massachusetts who hated Married with Children and like protested against them, trying to bring the show down.
Wow.
They made fun of her on an episode.
It's like Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
Got anything else you'd like to add?
That place like Peterborough pitched in this year, had great rally, great video by the way, guys. And
Yeah, I really want to say that I liked that cover song as well. It was awesome.
That's the first video that we've ever done. My fiance, Mary Jane Gondriol, she just learned how to do the video editing last night and today. So first video ever.
Awesome.
it's amazing how these things technology is making it so social revolutions are much easier to catch on that way because of it's easier to make a video and showcase what you're up to.
Exactly.
I didn't know stuff happened in Peterborough.
I think that's really important too, and I'm glad that it's happening.
That it's happening in these communities and they can Skype into us.
Yeah, Chris goes through the hours of video footage of all the rallies and protests, and Myrna as well. They're going to compile it all for the website. And it's so fun to watch and see the people from across the country and all the different cities. And Chris and I were saying that video we played at the beginning of the show, how each person that is willing to grab the mic and is so like carefree as they talk has something different to contribute to the conversation as an individual. And it was so nice to see each of them, what they had to say.
Yeah, so it's just can't say enough things about Peterborough. It's good that you guys called in from your monthly event. It is
Correct.
it not?
Yes, we do the videos here at the Cart DM Cafe on Armour Road once a month, usually the third Tuesday of the month. And we'll have different themes. Like today was on history, so we because Jack Herrera had passed away on April the 15th in 2010. For the 3 years that we've been doing these videos on this weekend, at this time we showed Jack's video all about the history of what he did to bring awareness in the cannabis movement.
Oh, that's
a celebration.
And it's nice that a small community can get that. People don't understand. Like, small community, it's harder to make inroads in. And
Yep, it is.
Definitely.
And, congratulations to Blaze. He's been at this for 4 years and started out as a booth there at the park. And as you saw tonight, there's a video and pictures and the thing's getting bigger, permits, the whole bit. So congratulations to you, Blaze, for what you've been doing.
Thank you. It can't happen without the whole community, though. It's just more than just me.
Agreed. It's you got a good group of volunteers. It sounds all around you guys, and it all sounds like you're all pitching in to do hard work. So we appreciate that. I mean, it demonstrates what 5 or 6 people that want to do something can do.
I also appreciate you guys being regular contributors to the show. If you're not viewing online and Skyping in, you guys are here in person, and you're awesome.
Definitely.
Thank you.
You guys are awesome too. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all about spreading the word, guys. Well, we're gonna have to let you go. We're gonna close
It's actually.
we're closing
All right.
the place up here.
Thanks
so,
for calling in, guys.
Thanks for everything. Thanks for having us on, and just keep at her.
We will. You guys have yourselves a wonderful night.
You too. Thank you, and thank you everybody there at the cafe at Vapor Central for all you do.
Appreciate it.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're watching the 420 Pace